Man, Denver down by 20. Battle all the way back on a second night of a back-to-back and beat the San Antonio Spurs 136 to 131. What a game! Well, actually, what a fourth quarter.
And now Kadri lost an edge, couldn't clear the zone. Natchez can. Montour with it with 4 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. Back in the win column. Nathan McKinnon back with a bang. 4 points for the Avalanche, who now get to 97 points, and they do so via a 5-1 win over Seattle. Colorado has now beaten the Kraken 6 straight times.
Double Dipperoo.
Double Dipple-Daroo.
That was a hell of a night. Both teams, I would say the Avs played great for almost the entire 60-minute stretch. The Nuggets had moments and fits and spurts. And I want to start with the Nuggets because I think that this, for them, that game is more important. It's also important for the Avs because not only did they win 5-1, guess what? Dallas did too. So Dallas continues to win. But for the Nuggets, it is, I think, the most impressive game of the year for them. That was not going to be pretty for all 48. You come off a back-to-back. You get into a hotel room at 4:30 in the morning, and you sleep until what, 12:30-ish? You got a game a few hours later. You're coming off one the night before, and you're playing against a team that just straight up doesn't lose anymore. San Antonio is 48-17 going into that game. They had lost, think about this for a second, one game since the February 1st in a month and a couple of weeks, almost a month and a half. They lost a single basketball game during that stretch. And I understand they didn't have Wembanyama last night, but you had a lot of things going against you too. You weren't playing Aaron Gordon on the second leg of the back-to-back, which I think is the wise decision to make in that scenario. You needed to have a really good stretch of basketball during that game. That's it. And the most amazing part is that the Nuggets did that late. All of the things about a back-to-back and what you deal with and all that different stuff, you'd figure you kind of wear down towards the end of the game. And in their case, they got stronger, especially offensively. But it was both in the fourth quarter. You know, at times last night, we're talking about the Nuggets being down 20 points, and they made runs. They would cut it down to like 7, and you'd feel like you're within reach. And then it would jump and balloon back up to a 16-point deficit. And you're just like, gosh, it's just one of those nights, isn't it? Like, if they lost to the Spurs, that's not a game that I would get on the air and start yelling and screaming about. Spurs are very good. You were in a tough situation. But they kept at it, and they kept battling. And I think that's a massive credit to them. When you look at that fourth quarter, and really the second half overall, you just had to fend off the runs by the Spurs and hope that you could get to them at some point. And they didn't let up offensively. Scored 41 in the third, 42 in the fourth, but you entered the fourth quarter down 106-94. And you just kept chipping away, And not only did you win, you got it to the point where you had a healthy and comfortable lead at the end of that game. You pushed it to a 9-point lead with about 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. I think it is 3 minutes left in the game. It's a massive credit to what they did in the fourth quarter. And yet again, there's things about this team that I think on the periphery people won't recognize as important, but it is. Cam Johnson, I thought, was excellent again last night. Offensively, defensively, he's not asked to do a ton, but it's like when you get your 7, 8, 9 opportunities to shoot, you got to be able to knock it down. And he did that. I love that he's getting aggressive, taking the ball to the rim. You get a huge game from Spencer Jones, especially late, filling in for Aaron Gordon, who wasn't going to play on the back-to-back. But you need to have the, quote, others give you something, because it was a game in which it looked like Jokic and Murray were having good nights, and it wasn't going to matter.
Spencer Jones!
But Spencer Jones stepping up and giving you 19 last night. Cam Johnson, 6 of 8 from the floor for 15 points, is huge. Huge. And once again, a guy I've been raving about recently, Julian Strother, who, as Aaron Gordon has gotten healthy and some other guys have gotten healthy, Cam Johnson's gotten healthy. He's had a tough time cracking the rotation. He's asked to give you 15 minutes last night. He scores 10 points in those 15 minutes, and they were huge. You know, it always starts with Jokic and Murray. We know that. And both of those guys, they're warriors. They played 39 and 40 minutes coming off that back-to-back. More importantly, what did they do and what did the Nuggets do overall? They made 36 of their 38 free throws last night. That's a huge number. Jokic and Murray were combined 26 of 26 from the line. That's how you win games like this. The small details are the ones that add up to the bigger things. And for a long time this year, the smaller details are the things that's bit you. Those are the things that have caused L's. But for you to be playing on a back-to-back and essentially go with an 8-man rotation and get that win is wildly impressive. Texture says, no, our backup's beating Philly and Boston in back-to-backs is way more impressive than a Wemby-less Spurs. The Wemby-less Spurs have still won a ton of basketball games. What was their record, Nelly? Was it 10-4 is what we said on the year without Wemby?
Yeah, something like that. It was pretty good.
Yeah, really good record. Still really good. But I think, for me, the reason why that's the most impressive win of the season is because of the situation you were dealt. And it's also like I'm going to put a little bit extra on a game that feels like you have, like, this is a prove-it thing for the playoffs. What do you got in the tank? And, you know, just about 3 days ago, we're talking about the Nuggets, and there's a common theme of they are not behaving like a team that is championship level. In the last couple of games, they've turned that around. Now, it's still got to be more than that. It's got to be more consistent. And they got to show a lot more of this down the stretch. But it's been a nice little answer to a whole lot of doubt that's been surrounding this team over the last week. You know, once again, you have clutch plays being made late in the game, which you need. You had clutch stops late in the game, which you need. And to me, that more important than the offensive part. Can you get the requisite stops that are necessary for late in the game? The Spurs opened up the fourth quarter with 106 points. Halfway through it, they were at 116. That's huge because it gives you the opportunity to creep back in and let doubt enter the minds of your opponent. But I think that Spencer Jones was fantastic. 303-504-0925 if you guys want in.
You know what the most important takeaway from last night's game was? Did you see Vic again throwing away his marriage to hit on not Beachy, Grok? That's his new crush.
So I had the post game on one of the TVs, but I had it on mute because I was listening to the Avs game. So no, I saw him talking to his phone, and I tried to turn it over real quick, and then they went to commercial, so I missed it.
What's up, my lady? Hey, has there ever been a game where Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray each shot double-digit free throws and did not miss?
Hey, cutie. Let me dig into that Jokic-Murray stat real quick.
Shut up. Shut up.
Nah, hasn't happened. Jokic has had a few monster free throw nights, like 18 for 18.
Anyway, she goes on for a while, but then he sent her out with this.
Their lines just don't overlap like that. Closest we get is Jokic dominating the line.
All right, thanks, baby. That's all I need.
Vic, don't let the queen see what you're doing, brother. Come on now.
That's getting weird, man.
Don't call me that.
Are robots capable of emotion? Isn't that what all of the robot movies about apocalypse happening? Isn't that how it starts? They become
absolutely.
self-aware.
And what's the Blade Runner? Blade Runner is the one where you can't tell, is Harrison Ford a robot or is he actually a person?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about emotions. And I think Grok is starting to get some emotions for Vic.
If my phone starts calling me cutie, we're going to have a problem. But
what if I call you cutie? Is that okay?
that's fine. You're a human.
All right, you got it, cutie.
Texture says, no one wants to hear you talk good about the Nuggets. Brett, tell me the negatives like you normally do. See, and here's what's funny. As some people, I will say, accuse us or this radio station or whatever of, what do they call it? State-sponsored media, which is always hilarious to me. For the record, no one has ever told us what to say. Ever. Ever. But I get texts like that, and then I don't know how many times I had to bring this up. I have one responsibility, and it's my own personal thing. To me, I have one responsibility to you, which is I got to shoot you straight. That's all. And when the Nuggets play like ass, I will tell you they're playing like ass. When the Nuggets play well, you give them their flowers. It's not that complex of an idea. And the last two games, they've been awesome. Like, to come back the way they did in the fourth quarter. They were down 20 points in a game that's a back-to-back with wild circumstances. And to show up late, which has been their problem all year, and to do that is wildly impressive. It's a 2-game stretch that they have been that they have played above my expectation. And to be fair, the starting point of my expectation at the beginning of the season was a championship. Anything short of it, and I'm still there, by the way, anything short of a championship is, to me, not acceptable for the roster that you have.
Are you winning a championship?
You've had to deal with a whole bunch of injuries during the course of the year, which has thrown a real wrench in this entire evaluation period. But overall, the championship standard is still there for what you have on paper and the fact that you have the best player in the world. I just want them to start behaving like it. And for 2 straight games they have. I hope that this continues through the rest of the year because then maybe you can start to change a little bit of what you think is going to happen once the postseason starts. But these two games have done a lot to bring confidence and some swagger back to a team that desperately needed it 3 days ago. So 303-504-0925. Really impressive for the Nuggets. We'll get to the Avs in just a moment. By the way, Nuggets fans, blood donations are needed every day to help patients in Colorado. So join Vitalant and the Nuggets to save lives this March. Schedule your donation at vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets or at any Vitalant donation center during the month of March. You could win an autographed Nuggets jersey. So go to vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. All right, so the Nuggets get their win yesterday. The Avalanche, they poured on Seattle early. And, I mean, the first, 3 goals, just sick from the Avs. It was just Marty Nachos, Nathan McKinnon, and Naz Kadri looking like poetry in motion. So they jump out to a 3-0 lead in the first period. The only, I would say, bad thing that happens is, I didn't think Burns played great. He's been in a rut lately. So he turns one over on the power play, which leads to the only goal from Seattle. And again, it's shorthanded, which is annoying that stuff continues to happen. But when you're up 3-1, you have control of a game, it doesn't really matter. Because the Avs had that pretty much the entire way. Now, they did have it with off the back of Scott Wedgwood, who has been amazing. And there's a different discussion I want to get to between Wedgwood and Blackwood in just a little bit. But if you look at what Scott Wedgwood has done over the last handful of games, this guy just doesn't allow more than 2 goals. And there's an occasional 3 mixed in there. But he's done that pretty much all year. The only 2, I would say, bad games that he's had since the month of November it was a 7-goal game against Montreal, January 29th. And if you remember, that was really late leading that stretch before the Olympic break where it felt like the Avs just didn't care anymore. And then he had a 5-goal game that he allowed against Vegas, but you ended up winning that game in a shootout anyway. Other than that, he's been as solid can be. Texture says it was Waugh that scored early. I understand, but it was all set up by your 3. And here's what's amazing about Kadri coming over here. Kadri, you always think there's a ramp-up period to some things, and I think what this coaching staff has done that's really smart, we kind of thought of it, third-line center. He's like, no, just go up and play with the big dogs. You know how to play with these guys. And it's been immediately felt as an impact. Especially with Lehkonen still being on the shelf and Landeskog still being on the shelf and waiting for guys to get back in the lineup. He has been a gigantic boost that is hard to really to measure against other guys that were acquired late at the deadline. There was one rough stretch. I don't think the Avs had a shot on goal in the second period again until 7:30 left, because I think they had 15. I didn't see a graphic about it, but I feel like my mind wasn't playing tricks on me. I think they had 15 shots on goal exiting the first period, and they didn't have one for the first 12 or 13 minutes of the second. And that second period has been rough in some of these last handful of games. So that's one thing I guess they should get fixed. But other than that, a really solid game from him again. You get a whole bunch of different guys on the board. Nick Waugh scores again. Marty Necas scores. McKinnon scores with a 4-point night. Kiviranta gets on the board. Kadri gets on the board. It was kind of everybody being involved in the game. Here's what I'd say, though. We were talking about the Nuggets the other day, and in regards to Cam Johnson and Christian Brown, and I said, I always forget now, sympathize, empathize. I can empathize, sympathize with what they're going through. They're having a mental battle right now to try and find the confidence in their game, and it seems to have gotten better since we're talking about this. But they're having a battle. And I totally get that might be rough. But we're a month before the playoffs. I don't got time for you to figure this out. Sorry. You're either going to do it or you're not. And if you can't, then I can't play you. Or at least I can't play you to the same minutes as you would if you were playing confidently. And I don't think that that's the case between with Mackenzie Blackwood. But Wedgwood's just playing better. That's just it, bottom line. And Wedgwood, every time he takes the ice, makes big saves and holds teams to like 2 goals. And if you do that with how talented this roster is, you're going to win like 90% of your games. Just how it goes. The Avs are going to score. And if you held them, you know, it's the same thing that we talked about over and over again with Darcy Kemper during that run. It was, if Darcy can just be okay, okay is going to be good enough. Well, Wedgwood's more than okay. Wedgwood is playing elite level. Every statistic that you point to for a goalie to bear out what does their season look like and how are they doing, he's like top 5 or better. Hey, guess what, Nelly? Who leads the league in goals against average this year? It's Scott Wedgwood. Who leads the league in save percentage? It's Scott Wedgwood. The guy's been a monster. He's 5th in wins, and I think he missed like a month of the season with an injury. I'm trying to think back. When he was hurt, or maybe he didn't miss a month. Maybe I'm just so used to the Avs playing a goalie, the same guy every single night. I know he was hurt for a minute. It felt like it was longer than it was maybe earlier in the year. I don't know. Can't remember. But the point is, statistically, nobody in the league has been better than Scott Wedgwood. And I think if the playoffs started today, he's your guy. He's got to be. Because there's going to be no back and forths when the playoffs start. You're going to have the same dude. And a texter says this, Wedgwood just seems to play more relaxed. Seems like he's having a blast out there. I totally agree. There is an ease with him that he just seems chill. If somebody gets, if there's a odd man break, if there is a turnover that leads to a breakaway, he just seems to be cool and calm. And that's another huge factor to have when the postseason rolls around. But I don't think that this is going to change. I think Scott Wedgwood not only is playing better at the moment, he's played best in the league statistically all year. And to be frank, he's earned it. I think he's earned the right to get first dibs at the playoffs. And here's the great thing about having both of these guys. I say all those stats about Wedgwood. Well, Mackenzie Blackwood is also 5th in the league in goals against this year. It's not that your other option is bad. It's awesome, actually. But I think that he's earned the right to get first dibs. And if you're a couple of games in and it doesn't look right, well, guess what? You got a damn good backup option. But the Avs are rolling right now, and they have to, because Dallas doesn't lose. Dallas is continuing to rack up wins yet again. And so, I asked the question to Bednar when he was on with us on Wednesday of, do you like the fact that in the middle of a season in which you are kicking butt, you're still being pushed by another team? And his answer was not really. And I get it. Like, you want to be rewarded and not have to hold your breath every single night to see where you're at in the standings. I get it. But think about this for Dallas for a second. Dallas, who lost to the Avs in pretty excruciating fashion, They had a 3-2 lead with 13 seconds left in the game, had a chance for Jamie Benn to bury an empty netter, and he just missed it. And then you come back and Valnichushkin ties the game up at 13. Overtime, shootout, Avs come out on top. Feels like a real missed opportunity for them. But it's the only opportunity they've missed since January 22nd. Did you hear me? Nelly, did you register what I just said to you? Dallas, their only loss was a shootout loss to the Avs, and it's the only time they've walked away without a W next to the scoreboard since January 22nd.
No.
It's March 13th. That's why you need to continue to win. That's why every game in the middle of a season when the Avs are 44, 11, and 9 seems this important. It's one of the reasons why I as a human being, I can understand why their game dropped off heading into the Olympic break. I can understand how you let go of the rope when you, I forget which date it was that they finally lost this, but they had only like 2 regulation losses for months into the season. And then you get towards that last little 2.5, 3 week stretch before the Olympic break. You see 3 weeks off in your future, 3 weeks where you're not doing day-to-day hockey stuff with your NHL teams. And you say, you know what? We have done so well this year. I think that we can, just kind of let it go for a second. But that stretch allowed Dallas to get a taste of competition. Because when they continued to win, they closed that huge gap that you had between them and made it, it went from huge to pretty sizable. That's the difference. But now, because they don't lose, it feels like every single night matters. And I'm sure what the Avs would like, especially with a couple of weeks left in the season, is to have the number 1 seed locked up and then be able to just kind of sit down and chill for a little bit. Hey, maybe give McKinnon a couple of nights off or whatever. Thank you, Texter. Wedgie was out due to injury from January 4th to the 24th per Puckpedia. Thank you. So not a month, but 3 weeks. Long stretch.
Well, you know what's helping the Avs right now? Try to keep pace with the Dallas Stars. Go ahead, ask me the question that the thing you tasked me with keeping you updated on.
Power play percentage since the Olympic break. Where are we at?
Since the Olympic break, the Avs are humming along at 23.3%.
Repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, it's a lot better than we usually do.
It is a lot better than we usually do. What was my hope? That post-Olympic break, they would hover around 20%. So they're better than that. If this team is 23% on their power play for the rest of the season, including the postseason, I have a hard time thinking that they won't win a cup. It's their only liability. And yes, even in that, you give the puck away and it's a shorthanded goal coming the other direction. But if they're scoring at 23%, then you identify the weakness on this team because there's not a lot of it. Texture says both Manson and Burns have become huge liabilities. I've noticed it with Burns. I don't know what's going on with him. He's had a rough stretch here. A lot of turnovers, a lot of bad plays. I highlighted just a few. He did make this all happened in a really thin stretch of each other. So this was all in the second period. And it was in the span of like a couple of minutes. So first he makes a great play. He stops a wide open window on the Seattle power play. He stops one that was being thrown backdoor for an easy tap in. He was in the right place at the right time, knocks the puck out of there, does his job. He then takes a bad trip to give them 2 more minutes on the power play. He then turns it over in the offensive zone that leads to a breakaway for Seattle, in which Wedgwood had to make a big-time save on. And then he has the turnover that leads to the shorthanded goal and their only goal of the game on your power play. So all that happened in the middle of that second period. And as a veteran guy, you hope that that stuff doesn't happen often with somebody who's played as many games as Brent Burns has. I guess you got to remind yourself he's 40 years old. Maybe doesn't move the way that he used to. But I think he's been mostly good this year. He's had a rough stretch recently. So we'll see. I mean, this is part of getting Blankenberg and having depth there on your blue line. Bednar did say the other day that he wants to get Blankenberg in the game. It just wasn't going to be last night. So maybe that's coming up this weekend. Very well could. Because Saturday, you're going to have another double dip with the Avs playing the Jets at 2 o'clock and the Nuggets playing the Lakers at 6:30. That also a huge game, by the way. Tiebreaker implications with that Lakers game. We'll get to that a little bit later. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. All right. To the NFL. The Broncos are now the only team in the league to not add an external free agent or player through trade or whatever means that we're talking about. They did re-sign little Jordan Humphrey yesterday. And I am still confused at what the plan is. Now, I am holding out hope for something that I'll get to in a second. And I think this has to be in the works. But being the only team at this point to not add anything to your roster a few days into this is an odd decision. Now, what could be happening is they are acquiring assets to use for trades. It is something that was explained by Jags GM James Gladstone, which if you guys haven't taken a look at the Jags GM before, James Gladstone looks like he's 21 years old. And it's really weird to see that guy in charge of a franchise. Look at him. Well, I mean, he is, dude, he was born after me. What year were you born, Nelly?
94, year of the dog. Woo woo.
Okay, so, yeah, he was born in 1990. So he's 35? Yeah, he's 35 years old right now.
So you guys were born the same year?
No, I was an 89 guy.
Oh, really?
It was December of 89, so borderline. But yes, we're the same human being. He's had a lot more success in what he's done.
Well, so you can go, hey, 80s babies, remember? For the 10 days you were alive in the 80s.
10 days. Or no, 11 days. 11 days in December. But he said this in regards to, because if you remember, it was the Broncos, the Jags, and the Seahawks yesterday that added nobody in free agency. But this is what he said.
By not signing any outside free agents, we recoup 2027 draft capital. And I think on its surface, you would think, oh, okay, you're going to make picks in 2027. Whereas in reality, those draft picks and having more of them actually allows you the luxury of remaining in the hunt at different intervals throughout the entire calendar year for acquiring players. You think about training camp a year ago and using a day 3 pick to acquire a wide receiver in Tim Patrick.
Maybe that's what they're up to. You lose JFM, you get a comp pick. The point is, the Broncos have to have, look, man, they need to have a 53-man roster. They need to put together a practice squad. They aren't going to get nobody. I understand that. But for the guys that are left now, you're picking from the bargain bin. And this could be the area if they're going to acquire free agents at this point, which they will. It'll be depth pieces. It'll be backup linemen. It'll be, maybe a backup linebacker. It'll be guys like that. But what we would want to see, what we have been harping on, is skill position talent. Guys who make a difference in that category. Yes, you still have the draft for it, but if you want proven people within that offense, it's going to have to come via trade. And maybe that's what they're thinking. Maybe that's the way they're going about it. And I hope that that's the case. Because if not, you're putting a lot of your eggs in the basket of not just being a talent evaluator at the college level, being a talent evaluator at the college level of guys who are immediate impact players. And look, they've found good players in the draft at those positions. Troy Franklin's fine. Pat Bryant is fine. RJ Harvey was fine. But I don't think any of them changed the dynamic in which people saw your team, your offense in particular. That's what has me a little bit nervous. If you can go out and find somebody that's immediately going to be an 1,100-yard guy, if you find me a tight end that's going to be a 70-catch, 800 and 900-yard guy, then fine. Guy who moves the chains on third down, is a red zone threat, then I'll eat my words. But there's just a nervous energy that has me feeling as if they think they can coach these guys up. And that's always a dangerous proposition. And I'll tell you, I've, to a certain extent, lived this over the last couple of years. You guys know I'm a Lions fan. The Lions, I felt like were in a window that was, hey, you are right there on the cusp of a Super Bowl. Go out and get some talented guys. And
I don't believe in windows.
They opted to not attack free agency and to not make big trades and to trust their draft process. And they missed the playoffs last year. That's the stuff I don't want to happen. I just don't believe in that way of doing things. When you are in a window to win, you do everything in your power to go win it. It's why I have so much respect for Howie Roseman in Philadelphia. That's exactly how he operates. Like, you want to know how smart that guy is? So he goes out a couple years ago, and oh God, who was the edge rusher they got at the deadline? Good edge rusher that they paid a third-round pick for. They did it last year, too, with Jalen Phillips. But there's another guy a couple years ago. And they trade a third-round pick for him. And then they didn't re-sign him in the offseason. They won the Super Bowl, didn't re-sign him in the offseason. And he signs elsewhere. And you know what they got in compensation? For a comp pick for him? A third-round pick. They acquired him for nothing. But it's to go out and dare to be aggressive. That's how I want the teams to be. And Texter says, Brett, could it be the uncertainty of Webb taking over the play calling? Do you mean uncertainty in they think that he can get more out of these guys? Because that's also very dangerous. Again, whether it's that or the draft, you're putting your eggs in the basket of something you haven't seen before. We have no idea if Webb's even a good play caller. Now, you have high hopes for it because he is so respected around the league that despite that, he's getting head coaching interviews already. The Broncos feel so highly about him that Sean Payton actually gave over play calling duties. So you have hopes that he's good. You would think he's going to be if all of those things kind of happen, but you don't know. And I think if you're relying on, well, trust me, Davis Webb's play calling is going to change how Adam Troutman runs routes. I don't think that that's the case. Perhaps you can get a little bit more out of some guys, but when you see talent, you see talent. You know, LeBron, it doesn't matter if his coach is Phil Jackson or if it was David Blatt. LeBron's talented. You see it. It didn't matter if Larry Fitzgerald had a good play caller or a bad play caller. Larry Fitzgerald's really good. That's what I want. So, can always watch the show on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The double dipperoo last night turns into the double winneroo. Get back to both of those. Starting with the Nuggets. Hell of a win. One of the best of the year. To do it under those circumstances, incredible, and maybe changing some minds. Get to that with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Here's McKinnon. One-timer, Malinsky, deflected, score! Nazem Kadri! Welcome back to the Colorado Avalanche. Gets the redirect, and the Avs get the goal back. It's now a 4-1 lead. Nazem Kadri putting himself between the circles as he loves to do. His lucky 13th of the season, and he's back in business. The Avs are back in business.
Murray has it on the high left side. 6 on the shot clock. Goes to the right hand. Spins in the paint, floater, good! That's huge! Denver leads it by 5, 132-127. 1 minute to go in this basketball game.
Double Dipperoo.
Double Dipperoo.
Double winneroo. Both the Avs and Nuggets win last night. A little bit different fashions for both of those teams, but impressive and necessary for both. Nonetheless, and I want to start with the Nuggets. They're down 20 in that game. It just has all those feels of you're coming off a back-to-back, playing against a really good team. What are you going to do? They got the deficit cut to what, Vic? 6-7 points multiple times, and then it would expand back out to like a 14, 15-point lead. You're like, just can't find a way to overcome it. And then, in a year where the fourth quarter and closing out games has been a problem, they take over. Mm-hmm. It's wildly impressive what the Nuggets finished that game doing.
That was the Nuggets pedigree we remember.
Yes.
Right there. Right there. That championship pedigree. That it doesn't matter what you guys think. It doesn't matter what the situation. It doesn't matter what the score is. We still believe we're going to win this game. And they did. I can't tell you how many times I thought the game was over. And it wasn't. And Jamal Murray just went Jamal Murray. You know, in the fourth quarter of that game last night, you know how many points Nikola Jokic had? Fourth quarter.
In the fourth?
Yeah.
I don't.
0.
Really?
He didn't score.
I thought he had like a floater or two.
He didn't score in the fourth quarter. He didn't need to. The game changed when they went small to start the fourth. They go small. Spencer Jones is your biggest guy out there. They go on a 14-3 run to start the fourth. And Jamal Murray goes nuclear.
Spencer Jones, by the way, filling in for the not injured Aaron Gordon, the resting Aaron Gordon on a back-to-back, was excellent yesterday.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Team win. That's, role players made that win. Cam Johnson is awake again, guys. Cam Johnson looked like he wanted the ball.
Yeah.
He made that big 3 from the corner to put him up by 9. He wanted the ball. He wanted some of that noise. And he got it.
It's amazing what an efficient game, one that you feel good about yourself, you knock down some shots. It's amazing what that can do to a guy. Now you want the ball. Now you want to fire it. Now you're playing good. Now you find that rhythm. Boys, it was hard for me to do my own thing and then watch. But I'm going to be honest with you both. When they were down 16 late in the third, I'm like, crap. This is... it's back-to-back. You're playing down in San Antonio. And so my fisheye, okay, I've got my eye on my game, right? Like this. Okay? Then I got the chameleon eye going like this, right over here, right? Twisting around and whatnot.
That eye turned, didn't it?
It goes, meh, like right here. Now they're both on the ice. Imagine my surprise when I checked in a little bit later and the Nuggets were down by 2, and I'm like, or whatever it was. Maybe it was like 109, 108, or whatever it was. I'm like, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, oh my God, what the heck is going on here? Highly impressive, boys. Highly impressive.
And it renews hope.
It certainly does. Well, you know me. I had hope when they lost the other day at OKC on Monday. I said, you know what? Just because I saw what I saw out of that team, I'm like, I saw more fight. I saw more this, more that, more whatever than I have in a long time. And now they've won 2 in a row in back-to-back fashion, impressive fashion in different ways.
Last night was, again, emblematic of the steely nature of the Denver Nuggets and why they were special, and they've been special over the last 5 years, why they won a championship in 23. If that's the Nuggets we get come playoff time, watch out. I'm telling you, watch out.
These last couple of games have provided, I think, a little bit of insight to what this team can be when they do the little things correctly. And here's I know some of these are little, some of these are big. But having confident players on the floor makes a big difference. Cam Johnson gaining his confidence is a huge difference maker. Making your free throws matters. The Nuggets were 36 of 38 from the line last night. Jokic and Murray combined to be 26 of 26 from the free throw line. Not turning the ball over matters, especially late.
Not a single turnover in the fourth quarter.
That's it. How many games have they given away by turning the ball over in the fourth?
Mm-hmm.
Taking care of the little things, especially against good teams. And I get that they didn't have Wemby, but what was their record, Vic? Were they 10-4 this year without him going into that game?
Yeah, that's a good team with or without him. And, obviously, San Antonio folks going to say, that didn't count. You beat us without Wemby. But they changed the way they play without Wemby.
Stick it. Yeah, they do. And they play tough. What did you see out of the body language, guys? What did you see out of the flow of the team? That's my curiosity to you, because I feel like that certain, dare I say it, je ne sais quoi.
Here's what I saw. When Joker has help, and he got help last night, this team wins.
Yeah. Look, I'll tell you when I know it, because this has happened the last two games. It didn't happen previous to that. Vic, when guys like Spencer Jones or specifically Cam Johnson attack the rim with the basketball, there were times when Cam was unconfident. He would get the ball at the three-point line, and he just kind of find somebody to dish it off to. But he's now hitting pump fake, get to the rim, not always laying something up, but at least sucking in the defense and finding something else. There's an aggression about them that's different the last couple of games.
I'm watching the first half. They're down by 20, and I'm like, all right, just get this over with. Just move on. Let's go. Get it over with. Sit your guys. Get ready for the Lakers. Then they're down 12 at the half. I'm like, well, they're still in the vicinity. Let's see what happens. They're down 12 after three quarters, I should say.
Yeah.
They're down 12 after three quarters. And then Joker goes to the bench. I'm telling you guys, those first 4 minutes of the fourth quarter are why the Denver Nuggets won that game.
Yep.
Jokerless minutes, which usually are abysmal. Did you notice what they did differently, though? They didn't go to Valanciunas. Valanciunas played all of, 4 minutes last night. Guys, I'm wondering if Valanciunas is going to be in the rotation come playoff time.
Oh, baby.
I think that it's going to be situational.
Yeah.
If the other team's got bigs out there, then you got to put a big out there. And I think it's fine. It's just, Go ahead, Mush.
Well, Bretsky, I think there's going to come a time when Joker's going to get in foul trouble. There's going to be something where you're going to need him. Maybe he's not part of the regular rotation, but you're going to need his minutes at some point, Vic, I think.
They had to match the size and speed of San Antonio. What killed the Nuggets last night, big reason why they were down 20, they were in control, they were handling it early, and then San Antonio went small. They went totally small, and the Nuggets simply couldn't handle it. The Nuggets couldn't figure out how to beat it. They had a 6'5" guy guarding Joker. And again, I'm going to say this, I don't understand why, when their biggest player is 6'5" guarding Joker, why the offense starts on the elbow with him and why he's not on the block immediately.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't understand it.
Hey,
I don't understand it.
What else I don't understand? When Stephon Castle bear hugs Jokic trying to get through a pick, and then they review it, and they still call the foul on Joker. Can you explain that one to me?
I don't understand it.
I mean, literally, Moj, I bet I'm
Joker,
assuming
I
you
saw
didn't
the
see
highlights.
It.
Yeah. I saw the highlights.
He's trying to get through a pick, and he takes like if you haven't seen your dad for 3 years, the hug you would give your father. He does that to Jokic, and Jokic, after about a second, takes his hands and is like, "Get off me!" Does this move? They review it, and they still call it on Joker. I'm like, what are we doing? Like,
you know what that tells me? That tells me that personal pride is creeping in too much to these referees. That personal pride of, well, I want to be right with my original call, that kind of thing, right? That's what's creeping in. It certainly felt something like that with the Avs a couple nights ago, and we'll get to more of that here coming up. But I don't like the personal pride. The key is to get it right. I like when referees, when the officials get together and discuss, put the personal pride aside. Kenny Maurer, back in the day, whatever it takes. Put that aside, and let's now get the call correct.
They weren't going to change the call. As soon as Adelman barked at the official, got a tech, and they decided to challenge it. At that point, you're like, well, this guy just yelled at me. You think I'm going to change the call for him? They weren't going to change the call.
Right,
so,
right.
But it did wake the Nuggets up.
Get something right,
Yeah, but it did wake them up because since that play is when they made their rejuvenated Joker. He was really active on defense after that.
He was, and I'll tell you what else was a huge difference maker. You shot from three way better in the second half. You started knocking down those shots. Mm-hmm. And there's somebody on this team that I got a lot of respect for because I don't know what his role is going to be moving forward, especially with this team
Can
mostly
I guess
healthy.
Who it is?
Yeah.
Julian Strauss.
Yeah, I love him. I don't know what he's going to be moving forward, but that guy goes from being in the rotation, starting a few games. Then Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon gets healthy. He can't really find his way into the rotation. And then last night, he's called upon for 15 big minutes, and he just goes out and he plays well.
You know what? He kept the Nuggets in the game early. He came off the bench. He's the guy who gave him a spark when they cut it to 9.
Yep.
And then late, he made that huge three during that 14-3 run. Again, I totally agree with you. It's the little things. It's the role players. You need those guys to win games like that. The big two carried him, okay? The big two. Joker with a 32-point, 20-rebound triple-double. Are you kidding me? And Jamal Murray going nuclear at the end of that game. 39 points for him. You needed those two, clearly. They're going to carry you. But if you don't have the role players doing their part, you got no chance.
Somebody like, I don't know, Spencer Jones.
Toughness, the ability to switch defensively. I always think Spence is at his best when he doesn't think offensively, he just plays. He just has a great feel, high IQ for where to be at the right time. He flashed and found open areas in the post-ups with Nikola. And then obviously with Jamal Murray to start the fourth, picking and popping and making threes.
Spencer Jones was great. And you want to talk about grit and toughness and that sort of thing. That's what he brings to the table every time he takes the floor. And again, he's another guy. What's his role when the postseason comes around? I don't know. But I know if you give him minutes, he's going to play hard. That's it. And you need guys like that.
And he's fearless. He's not afraid to shoot.
He's really
not afraid to pull the trigger.
Dude, if he's got an opening from three, it's catch and shoot.
Just a quality win, guys. I'm telling you, I did not expect it when they were down 20. I didn't. And it's the kind of win that we saw a lot of the year they won it all. We saw them just rally and show poise. And you're going into L.A. now with a chance to win 3 in a row. But to win that back-to-back, Houston, and then that game tipped off last night in – think about it. That game tipped off the night before. They had not even started against Houston. I mean, it was less than a 24-hour window. Yeah. And that was supposed to be the rule in the NBA. You can't play a game within 24 hours. That rule's out the window.
In the NHL, it's 22. 22 in the NHL. Hey, Vic, the other day, remember I told you I was out at the gym, and I got there when all the broccoli bros showed up?
Yeah.
Remember that? See, that's the key. Don't be afraid to shoot against those broccoli bros. Don't be afraid to shoot against the yeah, I got in there a little bit. Don't be afraid to shoot against the Spurs. Just don't be afraid, man. Knock it down. Confidence and knock it down.
We'll get to the Avs here in just a second. They had a big win, too, and it's necessary because, surprise, surprise.
Oh, yeah.
Dallas
they had a big
won
win
again.
Too.
What?
Oh, nothing. It's cool.
Dude, what is going on with you this morning? Again, I just sense weirdness coming. Weirdness emanating from your microphone.
Yeah, it's probably a lack of sleep. I mean, this is...
Are you guys in Winnipeg now, or are you guys still in Seattle?
We're still in Seattle, so it's 6:15 in the morning here. Yep.
Okay. The Avs do get a big win. They started the game like it felt like they finished them in the first period. Yeah.
Dominant.
So we'll get to
that game was over in the first.
In just a second. 303-504-0925. Stick around.
Here we are in mid-March, and guys, if you've not yet contacted the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, if you're not feeling like you used to feel when you were younger, now's the time to do that. Maybe you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. Maybe you're dealing with low testosterone. I had some low T going on, and I contacted them, and I got on a plan that really, really helps me. Was low on energy, not sleeping well, a little tired, during the course of the day, but now I feel great. And get this. They've now got 4 different body composition programs targeted that can work for you as well, featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDAs, and more, all designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, accelerate fat loss, and much, much more. And when you combine those treatments, boy, is it going to help you, make you feel like you used to when you were younger. Don't wait, because most guys wait a year or longer. There's no need to do that. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today, 720-440-7900. That number again, 720-440-7900. Or go online and find out all that they can do for you, because you're going to be happy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Here's Nelson. Takes it back to McCarr. Finds McKinnon. Looks in. Centering pass. Off the stick. Shot score! Nicholas Waugh in the first half of the double minor. His second goal in the Colorado Avalanche sweater. That's his 7th of the season, and the Avs have a 3-0 lead here late in the first.
That first period, Moj, felt like it was just a clinic that was put on by McKinnon and Marty Nachos and Naz Kadri. It was a beauty to watch. And I know Nick Waugh got that third goal, but the second, they started rolling that first period, Seattle had no shot. Very clear.
Yeah, that was one of my key. Well, I think that was my whole key to the game yesterday is just jump out on them early. And that's exactly what happened. The Marty Necas goal started things off, then Nate scores, then Waugh scores. And, again, I know they got one shorthanded, and that's 12 shorthanded goals given up this year, boys. 12.
The shorthanded thing is
crazy.
I haven't seen anything like it.
You know, Vic, the team record, the franchise record, you're not going to believe this. In 95-96, when they won their first cup, they gave up 22 shorthanded goals that year. 22. So that's like one. It's like more than one every 4 games.
It's crazy.
That is crazy. But again, you jump out on top of these guys. In Seattle, they just don't have the horses, guys. They just don't have the overall top end talent to win big or
they have
win
cool uniforms,
consistently or whatever. No, they have really cool uniforms. And last night, by the way, though, Vic, that seafoam green on black and the way it's outlined from distance, I felt like Vic Lombardi.
Couldn't see the numbers, could you?
I was number blind. Not colorblind, number blind.
What do you
number
think?
taste?
Is that a 6? Is that a 9? Is that your mom down there on the ice? I mean, it's
what
one of
do
those,
you do? Do you just say goal by mom? What do you do if you can't identify?
No, but one time when Winterton, who's 26, went hard at the front of the net, because, again, Brett, I'm following the puck.
Yeah.
So the Kraken made a change. And Eli Tolvanen, who wears 20, went off, and Ryan Winterton, who wears 26, came on. Okay, and they look kind of the same. And the play's in the Av zone. He goes hard to the front of the net. There's this and that. And I'm like, Tolvanen. Well, no, it's Winterton because the 6, from where I am, looks like a 0.
Right.
And it was just, anyway, you kicked their butts pretty good. That was really, really good. It was just a terrific. And every time they made a push, and they're going to make a push because they have a bunch of tryhards. They got a bunch of third-line tryhards who go. That's the MO. We saw that in the playoffs in 23, remember?
Yeah.
And anyway, you were able to withstand that, and you scored one of your own to get it back, Naz Kadri's first goal in an Av sweater. So just the way you should draw it up and just the way it should be.
Everybody got involved, too. Kadri gets one, Keevy gets one, McKinnon, Necas, Waugh. Everybody was involved. Now, McKinnon finishes with a 4-point night because he was just on one yesterday. I'll say this, though. I've come to a realization, Moj. Scott Wedgwood's your starter in the playoffs. And it's nothing against Mackenzie Blackwood. When I tell you that Scott Wedgwood is number 1 in the league in goals against and number 1 in the league in save percentage, and he's 5th in the league in wins, largely because he missed 3 weeks of the season. I think that's earned now, isn't it? He's earned the right to get first dibs at it.
And I just think the team plays with more confidence. I could see it. If I could see it.
But Blackwood's not bad.
No,
he's
but I mean,
not.
Listen, what you watch and what you feel is what it is. I feel like they're better when Wedgie's in goal. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I see what you see. What do you feel?
Yeah.
I just feel they're better with him there.
I mean, I think it looks like that because he's playing so well, too. And believe me, they have a ton of confidence in Mackenzie Blackwood. But I'll say this, that Coach Bednar, and we'll talk to him about it next Wednesday, there's no time for ego. There's no time for wishing. There's no time for anything. You play the guy that's going to give you the best shot to win that particular night, whatever it may be. Doesn't matter. I'm talking about in the postseason. You play that guy, period, end of story, and everybody will put everything aside. Hey, Vic, here's a good question, though. I'm going to prove my point. When did you hit your basketball prime?
When you say basketball prime, you mean like...
Okay, how about this? Your athletic prime. What years?
Oh, 38.
Okay.
When I was
Wedgwood's a little bit before. Yeah, he's a little bit before you. He's 33 years old, and he is playing the best hockey of his career. He's the best goalie he's ever been right now. He just looks. Again, it's that confidence thing. You see Cam Johnson, right? Call for the ball and then knock it down because he's like, I got this. Boom. Well, Wedgie's like, I got every save, man. He's playing really, really well in his crease.
Also, with McKinnon and the way he played, you could sense, and I don't know if they talked about it afterwards, so the NHL retracts its, what was it, the major? What did they retract?
Yeah, rescinded the major, correct.
Rescinded the major. Basically, the NHL told the world yesterday, yeah, we messed up.
Well, the reason why is because if he gets another major, then he gets suspended. I don't know what the time frame is that
we messed that
you're
one
allowed
up.
to.
My bad.
But
Yeah, they messed up. So now I wonder, when they admit they messed up on the call, is there anything that goes on the report card of Sutherland? I mean, what happens now? Like, what's the next transaction?
That's all a big mystery. The NHL does not do what the NBA does. They don't handle things publicly the same way. Now, I do know this. Every single referee is graded on every game. They have their own iPad, and everything is graded and sent to them, and so on and so forth. And I'm sure it probably was not a very positive review after that contest. And you asked me, Moj, what's the remedy? We were talking about the what do you call the L2M, last 2 minute L2M in the NBA, right? And Brett, you made a great point. You said, well, okay, they can send out the L2M, but what do? I mean, they don't change the outcome of the game. True, but they kind of let you know the way they're thinking. I have never seen, with the Colorado Avalanche, a major ever rescinded before in my life.
Really?
I've never seen it rescinded.
Wow.
And so they did. And so it's obviously a very big deal because, again, as you talked about, they stack up and then you can get suspended.
But that part, like the last 2 minute report, I hate it because it's just like, yeah, we messed up. Can't do anything about it. Sorry. And you're just like, okay, great. This one, it makes more sense because this, like, I doubt that McKinnon's going to have another major in his future. But in case it does happen somehow, he doesn't miss a game because of it.
Yeah, well, he's not dumb. He doesn't blow guys up and take guys out.
Sorry, I'm in your way.
Yeah, he wants to be on the ice so that he can defend and help his team score. We were talking about his offensive side. He had a breakaway in the third period last night, all because he defended so hard in his own zone on Vince Dunn coming down the boards and stayed right with him. Eventually poked it out of the zone and took off to the races. So he was definitely motivated, but he's motivated every night. You guys know that. He's a highly self-motivated individual.
So the Avs take care of business, and clearly they looked impressive last night. But, man, I cannot help myself. I am scoreboard watching. The Dallas Stars massacred the Edmonton Oilers. I mean, they completely obliterated them 7-2. I'm of the belief now. It's almost like it's neck and neck. Even though 5 points separate, you almost have to treat it like you're right there. You can't lose because that team's not losing.
I looked this up just real quick, Moj.
Yeah.
The Dallas Stars have lost one game. That was recently to the Avs in a shootout, in which, if you remember, they were up 3-2 with 13 seconds left in that game.
I do remember. Yeah.
Jamie Benn could have buried an empty netter, and that game could have been over. He didn't. Avs come back, tie it, shootout win.
Lackadaisical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They suffered that loss in a shootout to the Avs on March 6th. It's the only loss that they've suffered since January 22nd.
Not only that, so you're telling me since January 22nd, they have picked up a point in every game they've played.
Correct.
Yeah, that team ain't going anywhere. And I'll be the first to tell you, The best case scenario would for them get them knocked out before the Avs have to face them in the playoffs, because that's going to be hold on to your seat kind of hockey. That team is just gritty, man.
So they picked up 25 of a possible 26 points in that stretch.
Yeah, at least if you face them in the second round, which that would be the latest you would face them.
Mm-hmm. Which is
you're going to have home ice. Yeah, Vic, again, Billy Guerin, who's the GM of the Minnesota Wild. We want to hate the Wild and division rival and all that kind of stuff. Their GM's a really cool dude. Bill Guerin's a really cool guy. I met him years and years ago because when he was a puppy playing for the Devils, Peter McNabb was finishing his career with the Devils. And so we kind of took Billy Guerin under his wing and all that kind of thing when Bill Guerin was a real young guy. He's done a pretty damn good job there, and he's a smart, heady guy. He was GM of Team USA, who just won the gold medal. But he said it as well, and I've echoed this many, many times, man. You can't have one of the best teams in the league willfully, on purpose, knocked out in the first round. You can't do it. You can't do it.
The thing is, Dallas, they put 7 on Edmonton last night. This is the same Edmonton team that beat you the other night, right? So you're thinking, okay, can they do the same thing in Dallas? They're still doing it without – they don't got Mikko in the lineup. They don't – who's the defense?
Or Tyler Seguin.
Exactly. Who's the other guy that went out during the Avs game?
Rope Hintz.
Yeah. They're doing it without key players here. And they're still just – man, that's terrifying to me.
Well, you keep chugging along. I mean, that you're going to have to. This is Bednar postgame.
Coach, that looked like a very good, rock-solid win. Is that how you saw it?
For the most part, great start. Great start. Top guys were buzzing early and making a bunch of plays and putting a few in the back of the net. So that kind of helped our team relax a little bit. We get into penalty trouble, and they put a push on in the second period and kind of were outplaying us. We got back on track a little bit by the end of the period once we got 5-on-5 for a little bit. And then the third kind of is what it is. You're just sort of hanging on. So a start like that can set you up for the rest of the game, and it did. We get a big power play goal, and the penalty kill was really good tonight. And so was Wedge and net.
We've been keeping track of the Avs power play since the Olympic break. Do you guys know what it is?
What's it running at percentage-wise?
34.5%.
I'll say 29%.
23.
Actually, 23.3.
Repeating, of course. Percentage of survival.
Oh, it's a lot better than we usually do.
It is a lot better than what we usually do.
Hold on. Hodor.
I think
Nelly,
when you give
you're
up,
supposed to be the mathematician here.
When you give up a shorty, you get to you lose 10% of it.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened. Yeah, you gave it the shorty. But Vic, Brett, can you imagine this? The Avs this season again, they tied for the first team to 10 points. Okay, then after that they were the first team to 20 points, 30 points, 40 points, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. They'll be the first team to 100 points this year.
Yeah,
and you're like, F these. I mean, we
that Dallas is still here. Yeah,
we have to keep. I mean, there's no letting off the gas whatsoever.
Which might be a good thing. At the end of the day, that might be healthy.
Right now, it feels like you're in a drag race with another top-fueled dragster, and everybody else is a Pinto. You're embarrassing. Like, hey, man.
Listen, how embarrassing for the league when at the end of the season you have these two teams that are up there that are just shiny objects, and they have to play in the second round. How stupid.
Dude.
I just can't get it. Hey, by the way, Moj, before we go on, I got to commend you guys. That open you did with you, JML, and Kyle in the hotel room was hilarious. Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you missed it, it was Moser playing the role of
Brett missed it. Look at his face.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
He has no idea.
Well, what happened is Kyle and JML went to the hotel excited to go out, and Moser caught them in their hotel room and had to lay out the ground rules for how to act on the road. It was very well done, very well acted. It was acting, and I thought you played your part perfectly. How many takes?
Acting.
How many takes,
Vic, we filmed that whole thing in, honestly, 15 minutes.
Good job.
Whole thing. Different angles, because Lee was, different angles behind the guys. Where's the light? That kind of thing.
Was that a
we
Kyle
did it really,
production?
really fast. Oh, no.
Who came up with that one? You did? Very well done.
Well, we came up with different ideas, but I, on the airplane, formulated, I think, what it should look like when the room is dark and I flick the light on. I'm already waiting for them in their room. Yeah.
Very well done. I mean, I'm telling you, that's when you have creative minds join forces. You have to look at it. Show that man during the break. It's on Instagram. It's on Altitude's Instagram.
Brett, the look on your face right now is if
I don't like
said,
the
hey,
look.
Brett, I
don't like it.
It's like I need you to translate this Chinese proverb into English, please.
Well,
You're
it's
like,
not that big a deal, man. The look on your face, Brett, is one of just total ignorance, and I just, for some reason, your face is really giving me bother this morning.
Here's what I'd like you to
100%.
do. I'll do this.
100%.
During the break, I'll go watch the video. Here's what I'd like you two to do. I'd like you two to go back and listen to the last 3 minutes and try and decipher for somebody who hasn't seen the video what the hell you guys just
Well, you know what?
about.
For those who didn't see the video, that's on you. That's on you. If you can't fulfill your life by paying attention and watching good television, that's on you. I don't know what you're doing with your life.
You guys didn't describe anything. Moser said, I did the dark room light flicker. That's the only thing I've gathered from the video. I have no idea what the video was about.
Well, maybe Nelly would have had it available for all to see. If Nelly had some foresight, if maybe you and Nelly, if you didn't waste time during your appetizer hour playing stupid games and maybe understood what good entertainment value is, you'd have it ready for everybody to see. That's on you.
Instead of listening to you guys stumble over your words, I was actually pulling the audio of Kyle Keefe getting owned by the Kraken mascot because he was trying to bury the hatchet with Biz and it didn't go so well. Moj, how did that whole thing come to fruition?
I don't know. Kyle knows people. He knows mascots. Kiefer has a way.
Because he used to do that. He used to be
things.
He used to be in charge of events. What was it? Was he an event planner, like a wedding planner? Is that what he was in his first life?
Exactly. Well, I think he planned J-Lo's first wedding.
Gotcha.
And then from there, he got into the TV biz and just went on. But Brett, Vic, it's like this. It's like, why film The Godfather or Rocky if nobody's going to watch? Why? I mean, just why do it?
I agree with you.
Why waste your time?
I agree.
Such cinematic prowess.
We have neophytes here. That we work
stupid.
with children. We work with children that don't understand and respect theater.
Hang on a second. 2 things. Number one, this is all deflecting because you guys still have yet to describe what this video was for 5 minutes. Secondly, you said if we weren't playing games in the appetizer, I gave you an hour of hard-hitting sports talk in that 6 o'clock hour. And if you want to hear what games sound like, this is Vic doing his job.
What's up, my lady? Hey, has there ever been a game where Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray each shot double-digit free throws and did not miss?
Hey, cutie. Let me dig into that Jokic-Murray stat real quick.
Shut up. Shut up.
No, hasn't happened. Closest we get is Jokic dominating the line.
All right, thanks, baby. That's all I need.
As soon as she pronounced the name Jokic, I said, "You're not for me."
So
Wait,
you
is
kicked
this
her
what
to the
happened
curb
when I was
over
gone?
that.
Is
Take
this
that
the
L on the way
relationship
out.
that he started
Yes.
with his AI?
Yeah, and it continued last night on the postgame show. I needed instant information because I think last night it's the first time ever. It was first time ever that Joker and Jamal hit double-digit free throws without a miss. They both got into the free throw line many times. So I needed some reference. I needed somebody to confirm that. So I went to my baby, my girl, my side.
My side.
That's unbelievable. Okay.
All right.
Right now, I feel like a square peg in a round hole. But you're not watching videos. You've got a AI girlfriend. It's weird. The whole thing's weird.
Moj, you would get along with an AI girl of all people. Try it.
She gives you positive reinforcement. It's a nice thing to have in your life, actually.
She tells you what you want to hear.
That's true.
Hey, baby. Yeah, they haven't been to the line at the same time in a long time.
Hey,
Makes you feel
cutie. Let me dig into that Jokic-Murray stat real quick.
Makes you feel good about yourself.
Wait, you've got to program her to call you cutie. That's what's so weird about it.
No,
I don't. No, I don't. I
She-
swear to God, there's
she
no
just did it.
programming whatsoever. She knows
Don't
what she's
call
looking
me
at.
that.
She knows exactly what she's got.
Hey guys, the NCAA tournament is here, and you can tune in for championship games all weekend, and then Westwood One's tournament selection show on Sunday starting at 4. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. So all of those are going to be on Altitude Sports Radio over the weekend, as we are the home for the NCAA tournament. So a lot more to get to this morning. Stick around.
Hey, cutie, let me dig into that Jokic Murray stat real quick.
That is the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. You get all your favorite games, whether it's Mega Millions or Powerball or Lucky for Life. They're all right there on the app. And guess what? Mega Millions tonight, $50 million is up for grabs. But all of those games, your favorites, found right there on the Tulatero app. And I got a surprise. You download that app. You use my code, MAGIC. You play your first lottery game for free, baby. Chance to win free cash. So download Tulatero, Tulotero, and use my code MAGIC. Try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Can listen to us anywhere in the world on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. I do have some questions. I heard an interview from the Jags GM, who, first of all, looks like he's 19 years old. That weirded me out. He's younger than me. The guy running the Jags.
Yep. Gladstone?
Yes. There was a quote from him that I think could apply to the Broncos that I want to get to in a minute.
100%. Saw the same one.
But, yeah, look at this guy. He looks like he's 20.
He looks like an intern.
Yeah.
And he's running the team. Now.
Broccoli bro.
Oh, he doesn't got the broccoli.
No,
I know, but he's that young.
He's a smart kid, though, man.
Yes, he is.
He's smart,
Yeah,
and what he said during that, when we hear this, it's perfectly said.
So I want to save that for just a second because the Broncos are now the only team in the NFL to not have somebody externally join the organization. The news yesterday, from a Bronco perspective, is that they did sign somebody, a re-sign Lil Jordan Humphrey, which I want to ask you guys, first of all, where are we on the Lil Jordan Humphrey thought process?
Just a security blanket. It's just another player who understands Sean Payton's system, and he's fine. I mean, I have no qualms with little Jordan Humphrey. He's a likable guy. I met him at a Nuggets game once. He's fine.
He's fine.
Sean Payton, he won't let him go.
That's the other thing.
He's some sort of a Peyton Whoopie, is what he is.
Moser, what did we talk about earlier this week? When you're in the circle, you're in that circle for life.
Yeah, I have a theory. Sean Payton endorses Jordan brand shoes. Lil Jordan is just part of that package.
Of course. That's it. But again, it's like whether we're talking about the tight ends, the running backs, or the wide receivers, it's feeling very, very run-it-backy so far. Now, this kid, James Gladstone, who runs the Jags, the GM for the Jags. The Jags, up until yesterday, were in the same category as the Broncos and Seahawks as the three teams, up until yesterday, that did not sign anybody. And he gave the reasoning for it, and it was this.
By not signing any outside free agents, we recoup 2027 draft capital. And I think on its surface, you would think, oh, okay, you're going to make picks in 2027. Whereas in reality, those draft picks and having more of them actually allows you the luxury of remaining in the hunt at different intervals throughout the entire calendar year for acquiring players. You think about training camp a year ago and using a day 3 pick to acquire a wide receiver in Tim Patrick.
He says they acquired Tim Patrick, they acquired Jacoby Myers later in the year. That's what they could use this draft capital for, and you're getting a comp pick for JFM, so you can use that.
So it's the OKC method. It's what he's doing. He's doing the Thunder method. Just get as many picks as you can and weaponize them.
And maybe that's what the Broncos are up to. Maybe they didn't like what they saw in free agency all that much. They wanted to re-sign their own guys. But here's where we can improve. Once we get closer to the draft, we start making some phone calls and see where teams are at on some of their better players and if they're willing to part with them for draft capital.
Or, maybe during the course of a season or if an injury occurs, you don't hesitate. You can actually fill need. Wow, that's a big yawn there from Moj.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. I knew I was boring.
Beluga whale.
You get back. You get beluga whale. You get back to the hotel and you're just pumped.
I know.
I'm getting my room. I'm pumped from the game. I'm trying to wind down. I'm watching NHL on the fly and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how much sleep I got. I don't know. I mean, maybe
I feel for you.
4.5.
You're good.
I feel for you. But anyway, what I was saying is, maybe this method is not maddening at all because let's say next October the Broncos are playing well. Somebody goes down. Oh, my God. You don't want to go into that situation they just faced. We got the capital now to fix it.
That's great and fine, and I agree with you. We can also do both. We can do some both. And I'm going to tell you right now, Vic, we can do some both. Some of both of them. Where I'm at is, if this is the route they want to take, great. I need this to happen before the season starts.
Well, they're not as open about it. If that's indeed the route, this guy in Jacksonville made it known that's the route. The Broncos haven't. The Broncos haven't said a lick about it.
They've been pretty tight-lipped, yeah.
I think if we hit the draft, if the draft comes and goes...
They may choose not to draft anybody. They don't want to rock the boat. This might be the first draft where they're like, we'll pass.
Pass.
Well, Vic, you don't want to fall into the vicious cycle of drafting new players every year.
Well, you have to make new jerseys and names and stuff, and the chemistry on the team right now is so perfect. Why even add to it?
But
do
you hear yourself? But listen, if I'll like table all of these like trepidations I have for another month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
But if we get through the draft and we still don't got anything of significance at the positions that we all, as a state and city, feel like they needed to improve on, then I'm going to lose my mind. And if they're going to tell me, well, hey, don't worry, when October rolls around, I'm going to be like, too late. Do you hear yourself? All I'm saying is this could be the strategy that they're employing, but there needs to be some level of improvement before the season starts. That's all I'm getting at. And here's what I've heard, and this is what makes me nervous. I think it is totally reasonable to believe in your own group because that group was a half a football away from getting to the Super Bowl. But if you are putting all of your eggs in the basket of unknowns, that makes me nervous. The unknown of, Davis Webb is going to make so-and-so better, or, we'll draft somebody who will improve the team.
You're overthinking this. It's not asking too much for a team that struggled at times offensively to add an offensive playmaker, a game breaker to the roster. That's not you're not sitting here overanalyzing this. We're not getting petty. We're not being, selfish. It's basically what everybody sees.
Yeah.
Everybody sees it. And the fact that they haven't addressed it, to me, is striking. I mean, like, what? Are we all blind?
But it's not just like not addressing it, Vic. It's almost doubling down on what you had last year because nobody's leaving.
Like someone just said, I'm fine with JK. Here's a Twitch comment. I'm fine with JK. I just hope they have a plan if or when he gets hurt. Exactly. I mean, nobody's knocking the current players. They're fine. They're fine. But you have money to spend. You have money in your, you know how you guys never have money? You never have money.
Never have money.
Never cash.
I carry cash. I have money. I spend it. Spend it.
Like, here's what's funny. I think that people can get caught up in the numbers game. And like Moser, what you said yesterday is, they were 10th in the league in total yards. And I'm like, yeah, but did that feel like it to you? Did it feel like they were the number 10 offense in the league last year? Because it didn't
feel like it. No, it didn't feel like it, but that's where they were.
And Leggy told me, R.J. Harvey had 12 touchdowns last year. So did Travis Etienne. And I go, yeah, but R.J. Harvey averaged 3.6 yards per carry. That's bad. He might have found the end zone on a couple of runs when they were at the 5-yard line, but he had maybe 3 runs that were over 20 yards last year.
This comment from 9847. You're insane if you don't think they're going to bring guys in. Free agency literally started on Wednesday. Let's all take a deep breath. My counter to that is, listen, I've been breathing easily. I can't remember the last time the Denver Broncos went this deeply into free agency without moving a peep. You tell me. And it's not as if they're cash poor. It's not as if they have no money to spend. This isn't the year after they eat all that dead money and they can't spend. That's the thing. They've got money to spend.
They do, Vic, and they've been, when you look at the last, I want to say year and a half, they've been pretty dang active.
Sure.
In spending that money and bringing guys in and taking swings and, Hufangas and Greenlaws and Dobbins and so on and so forth. Maybe they just don't feel that.
I'm convinced they just didn't like what was out there. Yeah, they didn't like what was out there.
Just not.
That's it.
The pool is not to their liking right now.
That's exactly their evaluation of the players that are available. They didn't feel were cost effective, and they're going to save their money for something that is more bang for the buck. That has to be the answer. And if it's not the answer, I'm going to make it the answer. I'm going to force feed the answer. That's it.
Can I just readdress that text though? You're insane if you don't think they're going to bring guys in. Free agency literally just started on Wednesday. I don't know how to really explain this to you other than this. Free agency is like a 2-day period.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's 2 days. And then most of the players of note are gone, and then you're finding backups. That's how free agency goes. And the second that they opened things up, was it Monday or Tuesday? I can't remember. Monday, I think, was tampering period. The second that opens at 10 a.m., Alec Pierce signs for $180 billion, and all the other players of note leave to get big contracts. And then you pick at guys that you think, if this guy so-and-so gets hurt, then we'll put this guy in, or this guy will be a special teamer. That's not the discussion here. They're going to sign guys because they need a 53-man roster, but it's not going to be starting caliber players is what I'm telling you.
So going back to that Gladstone comment, the Jacksonville GM, how many picks have the Broncos accrued by losing their own free agents? They got a couple from JFM. Did they get any from the PJ Lock?
I'm going to look it up. The only one I know for sure is JFM. They got one. And I don't even know.
You tell the 9847.
They got two of them.
When he says, well, free agency literally started on Wednesday. Let's all take a deep breath. Yeah, well, it's literally over. Okay, so I don't know what. Literally, it's done, bro. The good stuff is off the supermarket shelf.
You hold your head up, all right?
Before we go to break, let's go ahead and take a deep breath, all of us. Feel a lot better. You're right. I feel great. I feel awesome now. Took that deep breath deep into my belly.
Yeah, well, I'm going to Winnipeg. I'm going to Winnipeg, bro.
303-504-0925. Get back to the Nuggets here. A big win for them yesterday. Huge comeback win next.
Hey, if you have to hit free agency on a new furnace, trust and call the people I call. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. This is the right time to do it. They've got a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection going on. It prevents breakdowns. It improves the efficiency of your unit and ensures that your furnace is safe to run all winter. So give them a call or just go online and schedule your appointment because it's extremely easy. AAAtoday.com. Again, AAAtoday.com. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric.
Dude, if the Nuggets find a way to win this thing, like, San Antonio is just going to be, like, devastated. They have been in 100% complete control of this game since the tip-off. Murray has it at the point. He's guarded by Keldon Johnson. Crowd chants defense. Right side, he throws it off over to Christian Brown. Lob pass over to Jokic. In the paint, Spencer. Layup. Good! Spencer Jones, you the man! That's over and back, and the refs missed it. Murray 3. Yeah! Denver leads it by 2. 121 to 119. Denver left for the dead. Down by as many as 20. Has battled all the way back to catch a fourth quarter lead.
You know, they did miss that. Kaz saw it. We all saw it. If you watched the game last night, the Nuggets took their first lead on that 3 by Jamal Murray late in the fourth. He stepped on the half-court line. That should have been an over and back. They missed it.
I wondered because it looked close. I didn't see a replay of it, though.
We went back. He stepped on it.
Did he?
Yeah, but there was so much craziness at that time. Sort of makes up for that ridiculous call that they made on Joker when they called him for a foul.
Yeah.
All that. It was zany chaos at that point. So they missed it, but, to be fair, they missed it.
So 2 things here. It's the largest road comeback on a back-to-back in the NBA this season. Secondly, the Spurs were 21-0 when having a 20-point lead this year. Now 20-1.
Here's what I'm reading a lot of.
Or 21-1, sorry.
Here's what I'm reading, and with all due respect to people who keep saying this to me, but tell me you don't know basketball without telling me you don't know basketball. Because I keep reading this, I keep seeing this, people are waving it in my face. Well, San Antonio didn't have Wemby. Yeah. Obviously. It doesn't take away from that win one iota. Not one bit. And if I need to explain to you why, you don't know what the hell you're watching. It was the second game of a back-to-back on the road when you had to travel. Do you know the league's record in games like that? Do you know how bad teams are in games like that in less than 24 hours? Do you realize that all season long, no team has ever come back from a 20-point deficit on the road in the second game of a back-to-back? The Nuggets became the first. Do you understand that they had won 16 of 17, that they had 9 straight home wins, that they're 10-4 without Wemby? Do you understand all that? It doesn't. Listen, I get it. Wemby wasn't there. Aaron Gordon wasn't there either. Or Peyton Watson. I get it. Wemby's a very good player. It doesn't take away from the win one iota.
I agree. It's especially how you did it. I mean, we all kind of know this. Teams that play back-to-backs, Moj, they wear down towards the end of games. What did the Nuggets do?
They got better.
83 in the second half. Here's Adelman on that.
I just think guys were more, aggressive to attack for themselves. Sometimes when you stare at your 2 best players, you don't realize that you're the guy that's open and you're the guy that can create something for somebody else. And we just had a bunch of people make plays, not just scoring the ball, but making the extra pass, setting a good screen. And then our transition offense was much better. But, our offense all year has never been a problem. The 83 is a crazy number for sure. But we've had nights like that because of the guys that we have. Our roster is set up that way.
I don't know how else to say this. But again, I came in Tuesday morning, and I actually I said I felt better about the Nuggets after that loss at OKC than I did the previous couple of months. Because to me, and maybe this is just me sixth sensing it, it's like they're starting to remember who the hell they are. They're starting to remember that they're the Denver Nuggets. They're starting to remember that, you know what, we're a recent NBA champion. And we still have the best player in the world. Now we have another all-star. We have good guys. Got a couple guys in, one guy back. They're starting to remember, you know what, we're a force too. We're not just some also-rans now. And I think they're starting to behave like that, Vic. That's what it feels like to me.
Denver Nuggets gave me last night renewed hope that they have, again, the pedigree. It still exists. They have the mettle. They have the mettle to get this done. I was starting to lose doubt. And you guys could sense it by my attitude over the last couple of weeks, right?
Me too.
I was losing doubt.
I was starting to lose doubt too. What?
Lose hope.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to lose doubt. And I'm
Yes,
losing
it's
doubt.
better. Good point. It's better to lose doubt and gain hope.
Yes, that is correct.
I was losing hope, and I got it back.
Dude, I
got it back last night in the span of one quarter.
Yeah. I was mushmouth last night during my reads. Not
I was
necessarily
terrible.
calling the game.
I was the same way, dude. I couldn't speak.
I was mushmouth. It was like, Toyota's fun to drive. Toyota.
I'm right there with
time.
you, dude. It's that time of the season, man.
Blah.
No
Jesus
sleep.
God.
I hated it. I the same thing. Hey, guys, last night proved to me
gum
that
brain.
if you can get these role players to play their role, and I'm not asking a lot of Cam Johnson. I'm not asking.
I ain't
Cam
asking
Johnson.
for the world here.
Exactly. I don't need 30-point nights from him. What I do need is what I saw last night. And he hit some key shots. And you know what? The biggest emergence last night? Cam Johnson did not shrink in the moment.
Yeah.
He got bigger. There was a play that put the Nuggets up by 9 when they went on a 14-0 run where he demanded the ball. He was asking for the ball on the wing. Joker makes his way to the lane, and you can see in the background, Cam Johnson's like, here, give it to me. He didn't shrink. He wanted it, and he made it.
I thought he was.
And let me tell you, the emergence of that makes me smile.
I think he was awesome on defense, too. He got the hand in the face of a whole bunch of guys taking threes, and it wasn't just the offense that stepped up in the second half. In that fourth quarter specifically, they played really tough defense. Got stops.
When you're on Brooklyn, what is Cam Johnson's role for the Brooklyn Nets?
It's to be one of the dudes. Like, you got to be one of the key guys.
You don't have to be that here. To me, boys, it felt like his night last night in 31 minutes. The 15 points, the 6 of 8 efficiency, calling for the ball, pulled down a couple of boards, and so on. It feels like that, if the Nuggets are going to win a title, that's the kind of game that Cam Johnson should have right there on this team.
Yep.
You know what I mean? With all these other players, he doesn't have to be, and you see MPJ now that he's a net, fill it up, keep filling it up. That's not what the role had to be here, and that's not what Cam Johnson's role is, and now he's finally starting perhaps to figure that out. The confidence is coming, and it's great to see.
And the other thing is, too, they did it with different role players. It was a night where Tim Hardaway did not have it. You could see it early.
He did not.
Didn't have it.
Yep.
He played 19 minutes. He was 0 for 4. He was 0 for 4. He finished with how many points? 1 point. This is your sixth man. He did nothing, right? He didn't have it. But you know who did? Spencer Jones did. Yeah. I don't know what the hell got into Spencer Jones, but his fourth quarter was fantastic. Dude finished with 19. He had 12 of them in the fourth quarter, hitting clutch shot after clutch shot.
He was cutting towards the rim, too, which is something that they need. Look, I always think of that as like the Aaron Gordon sort of role on this team, which has changed a little bit with his three-point shot being so much better over the last year.
See, and this is where I think David Adelman is learning the rhythm of the season because his team has had so many injuries. It's hard to assess, right? You have so many different lineups you trot out there. So it's the second game of a back-to-back in which you have to travel. Legs are weary. It was obvious, like Tim Hardaway's legs were weary last night. He had a great game the night before. He just didn't have it last night. You better have a backup plan. And they had a backup plan in some of these younger reserves, and that's how you won the game. That's how you won the game. And listen, I've already got people, I understand Wemby didn't play. I get it. Wemby didn't play. San Antonio plays a different brand of basketball when Wemby does play. And to be totally blunt with you, the brand they play with him in there is more conducive to what the Nuggets want to play. When the Nuggets have to face that 5-out offense where guards are going downhill, Stephon Castle, my God, what a beast. That's what I found out.
Yeah,
other teams possess. They have those guards who are strong enough to go downhill and you can't stop them.
Yep.
But they will play differently when Wemby returns. They just will. And I like the Nuggets' chances if they take on San Antonio. I do.
Can I ask you a quick question from around the NBA? So OKC wins a close one against Boston yesterday. Shea sets the record for most consecutive 20-point games in league history that passes Wilt. Is it fair for me to ask if that's a fraudulent record?
You know what?
Because the reason is he's done that in the regular season. He had 3 games in the postseason last year with less than 20.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, why are we not counting this for consecutive games here? Those are games.
It doesn't. Those kind of records, those milestones. The reason I guess I'm numb to that is the last 10 years, how many Wilt records has Nikola Jokic approached? I mean,
all these different records
Wilt.
that you can find and bring up and spin your way. He had the most rebounds and assists in a game where the moon is blue on a Tuesday, and it's just amazing. I haven't seen it since 77. You know, that kind of thing.
If you tell me consecutive games, and I tell you, well, there was 3 games in which he didn't do that, like 5 months ago, they're like, well, those don't count. It's like, no, you said consecutive.
Hey, great player. Let him have his flowers.
Great player.
No.
Bam Adebayo last night. Game after scoring 83. Have you seen the box score? How many points did Bam Adebayo have in the game after 83?
Not sure. Couldn't care less.
I'm just curious. What would your guess be?
10.
They
18,
played. They hosted the
20.
Milwaukee Bucks last night.
10, 18, 20. Somewhere in there.
21 points, 6 of 20.
There you go.
13 trips to the foul line. 13 foul shots, I should say.
Not 40. Not 40. Not 43.
Yeah. I'm not in I told you so mode or anything, but Milwaukee, I don't know if you guys watched any of the highlights of that game. When Adebayo got the ball, whoever was guarding him guarded him. They didn't pull the stunt that the Washington Generals pulled. They guarded him. Like, you know when Joker gets guarded by opposing players, it's like, my God, calm down. Like last night even, calm down. Quit nipping at his knees. Calm down. Last night it was the same with Adebayo. The opposition guarded him.
Hey, Vic.
So, hang on, just real quick, Moj.
Yeah.
Bam is averaging 32.5 points per game this month with an 83-point game on the board. Jokic is averaging 29 with no 83-point game.
Well, Bam Adebayo is not. He's not.
I like Bam. I don't want to rip
I
on
do
Bam.
too.
This is not an indictment of Bam. It's an indictment of the Washington Wizards and the joke that some of these teams put out there at times that basically make a mockery of the league. You're a joke.
I think that's part of it. The other part is, dude, your team was intentionally fouling and missing free throws to get them the basketball. That's the worst
ridiculous
part.
Vic, what did you say about Tim Hardaway Jr.'s legs last night?
He didn't have them.
I know, but there was a word you used.
He was Lieutenant Dan.
Weary legs?
Okay, weary.
I don't know what I said.
Anytime I hear the word weary,
yeah,
you know what it takes you back to? And women do get woolly. Women don't get woolly, they get weary. What's that from? Come on, help me.
Nobody
I have
knows.
no idea what you're
Nobody
talking about.
knows.
Nobody, everybody, no idea.
Everybody knows. Women do get woolly.
You could say you could sit here for the rest of the morning.
You can say it
do
3
that
more
over
times.
and over again.
Hey,
Women
do it a third time, and then
let's
I might
go.
get
Keep
it.
doing it. Maybe it'll come to you.
Women do get woolly.
Nope, I still don't know what that is.
Have no idea
Women
what
get
you're
woolly,
talking
they
about.
get weary. God, I hate it when people don't know the words.
Bad dog. Bad dog.
Roger, I tell you what you need to do now.
We're gonna bring out the
Stuff
spray
some of that
bottle.
artificial cream in your mouth and just think about that for a while.
Well, maybe somebody can help you out with exactly what I'm talking about.
Look, can we go back to something that I said? Can we, from now on, refer to people who have tired legs on the second game of back-to-backs as Lieutenant Dans? He's just got no legs.
You ain't got no legs, Tim.
Yeah, but you know what happened to Lieutenant Dan? He got magic legs, dude. Same as the titanium, same as the space shuttle.
But Lieutenant
Remember
Dan,
that?
you ain't got no legs. That's what I think we should do. Yeah, give me the weary line again.
Yeah, please. More movie references.
Get woolly.
Get back to the Avalanche and their win yesterday. Impressive. But I got a bigger question. I think that something was solidified. Not just yesterday. It's taken a while. But the Avs need to make a decision. We'll get to
Look
it
at
next.
the text line. Everybody knows it, but you knuckleheads.
Was that a reference from La
Everybody.
La Land? I did see that scene from La La Land. Ryan Reynolds.
Ask your mom.
Get to the Avs in a second. Just a quick piece of note from the Broncos is from Luca Evans that the Broncos have restructured Jonathan Cooper's deal, converting the base salary to a signing bonus that brings the cap number from $14 million this year to $5.8. It creates another $8.2 million in cap space.
Man, the Broncos continue to come up with spendable cash.
This is the second one that they've done after doing that with Quinn Miners earlier.
Leads me to believe there has to be something at the end of this rainbow.
Yeah.
There has to be.
I don't think they're opening up 8.2 to fit little Jordan Humphrey in the books.
Something is going on, and when it happens, we're all going to sit there and say, oh, gotcha. I have a feeling. My spidey senses. I'm going to reference what used to be my loins. I'm going to reference that right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We're getting a loins call?
Yeah, I feel it. Something is brewing.
Down in my plums.
There are too many signs, too many indications.
It's too quiet.
There's zero chance that they go in the offseason without adding an offensive game breaker or two. Not happening.
Vic, what if we get to August 28th and they're sitting on it?
My loins will be wrinkled and weary, but
couple of raisins.
By the way, can I tell you that I'm so disappointed in you guys? My boy Kirk Meyer texted me. He goes, those guys they're uncultured. I said, I know they are. Just telling you. You're
Kirk Meyer, we don't live in 1985. We've moved on. Life exists after the 80s. Every movie reference, every music reference, every life reference that Moser makes is from the 80s. Everything. So if you want to live in the past, feel free. Kirk Meyer.
The Avs last night jumped out of the gates, 3 goals in the first period, basically buried Seattle before they had a chance to get...
Nas had his first goal in an Avs sweater. Nick Wass scored his second goal in an Avs sweater. Kivy now has 6 goals in his last 5 games against Seattle in an Avs sweater. And you guys were like, yeah, blah, meh, 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 meh.
What do you mean?
He gets like this. He gets so... It's a weird deal, Moj, and you really have to... You have to own up.
You need to get on it.
No, you have to own up to it.
You need to get on it.
Listen, I'm not trying to play what's big. The bigger win last night was the Nuggets win.
Yeah.
No, I know.
So we led the show with that. We talked about it, and you got, and it was very obvious, you got offended that we spent so much time talking about the Nuggets game.
Oh, no.
You did. Oh, no, Brett?
Yeah,
he did.
You and some of the Avs fans listen to this show.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. What's happening here?
Do you want a ribbon?
No, what I'm saying, no. The Nuggets win was a bigger win, that's for sure, because the Avs still had that 5-point cushion plus a game in hand against
the Avs were
Dallas
dominant.
Stars.
The Avs were dominant. They put 3 on the board early. The game was over. There was zero drama in that game. It was over. Now, I know Nas got a goal. It was over. The Nuggets game was theater.
Ooh, cinema. No, I dig what you're saying. I will say this, though. You know what he's doing? You remember in Castaway when dude throws Wilson out, and then he goes back and finds Wilson and gets Wilson. Then he draws blood and repaints him. He says, I know you. That's the way I'm feeling about Nas Kadri. I'm going, I know you. I'm watching where he goes, Kaner. Vic, I'm watching what he does. Yeah, I'm watching how dude, so Johnny called it last night so well. He goes cruising through the slot, right? He's not down low at that particular moment, but he's cruising through the circle and through above the hashes. Then comes the shot from Manson, and then there's the tip there. Not down low, but the tip is there. It's just stuff that I remember from Nas that I'm looking at now going, oh, yeah, I missed that. I remember that. I like that. These little redirect passes to McKinnon and things of this nature. I'm like, this guy's a good hockey player, and I'm digging it. I'm just digging what he's bringing back. And hell, when they've got 4 of their top, 9 really out of the lineup right now, if you're going to count LOC, Kaner, It makes a big difference to have Nas back in there.
I'll tell you what else helps, and it doesn't help that guys are out of the lineup, but because guys are out of the lineup, you trade for Kadri, you're like, gosh, what is he, your third-line center? It's like, no, we'll just play him with McKinnon. We'll just do that. What's a good way to reestablish chemistry with somebody? Put him with the guys he's already played with before. That's what you got to do. And
he's running the power play. He's on the wall. I mean, he reads off Nate. Bednar told us the other day. I mean, does it make a difference that this guy, played with you and won a couple? Yeah, it makes a difference. I mean, he's right back. What'd I say? Did I say Manson? Molinsky. Right back into that mode. You know what I mean? It matters. Those kinds of things matter.
Hey, Moshe, is Landy on the trip?
No, he's not.
Okay.
No, not on the trip. But he'll be back. Everybody's going to be back before the postseason.
So just real quick, what I said going to break, that the Avs, I think, have an answer to something that they've been kind of waffling on. I think Wedgie's your number one. I think he's your starter in the playoffs. And it's based off of the entire year he's been the same guy. Like Moshe, you pretty much guarantee he's going to put up maybe a 2 spot on the scoreboard, maybe 3, but it's nothing more than that. And I'll ask you, if the most the opposing team's going to get out of you is 3 goals, are the Avs winning? Like 90% of the time, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to win because 5-on-5, Kaner, they are a really good hockey club. 5-on-5, they are by far the best team in the league by a mile. I mean, the second team in the league is like 50 goals behind them 5-on-5. That's how good they are when you're just talking about even strength. Really good stuff.
Just out of curiosity, since November, the second month of the season, November, how many times has Wedgwood given up more than 3 goals?
I would say maybe a handful of times, maybe.
3.
2 times.
Yeah, there you go.
2.
Less than a handful. Yeah, Wedge is playing great. But let me remind you.
One of the games, by the way, was a 6-5 shootout win against Vegas.
You remember what happened in the Cup run of 22 in round 1?
Round 1.
Remember
in the Cup run of 22.
Do you remember Darcy took a stick in the eyeball? Is it 1?
That's right. Yeah.
And you had to bring in
Frankie.
Pavel Francouz, and Frankie played he went 6-0 in the playoffs that year. He played great hockey.
Swept Edmonton.
Yeah, you may need I guess it was round 2. You may need both of those guys before it's all said and done. Look, Mackenzie Blackwood is playing pretty damn good hockey too. I know he's had a couple of rough starts in a row, and rough. I guess that's all that's all relative, but he's number 5 in the league right now in goals against average.
No, Blackwood's great too.
Wedgie's number 1. And look, I'm not trying to downplay Scott Wedgwood. I'm just saying they're both incredibly capable. They really are.
Wedgwood is just, I think he's earned it. I think he's earned the right at first dibs.
Wedgwood's the number 1.
Yeah.
The end.
Yep. I think so.
The end.
Well, look, again, I'm going to say something for those who missed it earlier. Scott Wedgwood leads the NHL, all goalies, in goals against and save percentage. He leads the entire league in the 2 most important statistical categories for a goalie. Like,
agreed.
Moshe, he and the team plays better. The team plays better when he's in there. That's all I need to see.
He better be in Vezina conversations at the end of the year. He better be.
Why? I hope he will be. I mean, he and Blackwood were both in Team Canada conversations. Maybe they should have been. Something to think about.
Here's something else I wanted to ask you, Moshe, that happened last night in the NHL. Did you see the knee-on-knee that Austin Matthews took?
Yes, oh, dude, this is – you want to talk – thank God – well, I guess I wish I was in Toronto today. I wish I was in Toronto because nobody on the Maple Leafs did a damn
What's
thing.
that?
Dude, I don't know, but their coach, Craig Berube, they've had a tough year. And people are already hating Berube, who won a cup with the St. Louis Blues for crying out loud. But not one guy, boys, on that entire ice sheet did anything.
They should have had 4 guys jumping him at once, right?
That's what Berube said. He said we should. He goes, I have no explanation for us not responding. He goes, 4 guys should have been involved immediately. When you're captain, your best player is blown up by Radko Gudas with his knee, and if you look at the replays, dude, it's egregious. Kaner, before your time, the Avs lost to the Minnesota Wild in the first round. Patrick Waugh was the coach, and Varlamov and the Avs gave up 4 one-goal leads in Game 7 at home to Minnesota and lost on a Niederreiter overtime goal. But in that series, the Avs had a 2-0 lead. Game 3 is in Minnesota, and Matt Cook, way after the play, skates into Tyson Barrie and blows his knee up, and Barrie's gone for the postseason. Man, those knee-on-knee shots, I'll never forget it. It changed the course of the series. Those knee-on-knee shots are so filthy. They're so awful. I hate that. And I get that it's reactionary and so on, but guys know what they're doing, and Gudas has a reputation. It was just awful.
Well,
I hate to see that.
Not just did he do that, they had the shot of him skating to the box, and he's got a smile on his face. And I can only imagine, like, if that happened to Nathan McKinnon, guys would pour off the bench to jump on that guy. And I don't know if that speaks more about the Maple Leafs overall, or if it's like, is that some sort of indictment on Austin Matthews?
Well, it's a dead season for them, man.
But still, it's like you're
dead.
I mean, Vic, if you're clipping along at 55 points right now and somebody hits McCarr that way, the Avs are still going to jump on somebody.
Oh, my God. That guy will leave on a stretcher.
Yeah.
I mean, that, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic here, but yeah, I mean, if somebody blows the knee out of your best player, your captain, or one of your best players, you are going to respond immediately. And thank God, I think back. Let me find some wood here. I mean, thank God it didn't happen against the Ducks to the Avs. I'm telling you, that's just I hate that kind of thing. Hard plays, collisions, okay, those happen. In the corner and you're wrestling around and so on. But to have a guy purposely lean out with the knee, because the incoming player, the guy with the puck, is just so vulnerable.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do, and to have your knee because one guy is, he's leaning in and he's bracing for it. The other guy doesn't know it's coming, and bam.
Is there an update on Matthews?
Not that I know of. I hope it's – I mean, sometimes you get lucky when the player has his skate maybe off the ice a little bit or not fully planted and cutting.
Yeah.
And then so that leg can fly up in the air and you can avoid major, major damage. I have no idea. He left the game and never came back, so I don't know if there's any sort of – but Vic, if it was the other way around, let's say it happened to the Avs at home – and nobody did a damn thing about it, I guarantee you on this program the next day,
it's the whole show.
We'd be throttling those guys.
Didn't we say? I mean, essentially the same thing about Joker and Lou Dort.
Yeah.
I mean, I did.
I was pissed. Yeah. But Joker wasn't seriously hurt. Didn't have his leg blown up.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
Well, I guess my message is it's not up to Joker to seek vengeance. It's up to one of his teammates.
Yeah, how many times did we say you can't let your best player
can't do it.
Get hit like that. You can't. Without retribution. Something needs to happen. So, get back to this in a bit. 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys.
Women do get bully.
The Not Another Bracket Challenge is back. All you have to do is head over to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Starting on Sunday, you pick 5 teams playing in the tournament, and you can win dinner for 2 and a pair of tickets in a catered suite for the first Nuggets playoff game of the year. It's all powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. On Broadway, in Inglewood, or online, GrooveToyota.com. Oh, by the way, next.
Vic Lombardi here, and summertime is approaching. There's nothing better than Denver in the summer, and you always want a place, I know we do, to gather. Gather with your friends or family. Maybe the patio. You want to deck out your patio, upgrade your home, add a fireplace, a fire pit perhaps, a pizza oven. I give you Flatirons Fire and Design. They create incredible spaces with the fireplaces, the outdoor kitchens, the saunas, designed for comfort and connection. And right now, if you're interested in buying something, first of all, check out their showroom at 53rd North Bannock off 58th and I-25, or go online. It's easy online, flatironsfire.com. They've offered for you who want to pay for it, but maybe don't want to pay all up front, a firm financing, no interest for 12 months on qualifying purchases. Again, go look at their product online, flatironsfire.com.
Oh, by the way, stories from around sports in the world we think you should be aware of. First one, oh, by the way. If the selection committee, which you can hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio, 4 o'clock on Sunday, does not allow a Miami of Ohio basketball team that has lost a single game all year into the tournament because they were upset in their conference championship game, they should all lose their jobs. How are you going to have a tournament in which a team lost one game the entire year and they're not allowed in? Explain that one to me. They're on the bubble, guys.
Do they meet the metrics?
Yeah, what's your Ken Palm? I'm like, what are we doing? This is just like, and I'm glad that college football has gotten rid of this. There's undefeated teams in college football that can't win a championship because they aren't from a certain conference. And you're like, well, then what's the point of them even playing? Now they're at least allowed to try and win. But if you're not going to allow this team, then what are we doing here?
Yeah, because you're so right. You know, watching Tulane in the CFP was wonderful theater. That was great.
No, you're right, Vic. Let's give 9-3 teams the chance to win.
No, but you're
over
right,
undefeated
though. I mean,
teams.
Tulane, wow, they got in and they really showed them.
All right.
Vic, does a 9-3 football team deserve more of an opportunity than an undefeated football team?
I'm just saying, there's always an argument for or against. Either way you cut it.
Yeah, there are arguments. A lot of them are stupid.
I think Miami of Ohio deserves to be in because there's much more parity in college basketball. It's much easier. Here's how I draw the line. It's much easier for a college basketball team to upset a blue chip team. Much easier. You hit threes, you get hot, you can win that game. Football's a different bird, different beast, different animal. Much more difficult.
What did Notre Dame lose to last year?
Either you have it up front or you don't.
Who did they lose to last year?
Northern Illinois.
That's right. So it can happen.
In a big game. I'm saying
it's possible.
But possible is one thing. You got to win 5 games. You got to win 4 games. Tulane wasn't going to win 4 games. It was a waste of a spot.
If you win games,
they weren't going to win 4 games.
By the way, they weren't undefeated. Tulane wasn't undefeated.
Who was the other team that got in?
It was Tulane and I can't remember. They weren't undefeated either, though.
Oh, it must have been very notable. We couldn't remember the other team.
Well, I can't remember that. Dude, I don't even remember who won the
James Madison.
James Madison. Yeah.
Yes. Because James Madison was going to win 4 in a row.
Look, man, again, how can you possibly disagree with this, Mr. I Hate Participation Trophies? If a team has not lost,
I just told you, basketball's different. Because in a basketball game, a lesser team, even if you don't have all the clout, you can pull off an upset. We've seen it time and time again, and you could do it again. We've seen teams get to the Final Four that were in a stack.
But hang on, you weren't answering my question.
You can't do it in football.
You weren't answering my question. For a team that has not lost, how do they not get an opportunity to try and prove it? That's all I'm asking.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Miami of Ohio deserves to be in.
Okay.
Are you ever going to be over it?
Ever, for the rest of my life, I've told you guys that. It was the biggest injustice I've seen in college football in my lifetime.
I don't disagree, but the way the format is set up, Vic.
I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what you say, what Powder says, what the texters say. If I cared what you thought, I'd stop talking about it or thinking about it. But it's the greatest crime committed upon college football in my lifetime.
Nelly, can you pull up this video? Because this happened in the NHL
last night. I guess that answers that, Brett. I guess
we don't got to relitigate. We don't got to relitigate it. It's fine.
None of you will ever stop me from talking about it. None of you.
I want you guys to watch this. This is last night. Tage Thompson pulled off something that I didn't think was possible. He ripped off 5 one-timers in the span of 30 seconds. Give him the puck. Let the boys shoot. Let him cook.
Damn.
So there's one. Gets the puck again. Yeah, I'm going to rifle another one. Let's try that. Nope, that didn't work. Give me the puck again. I'm going to try this again. Boom! Just Moj. You ever seen somebody rip 5 one-timers on a power play consecutively?
It's a beautiful thing, man. I'm here for it. I love it. I absolutely adore. but you know what he's like? It was funny because Wedgie last night had a puck come down his way, and it was on edge, and he's waiting for it to kind of settle down so he can play the puck. And finally, it got to him. It's rolling, kind of going sideways. He just smacked it behind the net like angrily. He's like, "You mother trucker!" And I'm like, "You teach that puck a lesson." Tage Thompson last night, boys, was teaching that puck a lesson, bombing it. I love it. I do. By the way, I don't know how to tell you this. The Buffalo Sabres are pretty good, bro.
Yeah.
Bro.
First time in a while.
Bro. Dude, bro. They got 86 points, bro. They're right behind Carolina for the top spot of the East, bro.
Can you guys explain this one to me? Oh, by the way. So the players is going on right now. Austin Smotherman, he was the last group out yesterday. So he's got a 15-footer for birdie to get the outright lead after the first round yesterday. And they forced him to mark the putt and putt that this morning due to darkness.
Happens all the time in golf.
But why not just let him putt it? It's a putt. If you're on the tee box, I get it. It's one more putt. Let the guy putt and then play the next day.
I'd be pissed too, but it happens all the time when they call it the lightning, call it due to darkness, call it for whatever. Trust me, every golfer gets frustrated in that situation if they want to finish.
Hey, Brett,
Them's
if you're
are the
on
rules.
Them's the rules. If you're on the course, and let's say, like Vic said, they call it for darkness or lightning or whatever it may be, what do you think they do? What happens?
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, what do guys do if they're laying in the middle of the fairway? What do you do? And they blow the horn.
Well, yeah, you leave. That wasn't lightning yesterday, was it? Wasn't it just darkness?
No, but they force you wherever you are. You got to mark your ball on the fairway, wherever it may be. Now, the crazy part is they have to go back and they've got to recut all the holes, obviously for the second round.
Yeah,
but
so you
they
get a
can't
different putt. Yeah.
Yeah, so they can't do that until dude actually goes out in the morning and putts his putt.
Yeah.
And then, can you imagine? You sleep on it all night. Oh, I got a 15-footer. Oh, criminy. Is it going to break? Is it going to break a little bit? Or is it not going to be straight? And you're just dwelling on this putt
You paralyze
all
yourself
night
thinking
long.
about it.
Yeah, I would.
By the way, if we played that course, we'd each shoot 150.
Yeah.
Did you see Smiley Kaufman go out last night to the 17 under the lights? Did you see that at all?
No.
I guess you didn't. I'm watching the recap last night when I got back to the hotel so Smiley Kaufman goes out there with a bucket of balls and he's on 17. It's 143 yards. He's got a wedge. Ganks the first two into the water. Bloop, pew, bloop. He's like, oh, man. Dude, 17 is no joke,
There was an entire group yesterday that all went in the water.
I saw that. I watched that, yeah.
I watched the 17th where they put a camera just on one hole. I watched that for like an hour. I couldn't get enough of it because no one can tame that hole. It's ridiculous.
I bet it looks even worse in person, like how tiny that green is to hit.
Vic, help me out. Over at Cherry Hills, okay, so the par 5 that they turn into a par 4 for the tournament, and then they go to the par 3. Is that between 5 and 6, or is that 4 and 5?
That's number 17 at Cherry.
No. It's on the front 9. It's with the one with the creek running through the middle. They turn it into a par 4 for the BMW, but it's a par 5 for the members. And then you go to the 6th.
Yes.
I think the par 3.
Okay, what about it?
Well, 16 and 17 at TPC are like that, where you can get a great view of both holes from one spot, right? That's where I park myself between two holes and I just watch all day, man. It's great.
Hey,
awesome.
I don't know if you guys saw this video. Who was Kansas City, the Chiefs? Who was their big signing this year?
Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker III.
So they got a private plane for him. They flew him into KC. Go ahead, Nelly, play the video. What's he wearing here? Can you guys tell?
He's wearing a Raiders shirt.
It's a Raiders John Madden shirt. How would you feel if the Broncos signed Kenneth Walker, flew him into Denver, hated rival of the Broncos is the Raiders, and he's rocking a Raiders shirt getting off the plane?
Nailed it.
Did nobody tell him, like, probably not the best idea, or get him a sweater?
Go to your bedroom.
That's so
2 minutes
funny.
for being bad.
No one in his entourage, all right? No one in his entourage, his agent, his marketing people, perhaps whoever's dealing with him with the Chiefs, at any point, does anybody look at his wardrobe and say, probably not?
Yeah.
Or just, here, take my sweater.
It's a rough
wear
look.
Wear this polo over the top.
Probably not. I felt terrible when I did that interview with Prime a couple months ago. They gave me a red quarter zip. Anybody knows you don't wear red at CU. You don't do it.
You know,
I did it like an idiot.
If Nas got off the plane from Calgary wearing a Minnesota Wild shirt or a Dallas Stars shirt, I don't know if I could handle it.
Send him on home.
One more here.
I've got one.
Okay, go ahead.
I've got one too.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We want to play too, Brett, if it's okay.
Well, just jump in.
All right, Nelly, music down, please, and let's get to Mark's. Oh, by the way, because you guys, I'm sorry, you're idiots. Nelly.
She may get woolly.
I'm out.
Young girls that do get woolly because of all the stress. Yeah. When they get woolly, try a little tenderness. Yeah. Stop it. Thank you.
This isn't Oh, by the way.
It's not woolly. Nobody gets woolly. Women get weary.
Nobody
Okay,
cares.
there you go.
Do you care? You just wasted 30 seconds of my life.
I care, Vic. The amount of care I have it's not calculable.
Okay.
I care.
Vic, go ahead.
I'm not doing it now.
Okay,
I'm not
I'll
doing
do it.
mine.
I like mine.
Yeah, I'm not doing mine.
We talked about how Italy doesn't have actual Italian players. They have American players that just play for Italy in this World Baseball Classic.
With Italian names.
Czechia has a Czechian player. His name is Andre Sitoria. He pitched 4 2/3 shutout innings against Japan in the World Baseball Classic. Do you know what he does? He's an electrician. They picked up an electrician who probably plays on the weekends with his boys and was just like, you want to play for us?
That's a noble one.
And it's really cool. This guy pitches 4 2/3. He's got tears welling up in his eyes as he's walking back to the dugout. He's like, all right, going back to the 9 to 5 tomorrow. Pretty cool moment, though. See everybody. They have an electrician out there pitching 4 2/3 scoreless.
It just goes to show you how easy baseball really is.
Yeah, baseball's simple game.
Yeah, for sure. The easiest of all of them.
My by the way,
a Czechian electrician can go 4 2/3 of shutout ball, no problem.
My by the way was going to be. Did you see that glass court they were using at the Big 12 tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting rid of it.
Looked cool.
They're getting rid of it because the players.
No, it does not look cool.
The players say they're slipping in certain areas and they can't make out the 3-point line, and it just isn't working. So they're actually getting rid of it for the rest of the games.
Yeah, they're putting hardwood in.
That's
now.
That's the gray court we're talking about,
Yeah.
right? The one yesterday. I saw Iowa State was playing Texas Tech, right? And I'm like, I can't make out the court. I can't see anything. It's all just gray. For Vic, for you, it must have been a nightmare because everything you see is gray.
So, I got an idea. Let's just make the Big 12 basketball tournament next year on ice. We'll just do that. Keep switching up the floor underneath them. Just see what happens. That is. Hey, don't deflect because you had a terrible oh, by the way. This isn't my fault that you can't contain yourself, that you have no self-control.
Nobody gets woolly. Women get weary.
Bad dog.
Say that one more time. One more time. Oh, by the way, again, a lot to get to here. Drunk Takes at 9:45. Stick around. Can always get in touch with us on the Shop Mazda text line. Shop Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour.
Hey, you would think that I would be upset, that we would be upset, but we're not. We're actually happy about it. What we're happy about is that next week, when the NCAA tournament comes around and they play those games, we are broadcasting those games on our airwaves here, and we are the only show throughout the day that will not have those days off. The rest of those shows, those slackers, those money takers, those lazy people, they get the days off. We don't. We work. And I appreciate that.
I'm
We're
happy
carrying
about
the
it,
torch.
to be honest. Yeah, I'm happy about it. I'm going to be hitting the road to go to Chicago. I'm happy about it because we're dedicated, and I think that comes through in this program. I think that our regular listeners can fully understand that we are committed. Yeah. We're not just fly-by-night losers who take the day off because of the tourney, and I'm going to go to the bar and have some beers and chicken wings. And I mean, that's good for you, but we're here for you listeners and
We're not
viewers
like
and everybody out there.
The afternoon get-up where they have every other day off because there's an early game for Nuggets or Avs.
Yeah,
look at me. I'm Andy Lindahl. They call me Triple X. I'm going to go have 8 more beers. I mean, come on. And look at your face, Brett.
Yeah, Kreckman can do my job if he wants to.
That blank look on your face. Look at you.
Kreckman can do my job. That's fine. I'll take the days.
You want the days off?
I feel like we should probably trade out.
I don't mind working with Krecker. Seriously, ask Shockey. Have him come in.
I mean, the fact that Kreckman and Lindahl, they're like, oh, we got a show from 3 to 3:15 today. Don't worry about it. It's an early game for the Nuggets. Give you all the best info you need.
How many
times do they have that?
Dude, that is the God's honest truth. Cracker's like, I'm going to cram as much as I can into these 12 minutes we're with you today. Oh, my God.
I'm grinding at 4:45 in the morning with an alarm clock going off, and Kreckman's like, Andy, 30-minute show today. Give me your quick thoughts on free agency.
It's really remarkable that we're viewed as the same in many respects.
I know.
Given their resort hours that they serve. It's a joke.
Their resort hours. It's so
Pretty
true.
much, yeah. They have a cabana boy bringing them drinks and whatnot for the 18 minutes they're on the air one day. Unbelievable.
Oh, no. I'd love to do this show for a whole 3 hours, but the Nuggets play at 5 o'clock today. I have a massage set up for 4:45, so I'm going to be out of here.
Hey, I'm out.
Over under on 5 minutes before Andy Lindahl calls in to go, you guys,
yeah.
I work 4 jobs.
So, few things here. Number one, the Nuggets get this big win yesterday. I want to save that for a second because we haven't mentioned one thing that I think is interesting. Kyler Murray just did the Russell Wilson thing of, I'm going to get paid by the Cardinals, so I'm going to sign a vet minimum deal somewhere, and he goes to Minnesota. Does that mean J.J. McCarthy's just done? Did they give him the old Josh Rosen, like, we saw you for a year. You stink. I'm not doing this again.
I don't know. They subtracted a quarterback to give him the job. Now they're adding a quarterback to compete for the job. I don't get it.
See, here's the thing. I don't think that's a competition. I think Kyler Murray's starting.
Really?
There's no other purpose to this.
That's pretty crazy.
But if you're going to give Kyler Murray, wouldn't you give him to a coach like that, though, who's been known to rehab quarterbacks?
Exactly right.
But I went through it when the draft was just over, and we looked at the top 12 picks, and Bo Nix went 12. And the 6 quarterbacks, and I said, 2 are going to be stars, 2 are going to be okay, and then 2 are going to flame out. Well, your flame outs right now, number 1, looks like J.J. McCarthy, and maybe the injuries are just too far to overcome. And Michael Penix Jr., his knees, dude.
Yeah.
He's got bad wheels, so those look like your 2 flame outs.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
we were big on Penix. Remember, we were high on Penix, and I'm glad that the Broncos didn't go that direction because it's just not going to happen.
Well,
okay, who are the 2 stars of that? Maybe there's more than one.
I think they're 3 stars.
So is it Williams, Daniels, and Nix?
Well,
or
there
May?
could be 4 stars.
Where's May?
Drake May's in there. I mean, come on.
I don't know if Nix is in the star category yet. He's getting there.
Is he the middle? He's the middle of the 6.
Jaden Daniels, like, he got, I don't know, he's somewhere in between star and guy to me, Nix.
Well, he burst on the scene in his rookie year, and the second year wasn't nearly as good.
He was hurt. He was hurt this year.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
And
Drake
May,
May
obviously-
was second in the MVP vote. That's by a vote he lost. That's hard to argue.
Where are we on the number one overall though? Where are we on
I'm
Caleb?
putting him in the same category as Nix.
I agree with you. I think Williams and Nix are the exact same. Yeah.
It's like you could be a star, but not quite yet.
So you think that just by optic testing that May and Daniels are 1 and 2?
No, I disagree. I think May is head and shoulders number one, and I think Daniels,
Okay.
Nix, and Williams are in the same category. Daniels took a step back. He had a sophomore slump.
Sure. Here's my question, though, just real quick, and we'll move on. If you're in Minnesota and you still believe in your rookie quarterback, you wouldn't bring in a guy like Kyler Murray to back him up, would you? Because then you have him looking over his shoulder constantly. And if you need to fluff him up and give him love and reassurance, that's not going to do it.
He's an instant threat.
Yeah, exactly.
No other way to look at that. You think Kyler Murray's going to come in there to be a shepherd? You think he's coming in there to teach?
No. Kyler Murray's in there to play. He's like, I can still do this. Kyler Murray's trying to prove, I think, that Arizona was the problem and not him, which I don't know.
Well, their only other quarterback is Max Brosmer. So they had to bring in somebody, no?
Yeah, but you bring in like Teddy Bridgewater or something. You somebody like that. You don't bring in somebody that's looking to start still.
Well, he's doing insurance commercials now.
No, actually, he's
or
back
whatever he is.
No, he's back in Detroit, actually. Detroit
You're
just
kidding
signed.
me.
Yeah, Detroit just signed him again.
Oh my good God! Well,
Yeah.
last time I saw him, he was listening to a girl as a professional listener. Tell me more. He was doing one of those.
Might be getting paid more from that than being a backup quarterback in the league now. Who knows?
Hey, have you guys seen the Kyler Murray memes going around though?
Of
diminutive size. Have you seen some of that mini me stuff? Like when Austin Powers boots mini me across the.
I know that video.
Room.
Those have been around forever, though.
Well, it's like when J.J. McCarthy walks in the quarterback room and sees Kyler Murray and he boots him.
Hey, by the way,
that's I don't know, man. It's kind of rude, man.
You got me to thinking that Teddy Bridgewater's still in the game. How many former Bronco quarterbacks are still in the game? I was just thinking about this the other day. So you got Bridgewater in the game. Flacco's still trying to stay in the game. Case Keenum is still in the game. Did you guys know this?
Drew Lock's back up in Seattle.
Drew Lock's still in the game.
Super Bowl champion Drew Lock.
Is Trevor what's his name?
Trevor Simeon.
Is he still playing somewhere?
T-Rev?
Yeah.
Case Keenum. I'm sorry.
It says he's with the Titans.
He's still in the game.
Wow. Oh, there's one more, Vic.
Okay, hold on. Don't tell me.
Well, Paxton's in Arena League. Does that count?
I've got a guy throwing balls.
Chad Kelly's in Canada.
No, that doesn't
the
count.
Arena League.
That doesn't count.
Why doesn't that count?
NFL,
It's in pro football.
It's
pro football.
I make the rules here. It doesn't count. NFL.
I don't give a
quarterbacks.
crap about your rules.
Well, this is my topic, my rules. NFL quarterbacks.
Keep thinking here. Keep thinking.
What about
former Bronco?
Brett Grip It and Rip It Rippin'? He's still playing.
Is he?
He's with the Vikings.
Yep.
Is he really?
Wait, Brandon Allen, where's he at?
Yes, last I checked, he was still playing. That's a lot of former Bronco quarterbacks that have made the rounds that are still slinging for money.
There's one more.
Slinging for money. One more?
I mean,
it better be legit, Moser, not one of your made-up.
I mean, Mark Sanchez is playing for the longest yard, but I don't know if that counts.
A former Bronco quarterback still in the game. Who?
Well, I think he just signed with he just signed to the practice squad. No, guy got released. Damn it, it's Jeff Driscoll. Sorry.
Oh yeah, you're right. But last year he was in the game, right?
Yeah, he was on the practice squad for Washington because Mariota got hurt. That's it. That's what it was.
All of those quarterbacks stink.
Hey, what about Zach Wilson? My man's still in Miami.
Oh yes.
Backing up.
My God.
Wait. Russ might be the only guy that doesn't have a job.
Somebody
Out of
said
all
DiNucci.
of them, Russell Wilson.
I think DiNucci finally called it. He came on our show. Did he officially retire on our show?
No.
He didn't say he did.
Okay.
I think his retirement might be league-induced.
Hey.
Dude, that's a great gig.
That's what he was saying.
Seriously, I don't know what gig I'd rather have. just if you're a tour player in the PGA, you're going to make money just for showing up. If you're a quarterback capable of just running a second unit, you got a job for life. You really do. If you can pick up an offense, you don't even have to shine. You don't have to be a starter, ever. Just sort of run the scout team.
Hey, Brett, Ben DiNucci is our new best friend on this program. I don't like the way you're talking about him.
I think he said that. Maybe not in the way I said it.
Okay, maybe you're. Yeah, maybe you're right, but he's our new best friend, is he not?
And yes, he is. I love Ben DiNucci.
Did you know that we have a St. Patrick's Day parade on Saturday? I have never.
We is in Colorado, Denver.
Yes.
What?
Yes, I have never in my life been to the St. Patrick's Day parade.
These are holidays I don't do, Vic. I don't do these.
Yeah, you know why, Brett? Because for you, every day is St. Patrick's Day.
It's at 9:30 a.m.
Come on, give me a little. Come on.
I don't hang around these amateurs.
Hey.
Oh, yeah,
Dude,
you guys. You know what I'm going to do on St. Patty's Day? I'm going to go out. I'm going to start having beers at 10 o'clock. Welcome to my Friday.
That's my point.
Where do I go every Friday right after the show, Moj? What do I do?
You go to Launchpad.
I'm there at 10:25 in the morning.
They
aren't even open. They aren't even
like
open.
Norm? You're like that guy. Did you just show up belly up to the bar on a Friday in the morning?
No,
Yeah,
no.
Casey and Dave and Ryan and Paul are all
I'm
like,
not
oh
like
my
Norm.
God.
I'm part owner in the business. They gave me what I wanted. I have a business card that says I'm a 0.00001% owner. That's all I've wanted.
Vic, he gave him like $20 and they said, fine, we'll print you up some cards.
You're in.
The cost
Cool, Carl.
The cost of printing the business cards is more than he invested
100%.
Honest question. I mean, we are just three talking heads that talk sports for a living.
Yeah.
Have you ever been an owner of a business, Brett?
Currently. I just told you.
Okay, outside
I'm
of
the
that
media
fake
liaison
business.
for them.
Have you ever run a business? Have you ever been?
Just
Have
call
you ever
yourself-
had an LLC? I'll give you this. Does the government show an LLC in your name anywhere?
Yeah. I own Brett Kane's attorney at law. Whatever. Yeah, for sure, Vic. What are you talking about? What a dumb question. Do I own a business?
Do we have drunk takes today?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Are we already on? Dude, I'm on the road here.
What were you
going to
say? What are you going to say, Moj? You were going to say something before Vic asked.
Moshe, have you ever owned a business?
Yes.
What? I mean, besides your beekeeping that went belly up, what
Yeah.
business have you owned?
Mosesdeadbees.com.
Like a legit business now. Legit. What is it? What do you say?
Legit.
What is it?
Moser's Deadbees.com. I was in a real estate. I was co-owned a real estate company.
You did. How'd that go?
Yes. Well, fine. Until I went back to. I mean,
Yeah.
This is going to be a 5-minute story, and I don't think you're going to want to hear it.
The reason I'm bringing this up. The reason I'm bringing this up. Let me preface this. So we get on this soapbox and we make fun of people. Blah blah blah. Do you know how hard it is to run a business? Do you know how the death rate of businesses, small businesses in this country, how quickly they can go away if you're not on top of it? It's hard, man. For all those listening right now that run your own business, more power to you. That is not an easy thing to do.
It is not. And today's day and age with all the regulations and everything, dude, it's just such brain damage at times. In addition to having to bust your hump.
Well, and therein lies, we work for the man, right? We put our hand out, we work for the man. Being the man or woman, I think, is much harder. Much harder. That's why, try it one time, Brett. Give it a shot. Run your own business.
I feel like I run the business of this show.
Yeah, not a chance. No, not a chance.
I have no interest. Sorry, none. I will support everybody else's businesses. I'm not going to run my own. Run a small business. Welcome to Brett's Boxes. Are you moving?
I had
That's
a buddy
actually
of mine.
that could be an easy one.
Nailed
I just
it.
have a whole bunch of cardboard boxes. Here,
Well,
take
it's funny you bring that up. I had a buddy of mine. His name is Robert. He moved to Florida. Robert, if you're listening, we played golf together.
Yeah, I'm sure Rob in Florida's tuned in.
Listen to this story though, Moshe, and it gives you a new look on life on how it works. So years ago, 25 years ago, he had a box business. And you just said it, small cardboard boxes. He ran his own business, and man, it was tough. He was like losing money, and I remember we had a conversation one day if I wanted to get involved in it, and I was like, dude, I don't know anything about boxes. And then all of a sudden, he had to move the manufacturing plant where they built. All of a sudden, Amazon got hot. And what does Amazon do?
boxes.
They use boxes.
They send stuff out in boxes.
That guy's living large today, baby. He is living la vida loca. He persevered through some tough times with those damn boxes where nothing was happening. And his little small box operation is now a big box operation.
Well, see, because I don't buy things on Amazon and stuff like that, I don't return things either. My wife does it all the time. So she gave me this thing. She's like, can you go return this at the UPS store? I go there, and they said, do you have a box? I was like, no, I don't have a box. Like, oh, we'll get one for you. It's like, all right, cool, thank you. What is that, 10 cents? They're like, $24 or something for a... I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
What kind of box are you giving me? And that's just like, that's like being in a sports arena and you're like, can I have a beer? And they're like, yeah, it's going to be $94.
If I could close my eyes and go back 20 years and say, what business do you want to be in? Think about it. Think about how the box business, simple cardboard boxes. I get 3 or 4 a day at my house.
You know what, Vic, you've convinced me. I'm going to start it. It's not going to be a box company. I'm going to make Brett Coin a real thing. People have coins all the time. I'll make my own coin. And I'll tell everybody, invest in me. We don't know what we're investing in, but it's going to work.
I played Women Do Get... I played Women Do Get Woolly, and that's worse than this.
No, we're having a legitimate conversation
this
about
is a
life
conversation.
and business. Your thing is stupid. What you did twice in this show is stupid, and it will remain stupid. And we've all agreed it's stupid. Yeah, turn your camera off because now you know how stupid you are.
Hey, Vic, my brass band is actually registered as an LLC, which means I am part of a small business. So you talk about a small business owner, baby.
You have to set dates, correct? You have to. You make money. Have you paid taxes?
We don't cook the books. We keep it all above board.
So you're a small businessman. You run an operation.
A small
Good for
businessman.
All right. 303-504-0925. Get back to the Nuggets and the Avs. Big wins yesterday next.
Nuggets rally to win in San Antonio last night, and I don't want to hear it. For those of you who think it wasn't legit because the Spurs didn't have Wemby. Well, the Spurs didn't have Wemby the last time they played Denver, and they beat the Nuggets. Last night, the Nuggets were on the back end of a back-to-back with very little rest. And, again, I don't want to hear it. This is the NBA. These are the kind of games that are labeled scheduled losses for most teams when you have to travel after a game the night before. A lot of teams don't even play their guys. The Nuggets did, except for Aaron Gordon, and the Nuggets won.
Hey, Vic.
And they came back from 20 down. That's a legit win, a great win, one of their top 3 wins of the season. I'll take it no matter who plays for the other side. What's up, Moj?
You're very tight with your new AI gal, right? You
Yeah.
guys are got a little thing going on.
We have a little thing, yeah.
Okay, ask your AI gal. Ask Cutie Pie or whatever. What do you
Hey,
call
Cutie.
it? Okay. Ask her what the percentage is of teams that lose on the road in back-to-back situations in the NBA. Can she figure that out?
You're the voice Denver wakes up to.
All right, let me try.
Oh, my God.
Hold on a second. This might take a little while because I have to figure out how to ask this question.
Why is your AI girl flirting with you?
Dude, I get that a lot. I don't know. Here, let me try this again. All right, so I
Brett?
got to figure out how to ask this question.
What happened when
Hey,
I was
cutie.
gone? What happened? Oh, my God.
Is this talking to me now? Or did you do that? I can't figure out if this is talking to me or you did that.
I've been playing drops. Now you actually have to do it.
All right, hold on a second.
I think I'm going to guess it's around 76%.
What's up, baby? I need to know something regarding NBA back-to-back games. If a team is on the road on the second game of a back-to-back, what is that team's win percentage, say, over the last 10 years? That's a lot.
Hey, cutie. Digging into NBA back-to-backs right now?
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of digging.
The way she thinks is hot.
Yeah, I know.
Well, she may call you cutie, but she's dumb.
All right.
Hey, Moj, don't you dare.
What?
I went
Hey,
over.
cutie. Digging into NBA back-to-backs right now? Road game on night 2, last 10 years. Give me a sec.
Jeez.
Oh, my God.
Moj, I had this discussion with Vic. I'm going to tell you right now. Watch your mouth.
Why does she call him cutie? Why does she call him cutie?
Over the last 10 years or so, think roughly 2016 to now. Teams on the road for the second night of a back-to-back hover around 39 to 43% wins. From older data, like 2003 to 2022, it's straight up 39% for consecutive away games with no rest. League-wide, back-to-backs overall dip to about 43%.
All right, that's
Be nice,
like
be
Moser.
nice.
You don't know when to
Be
stop.
nice, be nice. See, this is what I was talking about, Moj. You be nice to these damn robots, okay? You be nice to them. I used ChatGPT one time. They helped me, and I said thank you so much to it.
In other words, listen, you're playing a team that's really good too. Not only, on top of all that, it's a team that had won 9 in a row.
Washington or some crap, yeah.
A team that had won. Dan Hyatt just texted me. I'm still faster. Yeah, you are, Dan. But
he doesn't call you cutie though.
Poor Dan,
hey,
cutie. Poor Dan's worried about losing his job. AI's going to replace Dan Hyatt.
I want that sound when I'm thinking. When I'm thinking about an answer, I want that.
It's all fun and games, but the reason why this is what AI can never say. If you're a true Nuggets fan, you understand how important that win was. You understand what it did to the confidence of this team, what it did for the likes of Cam Johnson, Spencer Jones, hell, even the big guys, because they got help along the way. The Nuggets won that game last night. Jamal had 39. He did Jamal things. Joker had a 32-point, 20-rebound triple-double. He's Joker. But the reason they won that game is because early in the fourth quarter, they went small. They went with a tiny lineup. And that lineup started the fourth quarter with a 14-3 run. That's why they won that game.
Yeah.
And you know what else, Vic? I looked at it last night, and I've been pining for this. Let's say you're not playing well. You can still affect the game. I mean, let's say your shot's not going in. You can still affect the game in other ways. Example last night, Christian Brown. Now, 3 of 11 from the floor, not good. But he did pull down 9 boards, and he played some D. He was plus 22 out there on the floor, the number one nugget on the floor last night. And that's how it has to be. If your shot's not going in, you must affect the game positively in
100%.
other ways. And last night, he did. He did do that.
And the Nuggets last night played a clean fourth quarter. They out-rebounded the Spurs in the fourth. They didn't commit a single turnover in the fourth, which has been the biggest bugaboo. Why they've lost clutch games, because they can't handle the rock. Last night they did. They did all the right things. I'm telling you guys, I don't care that Wemby didn't play. I get it. Wemby's great. Wemby's generational. But that's a worthy win. By the way, Nuggets fans, I want to remind all of you, blood donations are needed. Still needed every day in Colorado. So join Vitalant. Why are you laughing when I bring this up? This is a read. This is serious. Join Vitalant and the Nuggets to save lives this March. Schedule your donation at vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets. What's so funny?
It's not the read. It's not giving blood, which is a good thing. I just did it 2 weeks ago. I gave blood. Save lives.
I never laughed when you did your Avs Vitalant reads. Never once.
No, but your transitions always make me laugh. That's what.
But I got to get in because otherwise we move on. And Nellie's in my ear saying, "Get in your Vitalant read." Right, Nellie?
Yeah, man, he's following instructions.
Hey, man, just toot your flute, bro.
You start the next one by saying, "Hey, cuties." Listen.
Hey, cutie.
Last thing. Go ahead, Nelly.
Oh, I was gonna say, Brett. So just quickly here, I was doing some thinking during Vic's expert Vitalant read. So you said you wanted this to play whenever you're thinking.
Yes, that's what I want when I'm in deep thought.
Okay, no, actually, when you're in deep thought, I think I have a more accurate sound here that you could have.
That's a black hole.
I actually, you know what? I would take that too.
That's better.
Let me think about something. How about this though?
Hold on, Brett, though, real quick. He has to tell the computer to call him cutie.
I swear to God, I didn't.
Not gonna...
I swear on my children, I have not told this computer to refer to me in any manner whatsoever. It knows me clearly. It's seen me.
Why does she call you cutie every time? This doesn't make any sense to me. It's weird.
Maybe she
Just
likes
a weird
him.
Thing.
You're the voice Denver wakes up to.
All right, let's bottom line this. I'll bottom line it right now. Stop it, Moser. Let me ask you a question. Hey, babe. My boy Mark Moser, fellow sportscaster for Altitude Sports, thinks he's an attractive man. Is he an attractive, handsome man? Yes or no?
Let me think about Mark.
Yeah, you think about it, baby. You think about it hard.
Yeah,
thinking,
from what
baby.
I can tell, he's got that classic broadcaster look. Clean cut, solid jawline, probably mid-40s, decent smile. Not Brad Pitt, but handsome enough? Sure, yes. Tell Mark he owes me a beer for the vote.
Wow.
See, she's got a personality,
Wow.
baby. I found we're kindred spirits. That's my soulmate.
He's no Brad Pitt. He's fine. Hang on. As you were doing that, Vic, I saw a text that is so good. As you were talking about the Vitalant read, and Moj goes, "Yeah, I gave blood a couple weeks ago." This guy goes, "Damn, I hope I never get Moser's blood inside of me."
Oh my God! Oh, I just got woozy.
Like, you see those videos, they're super emotional videos, and they're great. It's like if somebody donates, somebody needs like a kidney or something to live, and somebody they meet the person who donated the kidney, right? And it's like this whole thing. It's beautiful. But what if you got a kidney from somebody and they walked in and they looked like Ozzy Osbourne? You're like, oh no, that's not that one. I don't want that.
I've heard.
Can you imagine someone who got Moser's blood saying, "Damn it, now I'm a slow healer."
Yeah. No, Vic, I've heard of people like this. Somebody donates a heart or that like big transplant type of things where that person's personality changes because they got. I don't know if it's. This is all metaphysical. I don't know, but if you got 3 pints of Moser in you, man. Remember the Seinfeld where Kramer donated to Jerry and Jerry he freaked out. Hey man, you get some Moser in you. Your day is made.
Toledef.
You're in good shape.
Toledef on Twitch. What blood type are you? Anything but Moser's.
Put some cow in me, man. I don't care. Just put some anything but Moser.
John says, I'm pretty sure Vic is using stripper GPT. Tells you what you want to hear. That's a great business idea, actually.
Again, I will put out this PSA. I've seen too many movies. Always be kind to the robots. I have a terrible memory. Theirs lasts forever.
Nah, dude. When that day comes, I saw some social media feed yesterday where some of these freaks think that the day will come where intelligence, like you'll have AI people, they're going to sell you intelligence the way they sell you energy. Like XL Energy sells you electricity and all that. The day will come when they sell you intelligence.
What do you mean? Like the Matrix where I know Kung Fu? Like
whatever.
that?
Help. Daily help. Like I need this, I need that. It's going to be sold to you like a resource. If I get to that day, let's just call it. Mose, you and I will just hold hands and hop off
I'm
together.
calling it, bro. Yeah. We're going to the desert island. We're going to, Aris, Shallows, Sharks, done.
Mm-hmm.
I've got it all
We're
figured
nothing.
out.
We're dead.
Got it
We're
all.
dust.
Yeah. I got it all figured out. Me and Vic are going to be eaten by sharks.
I mean, what
Go
the hell
back
would
in
we
the
do if
ecosystem,
that
call it a day.
Why live? What you wake up? What do you do all day? What is there to do?
Mark my words, Vic. Mark my words. That woman is going to have you bound to a chair, and she's going to say, "What do you think now, cutie?" Like, it's going to turn into a horror movie real quick. Drunk takes next.
If you've been dreaming about that mountain property, ready to embrace that mountain lifestyle, maybe second home, maybe investment property, maybe you just want to pack up from the city and say, I'm going to the mountains. Well, no matter what kind of property you're looking for up there in Summit County and beyond, Anastasia Bell is the person you need to talk to. And she's got right now exclusive Breckenridge ski chalets, private mountain living meets world-class skiing, limited luxurious, unmistakably Breckenridge. She can help you out with that. Here's her telephone number. Call her right now. She's going to answer 970-968-7646. Look, you got to have the right person for this kind of deal. And her people appreciate the level of professionalism she brings to all of these deals. And she's been sought out by discretionary buyers from Denver and beyond for quite some time. That number again is 970-968-7646. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates there in Breckenridge, and she knows the mountains like nobody's business. When you're thinking about that mountain property of any kind, you've got to think Anastasia Bell.
So, a few minutes here, we'll get to drunk takes. I just saw this clip from Travis Etienne. He's having his introductory press conference with the Saints. And he said, so my name's actually Travis Etienne.
Like pronunciation?
It's AY-Chan, like Jackie Chan. It says, my name is actually pronounced A-Chan.
Oh, the pronunciation is different.
Yes. And he goes, I told people in college over and over again how to say my name, and nobody got it right. So I just said, whatever. It's Etienne now.
Is that like a Tyler Bidet type deal?
Well, it's either that or I think of it more like I don't know if this has happened or not, Moj. Martin Natchez is Natchez.
Oh, we've heard every name in the book.
Bednar comes on the show and calls him Neckash every single time. And I'm like, does Marty just not correct him? Because he has to call him out. He has to call him out like, hey, Natchez, him, Neckash.
He's the head coach. He can call you whatever he wants to call you. If he calls you meathead,
he can call you punk.
The answer to that.
My coach
Big Don, Bag Don.
My coach has called me things in heck in 6th grade. I didn't even know my name.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm coaching, I go, hey, Bag Don, come over here. I mean, he's going to get a pretty good idea who I'm talking to. Yeah.
It's just weird to me that it's just like at some point people just go, you know what, whatever. I'm whatever you want me to be called.
Say, hey, dude, can I just call you Travis? Is that cool? I'll just call you Trav. Tarv Dog. We had our TV director, Travis Hondard. He's Dutch, by the way. Big, tall geek with a bald head. Anyway, we call him Tarv Dog. That's his name's Travis. We call him Tarv Dog for short.
Hey, there was two big wins yesterday for both the Avs and the Nuggets, and they have two big games this weekend. The Avs are taking on Winnipeg, Moj, and I understand that Winnipeg is having a down year, especially what they had last year, where they led basically it was wire to wire the whole season, right?
Right. They've only got 62 points this year, Brett. They're in a tough spot.
But the reason why this is a big game is because Dallas doesn't lose. And so every game that you play, you have to treat it like you're playing the Dallas Stars, essentially.
I was having this conversation, gentlemen, yesterday morning at the rink. And I don't know how to say this, but I think you just have to pretend that Dallas is going to win out. I don't know what else. I mean, for the next month, they're just going to win every single friggin' hockey game.
You do.
I don't know what else to say, Vic. You're the number one team in the league. You have been since the start of the season. I mean, you're smoking it. You had 2 regulation losses before the new year, for God's sake, and you got to play for your playoff lives, essentially.
Crazy.
I mean, what the blank are we doing here, man? Yeah. This is insanity. Insanity.
So that game's going to be, at 2:00 tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets
game. Yep.
Nuggets and Lakers is a huge game, too, because if you win that game, all of the teams you're competing with between seeds 3 through 6, you would have tiebreakers over if you win on Saturday.
Think about this. All right, so if the Nuggets can win tomorrow, they'll be 42-26. They'll have the tiebreaker over the Lakers, over the Rockets, over the Timberwolves, the 3 teams that they're battling with right now in those seeds 3 through 6. And Houston and L.A., the way the NBA schedule, they play each other in back-to-back games next week.
Good.
You know, so hopefully one of those teams is gonna drop. The Nuggets, man, if they can win tomorrow night and complete this 6-game just murderer's row schedule, that would be huge.
Yeah, massive. Especially you get through that, and then you have what's left, which is a much easier schedule moving forward. Not to say easy, but certainly easier than what you've dealt with the last couple of weeks.
No doubt about it.
It's been a murderer's row, dude. I mean, it's been really hard. So, the Avs are the same kind of way. You look at their schedule coming up here, you're going to be at Chicago. Well, you got Pittsburgh coming into town on Monday. Then Dallas comes into town on Wednesday. Ugh. But then you're at Chicago. You're at the Caps. You got some opportunity to keep things really going here if you're the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, by the way, before we get to drunk takes, you know what's happening tonight?
No.
After the U.S. has been on this run of defeating Canada over and over again,
tonight,
U.S. baseball plays Canada, and I kind of just want to beat them in every sport now. I kind of just, whenever I don't care if it's curling or badminton. I just kind of, if it's U.S. and Canada, I just want to lay it on them again. Yeah, make me feel good.
If the U.S. paste Canada, if they do paste them, you know the memes are coming out, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. This is the level where if you lose, you're done, right? This is
this
win
is
and go home.
this
Win or
is
go
semifinals.
home. Okay.
Yep. This
Who's the
is
other
so
semi?
basically, Italy did us a huge favor, right? Italy, thank you, Italy. Grazie.
Yes.
So they did us a huge favor. Now the U.S. can win the whole damn thing.
Yeah,
Well, this can't be semifinals yet. This is quarterfinals.
Yes, you're right. Quarter. Yes. So it's Korea and the Dominican Republic at 4:30. U.S. and Canada at 6. Tomorrow's Puerto Rico and Italy, and then Venezuela and Japan.
If Italy won the world, let's say the Italian Americans win the World Baseball Classic.
Then the Americans have 2 chances to win. That's what we're looking at.
Does Italy do anything? Does Italy even know it's happening?
If Italy wins,
Seriously.
I'm going to say this right now. If Italy wins, we get our Columbus Day parade back. You got St. Patrick's Day this weekend. I've never been. That's what we get.
I tell you what, Vic, I went to the place where Columbus went to talk to Queen Isabella to get the bread. I went right there when I was in Spain and Sevilla. It was pretty awesome. Plus, I saw her. She's in a lead coffin, in a kind of tucked down underneath the thing there. It's pretty cool.
Texture says, "Yeah, Kane, nothing like a country with 300 million people beating a country with 30 million." You think I care, dude?
Yeah,
listen to me. If the U.S. baseball team played the Vatican City baseball team, I want you to roast them. You understand? Because what's Vatican City's population? Like 1,000 people or something like that? It's nothing.
No, it's more than that.
Hey, the Pope's a White Sox fan, so he's used to losing.
But
Forget
that's the least populated country in the world, right?
No, it's the smallest country in the world. I don't know if it's the least populated. It might be. There's a lot of people in Vatican City, dude. Vic and I were there.
No, bro. It's 800 to 900 residents.
Yeah, but there's a lot of visitors on a daily basis.
A lot of visitors, bro. On any given day, there's 1 million people there, man.
I said population of Vatican City. Do you know what population means? I know that Mose likes to be an honorary citizen of every country he steps foot in. It's not how it works. So I was right.
You don't get to talk about foreign countries. You've never left, like, North America. Okay, so...
You've been to Cabo. You went to Cabo, and you think you're like some world traveler.
I've been to the Caribbean.
Dork. Whatever.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. You got married in the Dominican.
Yep.
Okay.
Honorary citizen. Our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present...
Dun, 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 dun.
Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us.
Dun, 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 dun.
And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
God, we're dumb. We are so dumb.
Drunk Takes, clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
Maybe you just want to move to the mountains. Brent, keep it real. Now's the time. Nelly. We're just laughing. You're a total jerk. Steve, go. We'll make it up to her.
That is Anastasia Bell. What's next?
My wife
She
and I
hasn't killed me
play
yet.
Scrabble. There is a little trash talking that goes on. She's beaten me like 5 straight, maybe 6 straight games at Scrabble.
It's because you're stupid.
God, I knew that was coming. That's so good. It's just so good.
I sounded
Oh, my
legitimately
God.
drunk there. Play that again, Nelly.
Oh, it's so good. So good.
It's because you're stupid.
You got no comeback from that.
None.
You just
Zero.
die.
No.
When
You're
you hear
dead.
that, you
On the
just
vine.
say, I'm dead.
What's next?
Can I just say one thing?
Serious show.
We don't make Yang jokes.
Do we not?
No. No.
Let's that sophomore tomfoolery.
Zero Yang. No Wangs, no Yangs, no Hangs, no Yangs. Nothing.
Oh, God. What's next?
If you think I'm putting that in my mouth, you're wrong. You put this in your mouth. You're getting this cream if you lose.
Oh, my
Gage,
God, man.
you'll take the creamer to the mouth.
No.
I'm not taking anything to the mouth.
He did. He did. Narrator.
I eventually caved.
He did.
Nelly was right. I just caved to shut you up. You're right.
You're putting this in your mouth. All right, one more. Go ahead.
What does it do now?
Talk with it. Talk with it in there.
Oh, that's so gross. It gets chewy when it mixes with the saliva. That is cement mixing.
Yeah.
Because you're stupid.
It's because you're stupid. All right. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. See you.
Hey, man, you get some Moser in you. Your day is made.
Holy death.
You're in good shape.
McKinnon doesn't have a centering feed. Back up top from Alinsky. Tipped and they score! The Kadri man can! Nazem Kadri, in his re-debut with the Avalanche on Sunday, got an assist on a McKinnon goal, and now he gets a cookie. 4 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. Back in the win column. Nathan McKinnon back with a bang. 4 points for the Avalanche. Colorado has now beaten the Kraken 6 straight times.
Cam has it on the high right side, top of the key. Jokic dumps it off to Spencer. Layup is up and in. How good has Spencer Jones been, man? Oh, my goodness. His fourth quarter is banging. Jokic goes to the left hand, driving a dish, three-pointer Cam. Good! The Nuggets open up a 9-point lead on San Antonio, and the Spurs call another timeout. Man, Denver down by 20. Battle all the way back on a second night of a back-to-back and beat the San Antonio Spurs 136 to 131. What a game! Well, actually, what a fourth quarter.
Double dibble-daroo.
Double dip and a double win for the Avs and the Nuggets. Avs get out early and hammer the Seattle Kraken 5-1 in what could be a preview of a first-round matchup a month from right now. And then the Nuggets, after getting into their hotel at about 4 a.m. yesterday morning, they walk into the second-best team in the Western Conference, and they come back from 20 to beat the San Antonio Spurs. Win of the year for the Nuggets, without a doubt. I know the alien ain't playing in that game. I don't care that he's not playing in that one. A sensational comeback for the Nuggets as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryan alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. Because of that win, we're going to bring back something that I've been missing in my life ever since football season ended. That's coming up at 10:20.
Are we doing the big play replay?
Might be. Might have to. Might have to.
Yeah. For regular season, second leg of a back-to-back hoops?
I think it's worth it.
Alex Ryan working overtime, man. I didn't think you had it in you, brother.
I think it's worth it.
You know, I was a little disappointed there with the opening. The show opening, I kind of assumed was going to be one of those where KJ goes to Receipt Street and talks about yesterday that I asked you point blank, is this a scheduled loss against the San Antonio Spurs on leg 2 of a back-to-back? And you said yes. Okay.
Along the rest of the basketball world yesterday.
And then
I said that when Victor Wembanyama was questionable and we had gotten word from Dempsey that he was like, I kind of expect the guy to play.
I also thought KJ might have pulled my I had a couple soliloquies actually about why not go get this one. Why wouldn't you? You get into your hotel at 3:30. What time's the tip of the game? It ain't at 10:30 a.m. You're not coming off of 3 hours of sleep. Sleep your ass in till 1 p.m. Get yourself a good solid 8+. Do all your little PT and rehab. Throw some electrolytes in ya. And let's go beat the dang Spurs and put ourselves into prime position to make sure we get that dang 3 seed.
This thing should have been a 30-point blowout halfway through that second quarter. And the third and the fourth quarter, whether it was the Spencer Jones show from beyond 3 and his blocks, I know he had a heat check in the fourth that doesn't go in. Jamal Murray's penetration game was unbelievable.
Whoa.
He goes 15 of 15 from the line.
Whoa.
Joker drops a 31-point, 20 rebound triple-double with 12 assists, and it probably wasn't the most impressive game played last night. Luka drops 51 in a Sombor double in the win for the Lakers, and you are still a half game out of that 3 seed. And who do you play on Saturday? Well, the team that occupies that 3 seed in Los Angeles. You had to get the win last night, and it was one
the
that
Lakers have the 3 seed right now.
Lakers have
That's
the 3
so
seed
gross.
right now. Lakers have the 3
stink.
seed.
I hate them. You know what's good about them having the 3 seed right now? Is that I'm your father of Los Angeles. That's what the Nuggets are. I feel like that's been the case this year. That's been the case when this team's healthy. How about the fact you get that W last night and Aaron Gordon gets a nice night, another day of rest in there, mixed in today, day of rest. Things are shaping up for the Denver Nuggets and for all of the haters in and around the Denver metro, in and around the state of Colorado, and all of the haters that were just firing salvos in the direction of the Denver Nuggets, y'all can shut up.
Don't be that guy.
Which includes me and you.
I was like, you play that game 10 times in the same situation, you're probably losing 8 or 9.
Doesn't matter. You won, dude. Like, I don't like you don't like when I say, Raj, don't tell me that a team can't win a championship.
You hate Receipt Street guy, so don't be Receipt Street guy today.
Oh, no, I woke up today I'm not being Receipt Street guy. But Raj, do you not tell me, like even last year, I was saying, I'll believe it when I see it about the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're still young. They're still figuring their way. Can they really win a title? And of course, you said,
I don't know if it's apples to apples.
I'm Receipt Streeting you right now. You said they're going to win the title if they're the best team in basketball. I don't care if they've never won a title with this iteration of the Thunder. So you don't like that take. But now you're going to tell me that last night's win, come on. Like, you play that game 10 times, you're probably losing 8 or 9.
They were down 20 to a team that's won 15 of 16. And yeah, they were without Wemby, but you were down 20 on the second of a back-to-back. Most times, you get blown out in that game.
Was that the last home loss since January?
I think so. For San Antonio,
I
think so.
That was San Antonio's last home loss since the month of January, man. In January, I was a different person. I was a better person in January. I'm a bad guy now in March.
It makes the win that much more impressive.
AJ's like, this dude's crazy, man.
By the way, another game.
What's wrong with this man?
Another game in which Nikola Jokic is even in terms of his steals to his turnover ratio. 3-3. And what do the Nuggets win? They're 9-1 now in those 10 games where he is either even from steals to turnovers or he is plus from steals to turnovers. 9-1.
I call that the Raj.
The Raj ratio?
Yeah, it's the Raj ratio. I love it. I'm going to watch that one from here on out.
I had a 9-1 ratio.
Yeah. How about this one right here? The Spurs, did you see this? Have been 21-0 when having a lead of 20+ in a game this season. This is from our very own Dan Hyatt.
So why is my take insane? When I go, you play that game 10 times, you probably lose 9 out of them. Give me the stat again.
The Spurs had been 21-0 when having a lead of 20 or more points at any point in a game this season. This is from our very own friend at Dan Hyatt Stats. Give him a follow.
Oh, you have to follow Dan Hyatt.
He's an awesome guy. Great human being. Sends us all kinds of great information via email, electronic facsimile. And the Nuggets just changed that stat to 21-1. So, you know what's different about the Nuggets, though? When they're right, they're right. When they're right, they have Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray that I believe is the best two-man combination still in the NBA. Massive caveat, asterisk next to it, when they are right. And last night, and obviously the game before against Houston, they are right. When are they not right? Well, they're not right when Jamal Murray is dealing with some type of soft tissue injury. He's dealing with a calf. And they're not right when Jamal Murray at times feels a little like disconnected.
He hasn't felt disconnected the whole season.
Not once this season. Now, on the flip side, Nikola Jokic, there's two times that I feel like Nikola Jokic doesn't completely look right. A lot of people talk about his wrist, and obviously survived what looked like it was going to be a bad knee injury, and it wasn't. The thing that I noticed from Nikola Jokic is when he makes it fully about mansplaining to refs every call, that's not right.
Yeah, he takes himself out of the game.
Nate
can get that way too with the Avs.
Yes.
Nate can totally get that way.
There's such intelligent basketball in hockey players that there are times where they're much smarter about the rules than the people that are actually determining and making the calls. And then the other one for Nikola Jokic when he's not right is what you just said. The Raj ratio is when he's just careless with the basketball.
I got real nervous in the first half that it was going to be another one of those games where he's got 5 or 6 turnovers, and that's going to be the difference. He tamped it down in the second half. He really did. Spencer Jones was phenomenal. Cam Johnson had backed up what I thought was his best game as a Nugget with another really good game on the road.
Trending.
Jamal dropping 39 in 40 minutes and going perfect from the free throw line, especially in the last 2 minutes of that game where it turned into a free throw contest after you opened up, was that an 8-point lead or a 9-point lead after coming back in the fourth quarter? I think their large lead was 8 late in the fourth. Sorry, 9 in the fourth. And he's perfect from the stripe, and he just puts that game to bed, man. The Avs put their game to bed within the first 7 minutes of the game in Seattle.
Like I said, thank God, right? Thank God. You got to continue to play really good hockey because there is this team right now that has kind of been a bit of a recent Achilles heel for you. And that team, I hate to say their name, the Dallas Stars, do you realize that they haven't lost a game to anyone but the Colorado Avalanche since January 22nd?
Yeah, they have points in 14 straight, which is the second longest streak in franchise history. They had points in 15 straight back in their cup season of 1999. They continue to get points. Speaking about putting a game to bed early, they scored 89 seconds into the matchup with Edmonton last night and put up 7. Dallas they're legit. That's the second best team in the world.
So appreciative and grateful for the work of Sakic and certainly McFarland, especially McFarland, for doing what they did before the trade deadline, because you need every single bit of what you acquired to be able to beat Dallas in a 7-game series. Trust me. And it's going to be appointment viewing for everybody who even remotely likes the great stick and puck game when that series ends up happening. Because it's going to happen. It's the ultimate inevitability. It's going to be, it's happening.
Minnesota's got a chance to beat them.
No, sir. I'm not buying. Not the torrid pace that Dallas is on right now, and that
I worry that you are peaking too early as Dallas.
Then the same argument could be made for the Avs, or can you just say they're just that talented?
I think they're just that talented.
I agree with that.
And they continue to play good hockey, and they're starting to fix the things that suck about them. They're 23% on the power play.
When healthy and when
they're
right,
the two best teams in the world.
Dallas too, man.
They are the two best teams in the world.
Really
Colorado and
talented.
Dallas.
When they're completely right, man, that is I don't know if you can call them a full-fledged wagon, but
Dallas
they're
and
really
Dallas and Minnesota have split their season series 1-1 so far. Both teams have won a 5-2 hockey game. So there's no such thing about this regular season that says like Minnesota can't beat them. Much like the Lakers and the Nuggets have split their season series at 1-1, and whoever wins coming up on Saturday gets the tiebreaker.
You're driving.
It's the most important season or most important game of the season, without a doubt.
You're driving your car right now. Maybe I-25. You might be on I-70. I would grip that steering wheel a little tighter right now because it's freaking go time, baby. It is go time.
Yeah, double win. Avs 5-1 over Seattle. Could be a preview of the first round of the NHL playoffs. They hammer him. Nathan MacKinnon, a 3-point first period, a 4-point night. He scores and has 3 assists, 2 assists for Devon Taves. Marty Necas becomes the third 30-goal scorer for Colorado. They get another one on the power play. It was Nicholas Waugh on the net front. Power plays running at 23% since coming back from Milan. That's good for top 10 in the NHL right now. And then the Nuggets on the second leg of a back-to-back, a game that they should not have won. They erase a 20-point deficit. They get 39 from Jamal Murray, a 31-point, 20-rebound triple-double from Nikola Jokic, a great game from Spencer Jones. We're going to go through a little big play replay, the biggest plays in the second half of this game that made sure Denver is only a half game out of the 3 seed in the West. Jamal Murray's penetration game was unbelievable.
Whoa.
Ain't nothing like it, a little round ball. The NCAA tournament is here. Tune in for championship games all weekend. You see, Miami, Ohio lost last night. They were 30-0 going into that game. UMass beats them.
They're still making the tourney, though.
I don't know, man.
30-1 and you don't make the tourney?
You have to put them in the bracket. I don't know anything about them, but you go 30-0, like you should probably be there.
Yesterday was a glorious day for sports here in the great state of Colorado, with the exception of Colorado State, man. Just fizzled out and dropped their opening tournament game against San Diego State as a 7 seed, and they are done. Done.
Westwood One's tournament selection show is on Sunday starting at 4 p.m. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. We told you we're going to bring it back because, well, that was the win of the season for the Denver Nuggets. It's time for a big play replay. They were down by 20 in this game. They got into the hotel at 4 a.m. KJ, kick it off.
I just think they're tired, dude. That's all I think it is. Castle has it at the point. Now he's inside the arc. Back over to Plumlee, back over to Castle. Castle goes to the left hand, dribbles through the lane, throws it off in the corner. Three-pointers up and in by Vassell. Timeout called by David Adelman. Nuggets are down by 20. Up the right sideline is Murray. Murray gets a pick from Jokic, moves off of that, gets down the lane, leans in, bank shot, no good. Bucket here, you might be cooked. Down the lane, Keldon Johnson, layup's good. That might be it. Denver down by 16 here late in the third quarter.
If you didn't think it was over when Devin Vassell hit his three-pointer in the second quarter to put San Antonio up 20, like I thought the game was over, you probably could have thought it was over when they were down by 16 midway through that third quarter. Nearly 100 total points after the Vassell three. Harper hits the layup on the drive after the Nuggets had a chance to get a bunny. It gets blocked. No one's back on D. Big-time break for San Antonio. I thought it was toast, man. I thought it was completely toast at that point. You're telling me you had some faith.
I did have some faith. You know why? Because you got Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. And you know what? I don't buy what my guy Kaz says. I don't care that they're tired. They're professional athletes. They went to bed at 4 and woke up at 1 p.m., maybe 2 p.m. I don't buy it.
You got Nikola Jokic, you got Jamal Murray, but you also have two young guys, Julian Strawther and Spencer Jones. After a Spencer Jones three from the top of the key, Julian Strawther nets one from the wing.
Left side on the wing, now it's Harrison Barnes. Throws it down low, the ball, it's deflected and stolen. Loose ball comes down to Murray. Murray has it the other way. This to make it a one-possession game. Strawther three, knocked it home. Denver's down by 109 to 108. LFG.
Strawther in 15 minutes drops 10 points. He goes 50% from beyond the arc, and that one capped off an 11-0 Nuggets run. Spencer Jones had that top of the three key right before that three. You could feel the energy sapping out of the building in San Antonio going, what is happening to us?
Is that SAP? Is that what it's called? The SAP? What's their building called?
Is it the SAP Center?
I don't know.
Did I use the word sapping and not even know that it was kind of punny?
I think you might be onto something there, but I'm not 100% sure.
No, it is the Frostbank Center.
Okay, cool. Frostbank.
The Frostbank Center.
You got money, apparently.
It once was AT&T Center.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the swings in this game and the runs that Denver was able to go on to be able to get this thing into a place where it was a one-possession game. Once you get there, man, it's hard. It's hard not to win because you just have a belief level. We just erased a 20-point deficit. It took some time. It didn't happen like over the course of one particular run, but you erased what was a 96.1% win probability, according to ESPN.com, that jumped up again to right around 96 when you went up 16 again in the third.
A wild play after this 11-0 run for Denver. They were up 109-108. Just a couple of minutes after that in the fourth quarter, Joker gets hit in the face. He goes down to the ground. He's not part of the fast break going the opposite side. Denver realizes they don't have the numbers. They pull back. Jamal Murray's heel is millimeters from the timeline. Everyone at the Frostbank Center started booing because they thought it was an over and back. Jamal then waits for everyone to get back up, and Joker finds Spencer Jones for a layup.
Murray has it at the point. He's guarded by Keldon Johnson. Crowd chants defense. Right side, he throws it off over to Christian Brown. Lob pass over to Jokic. In the paint, Spencer. Layup. Good! Spencer Jones, you demand! 119 to 118. Denver's within one. Keldon Johnson the other way. Floater won't go. Rebound poked out by Spencer. Loose ball comes down to Christian Brown. Oh, no. Please don't let that happen. Okay, he's back up. That's over and back. That's over and back, and the refs missed it. Murray three. Yeah!
Doesn't matter.
Denver leads it by 2. 121 to 119. Denver left for the dead. Down by as many as 20. Has battled all the way back to catch a fourth quarter lead.
Sometimes you got to get a little bit lucky and have a referee miss a call. You know what I'm saying? Can hockey gods and basketball gods be the same thing, or can they be aware of things that happen in sports that are not their own? You know what? Because we're making it all up and those don't really exist. Yeah, they can. That was the Nathan McKinnon ejection coming back for the Nuggets.
I like this. Transference. Very good.
Murray hits the three. Denver goes up 121 to 119, but Jamal wasn't done there. A little clutch jumper on the run.
Jokic has it on the elbow. He gets double teamed. Throws out of it to Spencer. Top of the key, Christian. Back over to Murray. Murray has it on the high left side. 6 on the shot clock. Goes to the right hand. Spins in the paint. Floater. Good! That's huge! Denver leads it by 5. 132 to 127. 1 minute to go in this basketball game.
The lead gets up to 5. Jamal Murray would hit 4 free throws down the stretch for the Nuggets to walk away with a 136-131 win, and that is your Denver Nuggets big play replay after a back-to-back win sweep.
Jamal Murray, what a season he's having. In real time, we're watching it.
You're watching his best season of his career.
I'm excited to watch this year's version of Jamal Murray in the postseason, because all the things are starting to come to a point with how this team's playing at the right time. Chris Dempsey, Mr. Glass Half Full, has been telling everybody, essentially very subtly, very realistically, he's not telling everybody like don't ignore what's happening over the course of the last 6 weeks. He just said, just wait till this team gets back together the way they were constructed to play together. And that's what we're starting to see. And it's really fun to win against Houston and win against San Antonio, a game that I was calling for yesterday against one of the best teams, one of those top 4 NBA teams right now. You haven't gotten really any of those this year. Now, the asterisk I put on there was when they're at full strength. All right, cool. I don't care. It was coming off a back-to-back. It was a game that a lot of people called a scheduled loss, and you got down by 20. You did the unthinkable, and now you know what you are? You're confident. You're a confident basketball team. You remember that whole thing I was talking about with OKC, that they have that swagger? When I watched that game last night,
it felt like it was coming back. It felt like it was coming back.
I saw Cam Johnson's swagger, who's been like the minus swagger.
Oh, that little flush dunk that he had, was that halfway through the third quarter?
He's got a little bounce in his step, and I'm like, okay, Cam.
The one thing that hasn't left Cam Johnson all season long has been the activity on defense.
Yeah, he's length and intelligence.
You saw it last night early on, even when Denver was getting blown out. KJ, what did they start? They start like 1 of 18 from 3, 2 of 20-something from 3. There was a point where they were 7%, and San Antonio was shooting 44% from beyond the arc. There was a point in the first half where they were shooting 21% from the field. I was sitting in the auxiliary studio getting ready for the Avs game and going, I can't believe I'm about to watch the Nuggets get beat by 30. First period goes by, Avs are up 3-0. I'm feeling good about my game, expecting to walk back into the studio to do the intermission report. knowing that, like, oh, the Avs look good against a mediocre Seattle team, and then the Nuggets are going to disappoint once again. I come back in, and I'm in the midst of an 11-0 run, just trying to figure out where my hands should go.
Raja, I think it's a personal conversation about where your hands were last night during that monumental comeback victory. Yeah, it was a good time, and I think there's plenty of reason for optimism. Man, when we looked at this stretch run of games, I mean, it was daunting, and I think probably the most daunting aspect of this stretch was going to be Houston, San Antonio back-to-back.
You're talking about the 6-game stretch between March 5th and then what happens on Saturday, where you get 2 games against LA, the Knicks, OKC, Houston, and San Antonio.
Yeah.
They're now 3-2 in the first 5 games. 4-2, I would have taken that. If you threw that on the table at the beginning of the stretch going into, what was that, Thursday's game against the Lakers, I'd take that and run away with it.
Essentially what I felt is 3-3.
And you should have beaten Oklahoma City.
You should have. You had one real stinker in there, right?
Yeah, when you got smoked by 40 to New York. But again, second leg of a back-to-back. Like that, more often than not, that's what happens on the second of a back-to-back.
Isn't it? And
you didn't even have to travel that night.
Isn't the stat bizarre, though, with the Denver Nuggets, that the second leg of a back-to-back, when they come home to Denver, is way worse than second leg of back-to-back on the road? Is that the Denver stat? Like, they're not good coming back home.
I know they're 10-5 this year with no rest. I don't know what they are coming back home.
I was kind of thinking about the last 3 years. I remember there's a weird Dan Hyatt quirk about where you're actually playing that back-to-back contest, home or away. And I
36-18 since 2022 with no rest.
Anything about location? We should ask Vic's best friend, his new AI girlfriend. Is it kind of weird? Have you heard that, Vic's AI girlfriend?
I have.
It sounds a little bit like the Queen of Chicken. Did he make?
You can do that with AI, can't you? You can feed it like audio and say, "Hey, sound like this."
I think he gave just the
Fox Sports is doing that with Colin Cowherd. Have you seen that?
I have not.
There's I don't know if it's on this Fox Sports app or something like that. You can go to that application and prompt in, I want to hear this type of reaction from Colin Cowherd. Like, ask him about dating advice. And then Fox Sports AI will give you a video that looks like Colin Cowherd, sounds like him, and speaks like him, and he'll give you dating advice. I don't love that.
I don't think that I'm going to do that, Raj. Not with Colin.
Marital advice from Colin Cowherd?
Yeah, and it's getting into some weird, mucky territory.
Oh, no!
Raj, talk to me about the Avs last night.
I mean, they dominated a team that if you see them in the playoffs, I think you sweep Seattle. I think it's that big of a talent gap between those two teams. Joey Decord isn't good enough. 2 solid goaltenders, but like just average. Scott Wedgwood, man, he continues to amaze me.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1 in save percentage, number 1 in goals against. I believe he is number 4 in expected goals against and goals saved above average. So even the advanced analytics, the nerd analytics are telling you that he's one of the best goaltenders in the world. Mackenzie Blackwood's been top 10 in almost every statistical category as well. Now, he's had a few more games where he blows up, and it feels as though Colorado doesn't play as well in front of him as of late as they do Wedgwood. It's a good problem to have for them. Now, Boston, when they went on their historic run a couple of seasons ago, ran into a similar problem, a similar first world problem.
Conundrum, we'll call it.
Where they didn't know whether or not to start Linus Ullmark or Jeremy Swayman in the postseason and ended up getting bounced in the first round.
Okay, so there was a tweet last night from one of the Colorado Avalanche podcasters, Christian Bull. Tell me what you think about this. I saw this. Watching the game, Scott Wedgwood, this is a statement from @ChristianBull. Scott Wedgwood is the most chaotic, good goalie in the league right now.
He is chaotic.
Pretty cool, though. Like, he's fun to watch.
That's the reason why when I look at the goalies and they ask me, oh, who's the number 1? The archetype of Mackenzie Blackwood is a number 1 netminder. He is point to point.
In the right spots.
My head's going to make the save first rather than my body. And you see these crazy Wedgwood saves where he's sprawling back and he's doing the Dominic Hasek slinky thing. And Wedgwood is more along the lines of, I'm beating you to the point. I am big, and I don't have to worry about making this crazy last-ditch effort, while Wedgwood's compete level is delightful to watch.
Scott Wedgwood, was he trained and mentored as a netminder more by Mr. Miyagi? whereas
1 foot,
Mackenzie Blackwood was trained in the CCCP alongside Ivan Drago. He's in the right spot. He's very robotic. He's going to be right for the most part.
They're both great.
Okay, so
I think they can win a cup with either one of them as the starting netminder in the postseason. I also think they can win a cup by doing what they do now, of like, yeah, you get tonight, Blackie gets it in 2 nights, and if one of you throws up a 1 or a 0, then you get to start the next game.
Is that going to be the secret sauce for Jared Bednar, to not overthink it, over communicate it, almost a little bit like, oh yeah, hey Blackie, you got tonight, or no, hey Wedgie, you got tomorrow, and just like, instead of making like, this is a huge declaration, we're going to announce our intentions, or we're going to have a team meeting. Sometimes as a coach, you think that you should have.
I wouldn't do it.
I think it's more about just, hey, keep it going, man. Keep the good vibes going. Those guys like each other. They both feel very good. Now, here's the question: with the advanced analytics right now of Scott Wedgwood, and him being truly save percentage in the NHL, the number 1 goalie.
Mm-hmm.
Does it give you any consternation going into the Stanley Cup playoffs that your bona fide number 1, Mackenzie Blackwood, could potentially have a crooked number, and then what that would do?
Well, Wedgwood is also throwing up crooked numbers. Like, people are trying to.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
He gave up 7 against Montreal the other night. Like, he's susceptible rather to a blow up. Most goalies are going to have a game where they kind of suck, and Wedgwood has had those games. But I'm not going to sit here and go, you have to play Wedgwood 14 out of the next 15 games. I would continue to throw Blackwood some big time bones. Like, I'd throw him on Saturday against Winnipeg, which I think is a funeral game. Like, I think you end their season.
Could be a shutout.
And the reason why I do that is because I don't want to have Wedgwood peak at the wrong time. You need to have him playing like he is right now on April 20th, not on March 13th, right? So that's the reason for me why I still go with kind of a 50-50 split, or maybe like a 60-40 split.
You know what you say for Wedgie?
Yeah. Right now, he's the better goaltender. He's the hotter goaltender. They play better in front of him, and his compete level is, it's something that is so underrated in a goaltender, seeing their compete level. And I don't see another player in the league that has been more consistent with their compete between the pipes than Wedgwood this year. It's what makes Jordan Binnington so good in big games. When it's a big game and the lights are bright, Jordan Binnington's compete is through the roof. But where he falls off, and I call him Cam Ward with a bad attitude, is if St. Louis is no good and they're not playing in the playoffs, or they're not a good team, or he's not playing for Team Canada, then he's kind of halfway worthless. Wedgwood doesn't have that. Wedgwood just competes all the time, and it's because he was, up until this year, a career backup.
Do the personalities of Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood, do they give you any fears whatsoever that this thing could blow up in terms of?
Nope.
I kind of feel the same way. You have to trust what you've seen in the data of those two playing together, that they really are kind of better together than they are individually.
You should have heard how Wedgwood talked about him last night. The post-game interview that Connor gave on radio with Wedgie was like, how does it feel, being at the top of the league in save percentages? And he asked some question about Blackwood, and he goes, it's really tough when you see 7 breakaways in the first 2 periods, like Blackwood did the other night. And Wedgwood had 3 different types of breakaways that he had to stop against Seattle, but it wasn't immediate. Wedgie was like, the first 20 shots of the game that I saw came from 45 feet away. Like, the team made it easy on me. They made it hard on Blackwood. So I see this give and take and this camaraderie with both of those players, that why would you come out and say, this is our number 1? Do what has worked for you all season long and make it 50-50-ish or 60-40, depending on who's the hotter goaltender. I want to have those problems. Big win for the Avs. Big win for the Nuggets. We'll have another double dip on Saturday as the Nuggets take on the LA Lakers. Whoever wins that game holds the tiebreaker. It is massive for Denver as they take on LA, and then Colorado may be able to basically end Winnipeg's season. You can listen to those games on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our Not Another Bracket Challenge is back, and all you have to do is head on over to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket starting on Sunday. Pick 5 teams playing in the NCAA tournament, and you can win dinner for 2 and a pair of tickets in a catered suite to the first Nuggets home playoff game this year. It's all powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Find them on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Double dip, double win last night. Nuggets 136-131 over San Antonio. Avs 5-1 over Seattle. And did you see earlier today, the Broncos continue to clear cap space for this season? So they've got around, $25 million in cap space, and they haven't brought anyone in from outside. What could they be doing? The LA Rams are still reportedly in on and listening for A.J. Brown. So could the Broncos be part of those teams that are listening for A.J. Brown rumblings coming out of Philadelphia? Or could the Breece Hall franchise tag have just been a ploy for New York to be able to trade him? Hold on to him. A team is going to be out of the running back sweepstakes and free agency and out of the opportunity to draft Jeremiah Love in the top 10. So someone's going to be calling.
You know why I think you created $25 million in cap space?
Why is that?
Because we got some breaking news from Ian Rappaport.
Uh-oh.
The Denver Broncos have agreed to terms to bring back
I was excited.
versatile running back Jal Mclofflin, giving him a 1-year deal. Add McLaughlin back into the mix with J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, and Tyler Bidet.
Why?
And then throw Adam Prentice in there too. Just creating more space, man. Bring the boys back. The boys are back in town.
So what are you making $25 million of space for?
You're not going out and getting Breece Hall. You have 4 running backs under contract. 5 including a fullback. I don't know. Don't break our mics. Don't break our mics. We have broken our mics before. That was Raj giving the CTE head bump of his own microphone. How about that news? Right in time for us to get excited about cap space and potentially trading pick 30.
When you said breaking news from Rappaport, because I had checked his Twitter account before the show, and I checked it during the first segment of the show, and he hadn't tweeted anything. So it made me think, oh, this is actually new. This is actually something that is exciting. I feel slighted. I feel personally attacked by Regina George.
Do you feel
you're Regina George? You're a mean girl.
Do you think that
I'm gonna feed you Caltine?
Do you think that bit that I just executed has more to do with the feelings that all of us, including myself, have had every time we see anything involving the Broncos in this week that has been unbelievably unexciting?
We're either being set up for the most disappointing follow-up to a 1-seed season in recent Broncos history, or we're being set up for Sean Payton to look at everybody in the state and go, you idiots. How dare you question what I'm doing here? They're either going to be successful and they get to be smug the entire year because you and I and others of the ilk are kind of saying the same thing, like, what are we doing here? Or they're going to run it back and they're not going to be as good and we're going to be unbelievably disappointed at the end of the year. There's no in between.
Good for Jal Mclofflin.
Great for Jal Mclofflin. Great for Lil Jordan Humphrey.
We love all of them. We do. However, on the offensive side of the ball, when you look at the statistics, for a team that was the number 1 seed in the AFC, the offensive numbers do not add up. And to say we're just going to bring all of it as it is, we're going to bring it back? I mean, what are we doing? The 297 says, I have trust issues with your show's breaking news. Well, hey, 297, was that breaking news?
It did come out 6 minutes ago.
It was breaking news. It was not fake breaking news. It just wasn't the breaking news you wanted.
It's not big news. It is breaking news.
Kind of big news, Raj. We were about to have an entire segment talking about accumulating cap space so that there might be the possibility of going out and trading pick number 30 to the New York Football Jets for the services of Breece Hall and eat up all of that contract money and give him 14 plus per and $20 million guaranteed over your 2-year deal. That's what we were going to do. And then we get the news, and what that tells you is that the Broncos now have 5 running backs, including fullback Adam Prentice, under contract. Now, does that mean that you could potentially involve one of them in a trade with the Jets? Maybe. But do you think anybody really wants any one of the Denver Broncos running backs in a trade? Like, are any of them going to move the needle for a franchise? They're all depth pieces. And if you're involving players in a trade for Breece Hall, you're not taking Jal Mclofflin or Tyler Bidet in return.
Okay, so does that mean wide receiver or tight end on the horizon with all of this cap space?
Potentially. What other position could it be?
You're not adding on the defense at this point. You're not adding to the secondary.
You're not adding,
to the pass rush.
I mean, to me, the only way you'd add to the tight end position would be
through the draft.
There's not room for a veteran tight end in that group right now.
Dude, are they more in on this A.J. Brown thing than we think?
That's the take that you and I have been. The receiver position is the only position right now that I don't see complete clarity in terms of the plans for 2026.
I wonder if all of these teams are just waiting it out, and for Philly to go, okay, fine, it's not a first plus, it's a first. And that 1 month and 9 days from right now on draft day, something happens. You can't go into the season with this much cap space and not swing big on something. Like, it just does. The math doesn't math.
You know what they're doing? They want to get Sean Payton's contract up to $35 million a year.
Doesn't count against the cap.
I know. Just kidding.
Again, the cap is my money. Sean Payton's money is not my money. That is the Walton Penner ownership group's money. The cap is my money.
So the 256 has said, in response to what I was saying about the running backs, Dobbins is not a depth piece. I have full conviction that J.K. Dobbins was signed to the contract that was just released on Spot Rack, which says that the max earning is $20 million over 2 years, but the guaranteed money is essentially 1 year, $8 million. What you and I said, Raj, right? He's a 1 year guy with some options to go forward if and indeed he is healthy. And so the 256 says Dobbins is not a depth piece. I'm not saying he's a depth piece. Right now he is RB1. But I maintain all along that this offense still would have benefited greatly from a backfield that had a Breece Hall, and then your number 2 back is your changeup, your curveball, your slider, and that would be RJ Harvey because of his speed, his perimeter running ability, and his pass catching ability. And then your number 3 would be J.K. Dobbins, which would probably optimize his ability to be healthy and be able to be the hammer, not the nail, at the end of games in playoff football. Oh, gosh.
There's only 3 players left out of their free agents that Denver has not signed. This is according to Cody Rourke. Michael Burton, Mercedes Lewis, and Sam Mustipher. They've retained 17 in-house free agents.
So
I don't think I've ever seen something like this.
Mustipher probably is going to be he's going to be the odd man out, right? Because you have
they're not re-signing 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis. Come on. That's not happening.
Lewis is out. He's out. And who was the third?
Michael Burton.
He's out. Yeah, so you're done.
You're done with the in-house.
Okay, I got good news for you, Broncos country. There is a 0% chance.
The next breaking
news regarding the Denver Broncos has to do with re-signing one of their very own free agents.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. Again, the Broncos have agreed to terms to bring back running back Jal Mclofflin on a 1-year deal. So the running back group that was incomplete and, disappointing last year They're running it back.
Here we go.
Let us know what you think. It's Altitude 92.5. The morning sprint rolls into hour number 2. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy hanging out with you guys up until noon. Couple of days off for not couple of days, but a single day off for the couple of teams that played last night. Nuggets and Avs won't be at it, but they'll be back tomorrow. LA, massive game for the Nuggets. Whoever wins that has the tiebreaker when it comes to the jumbled up 3 through 6 seeds in the NBA's Western Conference. The Avs will take on the Winnipeg Jets, and I think that's a game in which if you beat Winnipeg, man, they're toast. I think they're kind of dead in the water already, but you could pretty much end a division rival season on Saturday. The Avs, 1:30 p.m. pregame show. Lakers and Nuggets not until, I believe, 6:30 p.m. pregame or a 6 p.m. pregame later on that night. I think the Rapids play on Saturday, too, so a triple dipperoo.
Up the Pids, man. Matty Wells' squad's balling right now. 6 points, man. 3 games, 6 points.
All right.
Let's go, Matty
We
Wells.
like wins, man.
We thought it was going to be a tough little, a lot of rebuilding here, so.
If you guys are just joining us, I will not torture you with the breaking news noise like Coach did. The Broncos retain the services of running back Jal Mclofflin. They signed him to a 1-year deal, but still with over $20 million remaining in cap space. Like, what are they waiting for? And before we saw the deal come down for Jal Mclofflin, and now you have a pretty heavy running back room in terms of, like, it's just too crowded. I thought it was going to be you're making space to maybe trade for Breece Hall on his franchise extension, and then you extend him for a couple of years. Maybe you go to, could there be an Alvin Kamara reunion?
Very realistic.
Now that Travis Etienne has signed in New Orleans, now they've got a really nice 1-2 punch in New Orleans if Kamara stays, but there's a possibility you could trade New Orleans, and that would certainly be a less costly trade than trying to get a guy like Breece Hall.
Alvin Kamara, 5'10", 215 pounds. When you look at, gosh, he's coming up on is this year 10? This would be year 10, Raj. Whew. 10 years for running. Okay, all right, we're good. Last year he had 471 yards. He played in 11 games. He only averaged 3.6 yards per carry. Really, since his 2017, 18, 19, 20 run where he was 6.1 yards per carry, 4.6, 4.7, and 5.0. It's been a downward trend since 2021 of 3.7 yards per carry to 898 yards, 4 yards per carry, 3.9 yards per carry, 4.2, and 3.6. And health has been slightly fleeting, not nearly as fleeting as J.K. Dobbins, which isn't terrible. The receiving numbers have been good. 2024, Alvin Kamara had 89 targets, 68 catches for 543 yards. Kellen Moore, however, this past year did not use him with nearly as much frequency, and he only had 186 receiving yards. So,
is the cliff here? That's the question.
10 years as a running back's not necessarily ideal.
So it's not going to be a back. That's what your feel is. It's not going to be you're trading for Breece or you're trading for Alvin Kamara to give a little 1-2 that is not RJ Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, which as it stands right now, that's your 1-2 punch.
And if you do go out Alvin Kamara, you're probably not trading much because at this point in time with Travis Etienne being in New Orleans, they're going to look to unload some salary, right? They're going to want to get that contract somehow off the books.
Now, the two teams, if we switch away from running back, the two teams that have been reported to be in on A.J. Brown most heavily are New England, Denver, and now you can add a third team with the L.A. Rams. If it comes down to draft position and just a first-round pick, you're screwed. L.A.'s got the number 13 pick. So if it comes down to we want the best selection possible and it's just a first and it's not a first and a second or a first and a current player or a first and current player and a top 3 selection.
Might it come down to, for Philly, might it come down to how much of the contract they're willing to absorb?
Maybe.
Because Philly's in that, they're also they're up against the cap because of what they've done. Winning a Super Bowl and being in Super Bowls in the last, 6 years, twice? 5 years?
Philly can fit him. They don't have a problem fitting him right now. They are under the cap with him there. They don't have to get rid of A.J. Brown. So they're negotiating from a position of power right now. And I don't think that Denver has the best assets available if LA is truly in on this. Imagine that. Dude, imagine what Matt Stafford gets to throw to next year if they get A.J. Brown there.
That's terrifying. Is there any way that the Rams are going to have Puka, Devontae, and A.J. Brown?
Yeah, there's without a doubt, the number 13 pick.
Is that the equivalent of a super
team? They've got $20
team?
million in cap space. They can finagle something around to make that work.
And it's not like they have poor talent at the running back position. Kyron Williams, I die to have him here in Denver. Die to have a player of his talent. I mean, they're 1-2 punch in the running back field. I know it hasn't been incredible, but
it's Kyron and Blake Corum.
And Corum's a very talented player that had.
I still look at Blake Corum and go,
the challenge.
There's a billion of you.
The challenge on Blake Corum was how Harbaugh just ran that son of a gun into the ground en route to a title.
That offense could look like this next year if they end up getting a trade done. LA has one of the most talented quarterbacks in terms of throwing the ball that we've seen in the history of the game, Matt Stafford. Kyron Williams as their starting running back. Colby Parkinson and Terrence Ferguson as their two primary tight end pass catchers, with
Heritage High School.
Another solid tight end and Tyler Higbee as your third option.
Stand up, Littleton.
Puka Nacua, maybe the best wide receiver in the game. Depends on who you ask.
Sure felt like it in the last 5-7 games of the regular season.
Certainly top 5. I don't think you can
Top
keep
3.
out of the top 5, top 3. Top 3, Justin Jefferson, Puka, and Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And then Amon-Ra St. Brown is probably the next step behind that.
I think who else really came on strong. I mean, Alec Pierce's yards per target was really high, but I don't put him in that
Dude,
category.
I don't put Alec Pierce in the top 20.
I don't in terms of reputation in the long game, but just last season.
I don't put him in the top 20. Maybe not the top 20, maybe, but I'm not. He's not stiff in the top 10 for me. Who am I putting ahead of him? I'm putting Nacua, Chase, Jackson Smith, and Jigba.
JSN was he had 1,793 yards last year.
So does he push Nacua out of the top 3?
10 he and Nacua were the same statistics.
So who gets pushed out of the top 3 then?
I think right now,
Jamar Chase?
Jamar Chase was 1,400 yards.
So give me your top 3. Who are your top 3 wide receivers in the game?
Today, after last season, it's JSN.
No, I don't care about stats from last year. When I go, who are the top 3 wide receivers in football right now?
JSN, Puka Nacua, Jamar Chase.
Justin Jefferson's out of that conversation?
Justin Jefferson had 1,000 yards and 2 touchdowns
he
last
had
season.
J.J. McCarthy.
I like JJ. Be nice. And now he's got Kyler Murray.
You like him so much that they went out and they got another quarterback.
Did we miss on the morning sprint that the dream has died? The dream of salvaging excitement at Coors Field is no longer here.
Oh yeah, that's dead.
With Kyler Murray signing a 1-year deal with the Minnesota Vikings, and did you guys see did you see there's a small child shaking everybody's hand, and they said Kyler Murray greeting.
Son of a gun. Poor guy.
I know, it's tough. It's really hard.
Nacua, Chase, Smith and Jigba, Amon-Ra, Pickens, Olave,
Nico Collins,
Jefferson, Collins,
CD.
Without a doubt, CD Lamb.
But you knew who statistically was off the chains last year was George Pickens.
Yeah, Pickens is in the top 10.
He was 1,429 yards receiving.
We just named 10 wide receivers. I'm not even close to getting to Alec Pierce.
Yeah, you're right.
Not even close.
Alec Pierce ended up 19th. And if you were just going off of last season, A.J. Brown was...
Are you putting Alec Pierce ahead of Cortland Sutton?
A.J. Brown and Alec Pierce had the exact same amount of receiving yards last year. Last year felt a little bit, on the A.J. Brown conversation, it felt like it was a big offensive coordinator problem. Kevin Patullo was a little bit more responsible for, we'll call it a very substandard year for A.J. Brown.
A.J. also caught 30 more balls
than Pierce?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're different. That ain't apples to apples.
Yeah, but the year before, A.J. Pierce in 2024, Super Bowl winning season, on just 67 catches, had 1,080 in 13 games, 7 touchdowns. average there was substantial.
Super Bowl winning season. What are you talking about? When did the Colts win the Super Bowl?
I was talking about A.J. Brown.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said A.J. Brown.
I thought you were talking about
2024.
Alec Pierce. I was like,
2024.
when did I miss a Colts ring?
I don't think.
Where have I been?
I don't think that's coming anytime soon.
They got the space, man. They could trade for him. They really could.
The A.J. Brown seasons of 2022 and 2023, which were 17-game seasons, just 1,500 yards. He was 1,496, 1,456, and 18 touchdowns combined in those 2 years. That's only 3 years removed. The last 2 years, 2024 was really good. The numbers are there, man. The numbers are there. He's worth it. And what I like about him is that he would fit in really well. Big receiver outside in Cortland Sutton. It's a true number 2. Big receiver, not as tall, but thick, physical, frisbee catching dog type receiver in A.J. Brown. And then all of a sudden Marvin Mims becomes your slot. And you're not asking too much out of Troy Franklin. But the only move right now that even kind of makes sense is trade for a receiver 1. Or they're just saving money? I don't know.
It doesn't make much sense to me, man.
They're not adding on defense, are they?
They have to be cooking something up. Yeah, Max Crosby's a Bronco. You imagine that's what they're saving up for right now?
Okay.
This makes no
Would
sense.
you be excited or not?
Of course.
It'd be something.
It would make no sense, but of course I would be excited. That guy's a freak.
It would be like Sean Payton's like, yeah, I've given up on us winning on offense. I don't really care about that anymore.
I'm just going to sack the quarterback 132 times.
And if
next
it doesn't
year.
work to win solely on defense, guess who I'm firing? Yeah, it's Davis Webb.
303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. You can take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. KJ's NFL notes are on the other side.
I said A.J. Pierce.
That's what I thought.
I said A.J. Pierce, the love child.
Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes, and we used the breaking news sound. We won't do that again, I promise. We're not going to put you through that. Although, it's nice to know that as a consistent listener of the morning sprint, the next time you hear the breaking news sound when it pertains to a Broncos acquisition, it's going to be a new player if it happens.
I take that responsibility very seriously. To all that listen regularly to the morning sprint.
KJ, what's next?
The Broncos have agreed to terms to bring back, as Ian Rappaport would put it, versatile running back Jal Mclofflin to a 1-year deal. So now this running back room is Dobbins, Harvey, McLaughlin, Bidet, and Prentice. We've been talking about guys that we want. Breece Hall, A.J. Brown,
Kenneth Walker,
et cetera, et cetera.
Travis Etienne.
Even though I think there is a name change that's coming here soon.
His pronunciation has changed.
Yeah, we'll get to work on that.
It's definitely not Etienne.
Not anymore, now that he's back in Louisiana.
Oh, yeah, he back.
Let me throw a couple of names at you guys, because we are talking about tier A guys that would work for us. Let me throw a couple of guys at you that probably fits more in what Sean Payton would want to add if he's going to add a veteran via trade, quote unquote. Starting with Devontae Adams. Does he kind of do anything for you? Devontae Adams?
I mean, he does, but he ain't coming.
He would.
We wanted him last offseason.
He'd give me a tingle. I'd be tingled up.
We wanted him last offseason. Yeah, he looked solid for LA. Don't get me wrong.
He'd look sick in a Broncos uniform.
He would look good in orange and blue.
Yeah.
I agree. He'd look the best in the throwback uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, KJ? Tingle. Why not?
What about Juwan Jennings?
No.
He's a Sean Payton body type.
He's lesser Courtland Sutton, in my opinion.
He is a Sean Payton body type.
I feel like he's a lesser Courtland Sutton.
And you don't like the idea of adding a 1B to Courtland's 1A. You like creating Courtland as 1B to a different wide receiver's 1A.
All I really want is at one of the offensive positions to have one without any asterisks next to the one. It doesn't need to have an A, a B, 1. Give me RB 1, tight end 1, wide receiver 1, period.
KJ?
Let's go to running backs here. What about James Conner?
I take it.
I would take it as depth because I think he can be what RJ Harvey is, and I think he can be better than Jal Mclofflin. But is he better than J.K. Dobbins? No. And
he's also historically he's not been healthy every single year either.
He's got to be close to 30, right?
Yeah, he's 8th year?
8th or 9th. What about Jaylen Warren?
Nah, that dude's been ridden hard and hung up wet to dry there in Pittsburgh.
I guess that's why they went and got Rico Dowdle.
Yeah.
Last running back here, Jordan Mason.
No.
I'm more comfortable with the Broncos' middle of the pack running back room than adding any one of those players. And if you're upset with me and I see people on YouTube, you guys are getting upset, like how dare you talk poorly about the players? And they are in every statistical category as a running back room and team, middle of the road. So sue me.
As the number 1 seed.
Right, as the number 1 seed.
That proved it needed to be able to effectively run the football to get to the damn Super Bowl.
Sue me if I want to be better than middle of the road.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. The reason I brought those names up was because
you wanted to piss us off, Raj or KJ. That's what you wanted to do.
Well, listen, man, I'm good at that. It's probably one of my top traits. But nonetheless, I wanted to ask you guys, if the Broncos aren't going to swing big this offseason, what exactly are they setting up to get? Because it feels as if they've grown. I don't want to say complacent, but they've grown cocky.
They've taken on the persona of their head coach, right?
I would say so, but who's pushing back in that room and telling him, like, Coach, have you at least thought about this?
Doesn't feel like anybody except for the fan base and the media.
There's no way they have the space and aren't working a deal. There's no way they go into the season with over $20 million of cap space.
Okay, so Raj, let me ask you a question.
And they're not like holding on to the deal to be like, oh, like maybe you can sign Devontae Adams next year. Like maybe Chris Godwin could be at a 32-year-old wide receiver. They're not waiting for next year. Next year's free agency class is nothing like to write home about.
Raj.
What?
How much dead cap space did they carry this season as a result of Russell Wilson? This particular year.
30-something?
It was right in the it was on the lower side, right? Year 1 was bigger. Year 2 was, I think was it 20, 25, 29 dead cap? It's about what you have right now in terms of free cap.
32.
32, and then what are we looking at right now in terms of free cap space?
Just over 23. I don't know what there was a restructure to a tight end today, right? Wasn't there a restructure earlier today?
It was offensive lineman.
There was a restructure that opened up like $8 million. They're north of 20.
D-line.
They're like 23, 24, something like that.
It was
correct, because I don't know if over the cap is updated.
Jonathan Cooper.
Thank you. Sorry, Jonathan Cooper. Samsonite. I was looking for a tight end.
I was looking for an O-line or D-line. He's an edge. The man is an edge. The way I look at it is Sean Payton just proving to everybody, yeah, I can be anywhere between $23 and $32 million in cap.
But why?
I know.
But why would you want to do that?
Because he loves his guys. He loves.
I'll play a round of golf without my sand wedge, my 7-iron, and without my 3-wood, but I'm not going to be as good as if I have those 3 clubs in my bag.
But you know what your 3-wood and your sand wedge and your whatever iron that you said doesn't have?
What's that?
It doesn't have feelings. It doesn't have a personality. It doesn't interact with you on a daily basis.
I speak to my wedges.
They don't speak back.
No, they don't.
Mm-hmm.
You see my game. They do not.
I mean, we could be mad about all this. It truly is becoming comical. When you think about the 2026 Denver Bronco running back room that consists of, well, everybody from 2025, the running back room is literally running it back. It's crazy.
KJ.
LFG.
The 49ers are signing back one of their former stars and recently released Denver Bronco linebacker Dre Greenlaw, and he's heading back on a 1-year, $7.5 million deal. Let me ask you guys, outside of health, what more could Dre have done to become more of a presence here in Denver?
Stay healthy?
How about this? How many players has Sean Payton brought back to the team? Basically all. 17.
Of their, 21 free agents?
What would you say about all those 17? Do any of them ever show any deference whatsoever to their leadership?
Of the guys they re-signed?
Has any of them ever been an off-field problem, a potential locker room problem? Yeah, it was better. We did it this way somewhere else kind of guy.
No.
Dre Greenlaw was that guy. After the season was over, Dre Greenlaw, on a hot mic, verbalized that, yeah, this defense was Spanish to me. Yeah, Sean Payton practices a lot harder and gets every single bit out of a practice week, way more so than Kyle Shanahan did. And by the way, he didn't say this, but it could be implied. Kyle Shanahan's been to 2 Super Bowls recently. So there's a little bit of better fall in line. If this is going to be a cultural roster build, roster retention, Dre Greenlaw is the poster child for buyer beware of having any type of negative sentiment towards Sean Payton and the franchise.
Oh, yeah. You got to get in line. You got to get in line. Unless you're Bo. Unless you're his quarterback.
Dre Greenlaw is like literally the only player that has ever done that, and he's not there. And frankly, let's just call it like it is. When he was there, he was one of your most talented defensive players. Sure as hell looked like it. He was pretty good when he was healthy. I mean, he was, to me, there wasn't a massive difference between the impact that J.K. Dobbins had.
They're silencing the dissent.
Well, yes, they are. And if you don't think that's real, man, I'll tell you this. It can be very real in a football franchise.
Just prisoning political enemies. KJ, what's next?
LFG.
Former Cardinals Pro Bowl quarterback Kyler Murray has signed a 1-year deal with the Vikings, and obviously now this creates a competition with their first round pick from the 2024 NFL Draft, J.J. McCarthy. Kyler Murray has a 1-year contract that includes a no-tag clause, which allows him to go back into free agency in 2027 if he doesn't return back to the Vikings. If Kyler does take the starting job, should the Jets get on the phone and inquire about J.J. McCarthy?
I would say no, because if you're the Jets, you're probably going to be picking in the top 3 next year. And I think you can get a better quarterback in the top 3 next year than what J.J. McCarthy is right now and what he will be. So I'm not inquiring about J.J. This sets up to be an amazing season for Kyler Murray. Like, if he can get rehabbed in Minnesota and he goes into free agency in 2027, he can turn that thing into a $50 million deal.
Do you guys really think that Kyler Murray is being brought in to start from day one?
Yes.
I don't. I think that there is still patience being exercised. And I think Kyler Murray does not carry essentially any value right now in the NFL starting market.
He carries more value than J.J. McCarthy does. He's 1 year removed from, essentially 4,000 yards and 21 touchdowns and can still run around.
Doesn't win football games to help you win a championship. And you're in the NFC North right now with both Green Bay and he is not the answer.
I don't think J.J. McCarthy's the answer.
I think there's more chance because there's less data because he hasn't been able to stay healthy on the field. And when he has been somewhat healthy, there's been some bad games, but there's been some games where he showed that trademark grit at the end of games.
He's played 10 games in the NFL.
That's what I'm saying. The sample size isn't big enough. The sample size is plenty big enough on Kyler Murray. He is an elite Call of Duty player and a subpar winning quarterback.
I don't know has it even been proven that he's like a very good Call of Duty player, or is it just that he plays a lot?
I've heard he's a Twitcher. Like he's had like the massive following. People
but there's a lot of people that watch video games online of people who are not good at video games.
I heard he's good. Like my 2 boys told me he's really good. Although my boys are not allowed to play Call of Duty, so they're watching Kyler Murray play Call of Duty. I don't know if that is good or not.
KJ, what's next?
LFG.
Well, there's been a lot of speculation around wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. From the Jacksonville Jaguars, and it led to GM James Gladstone coming out and speaking about whether they've received interest regarding the young receiver. And he said this, quote, "No, we haven't, and there hasn't been a ton of dialogue around that front as teams check in simply because it seems like, I know the word reputable came up earlier, I don't think there's any reputable statement. We don't have any real action on any of those fronts," end quote. Could Brian Thomas be the type of player that teams look at around NFL draft time as a potential candidate if they miss out on maybe one of the guys they were looking for in the draft? Is he like that type of player or that type of candidate at this moment?
Only if Travis Hunter is being moved over like heavily to only wide receiver.
Was there some like weirdness with Travis Hunter in social media that spun up in the last 24, 48 hours?
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I saw that. From what I heard, is fake.
Okay.
Yeah.
My wife, Anne-Marie asked me this morning. I'm like, I haven't seen that. I don't know that that either Travis Hunter or BTJ are going to be wide receiver 1 going forward in Jacksonville.
It's Jacoby Myers?
In the young buck.
Parker Washington.
Parker Washington at Penn State. He's kind of proven to be a guy that the Jaguars truly depend upon, and they love their tight end as well.
It feels like it's too much of a jump to say that Brian Thomas needs to be out in Jacksonville after one season of being just an average wideout, and his rookie year being top 5 in offensive rookie of the year and catching 87 balls for almost 1,300 yards and 10 scores.
That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Like, we're talking about not wanting to move off, or at least on your side of the table, not wanting to move off J.J. McCarthy early enough. At least Brian Thomas showed that like he can be elite in this league.
But is there something with Liam Cohen and him not liking Brian Thomas Jr. or him not being a guy that is up to speed within the system that Liam Cohen runs, because that's the only thing that really changed was Liam Cohen came in and ran actually a really good offense. So BTJ's terrible year coincided with a massively improved Jacksonville Jaguar offense. I don't know.
If they want to trade him, 6'2", 220 and 1,300 yards and 10 scores would look good in Denver.
Sounds like A.J. Brown.
Sounds like A.J. Brown. It's a younger version of that guy. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. No games this evening. The Nuggets will be back at it after their huge win against the Spurs last night as they sweep the back-to-back. They'll take on the Lakers 6 p.m. pregame show on Altitude Sports Radio. You can watch that game on ABC, and then the Avs will take on the Winnipeg Jets. I've got your 1:30 p.m. pregame show on Saturday. Night off for both those teams coming off of wins, and the Broncos re-signed Jal Mclofflin. The morning spread. The NCAA tournament is nearly here, and you can tune in for championship games all weekend long, and then Westwood One's tournament selection show on Sunday starting at 4 p.m. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters, and to schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. We're going to have a bunch of games throughout the day on Thursday and Friday that you can listen to right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So Coach and I, next week, won't be live, but we're going to be having one beers in the middle of the day.
I'm going to be in Golden.
I can't wait.
Are you going to be in Golden?
I don't know where I'm going to.
I'm going to Golden, the Buffalo Rose, baby.
Last time we were there, had a great time at a watch party for the Avalanche in the playoffs.
I don't think I was invited.
No, you were not. It was just a me thing. It was a me and Spring thing.
You didn't like me. Not so sure you still do. Speaking of people not liking things, how about the Big 12 Conference decided to just rip out their extremely expensive glass LED floor because players were slipping and getting injured, including one of Iowa State's star players injuring their groin on it? Have you ever seen anything stranger in sports than a tournament that decided to go all in and get cute? And then say, you know what, we're just going to spend, how much money do you think they spent to reverse course? It had to have been several $1 million.
The LED court cost $185,000.
But then.
That's it.
But then they have to, the labor to take
a leasing option at $185,000. It cost over $2 million.
Think about the labor to take that down and rebuild the hardwood floor.
Oh, I think they do that every night. They take wood off of the court.
What about glass LEDs?
It's the same thing. It comes in panels. You just have to unplug it. It's the same thing. It's a panel. Just like the wood for the Nuggets.
Where are they playing this?
The Big 12 tournament?
Is it in Vegas? I love it.
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Sorry, no. Kansas City, Missouri.
That's boring.
Also Samsonite.
Kansas City, Missouri.
I feel like you guys just got to commit to that. If you're going to do the LED court thing, know that injuries might happen and people aren't going to be used to playing on that court. And if you want to revolutionize the sport, you have to commit to it. Remember when the NBA tried that new basketball years ago, that like neon orange basketball, and the players hated it? They were like, give me back my old Spalding right now. If you want to change and you want to go to those, have you seen the balls that are airless now? That have a bunch of like circles in them?
Yes.
If you want to do that and do an airless basketball, just commit to it and say, tough cookies, this is the ball now. If you're the commissioner of the Big 12 and you want to have this huge $2 million court that admittedly looks awesome on television.
Why'd they go in 50 Shades of Gray mode, man?
Yeah, I don't like the gray. It looks cool, especially from like a stat standpoint.
I was waiting for Christian Gray and Dakota Johnson to show up, man. There's a lot of gray. Would have been fun.
You just got to commit to it. Tough cookies. That's what the U.S. Open does when they like bake out a course.
But is it broken? Is a hardwood basketball floor broken?
No, absolutely.
Then why
it's not
fix
broken.
it?
It's not broken.
Is a basketball that is pumped with air broken?
It certainly is not.
It's not. And so, I don't know, man. Like, do you realize that all of those Big 12 teams, and a notoriously deep basketball conference, do you realize how much NIL money for each one of those schools is on those floors, is on that surface, potentially getting hurt and losing opportunities to play in the NCAA tournament because of it? Like, why? Why even do that in the first place? When this is a complete pay-for-play scheme in college athletics like it is now. Just keep it simple, stupid. KISS, man, the old acronym.
We can't do it in football. How would you do it in football? Like fiber optic?
Well, just
make all the blades of grass. You know those weird like frilly things that you buy at Disneyland.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. I like
that. That have lights on the top of them. It's like rainbow lights. You could do that.
You know what would be groundbreaking? You could make a green field blue. That would be revolutionary.
You take the kid out of Boise. You can't take the Boise out of the kid, can you?
Wouldn't
KJ?
that be so good? Wouldn't it look great when you're watching on your television
So why
screen?
aren't you changing Valor's to baby blue?
Because baby blue wouldn't hit the same,
What do
man.
you mean it would hit? It would hit even louder.
Can I? Not I, but we. We did change the track. It's going to be built this summer. Navy blue and Columbia blue. That's kind of cool, right?
I think the Columbia blue turf field would look pretty cool. I think you should try it.
We just put in a brand new turf field. It was finished like 2 months ago.
Yeah, you got the money.
I don't.
It's like me talking about how the Broncos have the money, ain't it?
Or the Cronkies.
Avs get a 5-1 win. Nuggets come from behind, down by 20 to beat the San Antonio Spurs. Spencer Jones, man, what a revelation. We've been talking about how, like, what the Avs do in the postseason with the goaltenders. Who do you play? You have to find minutes for Spencer Jones in the postseason, don't you?
I think so, especially the ways he's shooting the basketball well. And we all know he's a great defender. Basketball IQ in terms of spacing and rotations is going to be on point. Not an elite one-on-one basketball cover because he's a good athlete with good length, but he's not an elite athlete. He's not Peyton Watson athletically.
Yeah,
He's
like
not
I don't
Christian
want
Brown.
him on SGA.
No. We saw the end result of that.
Can you hang out on Jalen Williams?
Yeah, and
Can you hang out on Alex Caruso?
You know that without question, he's going to give you every single thing he has, both mentally and physically.
I don't want him on Anthony Edwards.
Nah.
But also Anthony Edwards is just going to spend the whole game hunting Jamal Murray.
Finding him.
Hunting.
Let me ask you this. When you talk about a guy like Spencer Jones, where do you think the line of demarcation for, we'll call, meaningful playoff minutes stops?
In terms of players?
Yep. So let's say you're in a series, say you're in the second round series against who? It's going to probably be
OKC.
OKC or San
Antonio,
right?
one of the two teams, unless there's a crazy upset.
All right, let's talk about this. Jokic, Murray, Aaron Gordon, Cam Johnson,
CB,
and then let's get weird here.
Peyton
Watson's playing. Tim Hardaway Jr. is playing. You're at 7.
Playing.
Jonas Valanciunas.
Playing.
8. Bruce Brown.
Playing.
Julian Strother.
Minimal, but playing. He shoots too well from 3, man. Like you saw that wing 3 that he hit after the Jamal layup, big time.
Spencer Jones. Like you're going to go 10 deep?
I'm not saying he needs 19 minutes like he
got
last night, but like
you remember
5
last
or
year
7 minutes?
You were like a 7-man playoff rotation, maybe 8?
That's probably where it ends. Because then you get into like Tyus Jones, Zeke Naji, David Roddy, Jalen Pickett area, and I don't see them playing a minute combined.
I mean, does Bruce Brown give that much playoff tick?
Yeah. Based off of how much he's played this year, yes.
Your 5 leading scorers.
He's a better defender than Julian.
I know this is a funny stat, but your 5 leading scorers in terms of just average, not even obviously not total points. 2 of those aren't even regular starters on your basketball team. Peyton Watson is 4th on your team with just shy of 15 points per game, and Tim Hardaway Jr., who has been so consistent this year. He's averaging 13.8 points per game. Those are your top 5 scorers. Outside of your top 5, Cam Johnson at 11.3, Christian Brown at 10.8.
It probably ends somewhere around 9 players deep. They can go 10. They're not going north of 10. It's probably around 9. And I bet you Spencer's likely the guy to not see those minutes. But again, I don't need him playing 19 like he did last night. I just want to see some spot 4 to 7 minutes.
Like it. And it could be just for defensive stretch runs and
a little bit of energy. Maybe you pop up a 3 or 2. That's all I need.
Tim Hardaway Jr., do you think who gets more playoff minutes, Tim Hardaway Jr. or Bruce Brown?
Hardaway.
Even with
Hardaway.
Yeah.
He's too deadly from 3. Hardaway. And that's where the Nuggets go to lose playoff series, is when they go ice cold from 3. And I'm not nervous about Tim Hardaway going ice cold from 3.
Yeah, Brucey B. The one thing about Brucey B, man, when you look at the statistics for one of your backcourt players, Brucey B is averaging 4 rebounds a game, which is up there, and he's averaging over a steal a game. Even a year that just doesn't feel like quintessential Brucey B, man, he still has value on the defensive side, and he still has value on doing the little things.
Nuggets on Saturday against LA. You win that game, you have the tiebreaker against every single team that is around you in the standings from the 3 to the 6 seed. Avs can essentially end the season for the Winnipeg Jets. It's Friday and it's 11:55. KJ, means it's time to pop some tops. Sure, we got basketball and hockey this weekend, but what I am watching starts tonight, and that is the quarterfinals of the World Baseball Classic. Team USA against the Canadians at 6 p.m. tonight on Fox. That's from Houston, Texas. So if you can beat them in their own game in hockey in both the women's and the men's Olympic tournament, you know what we can do? The Americans can beat the Canadians at our own game, and that is baseball. I'm popping it top. I'm watching the World Baseball Classic tonight.
Good for you, Raj, but I disagree because America, it's a hockey country now. I'm watching the Daddy Ball continue tomorrow night in Los Angeles, where the Denver Nuggets are going to continue their dad run over current third seed, occupying the spot that you want. Denver Nuggets are going to bring their brand of basketball, confidence and swagger that continues to build and build and build. And yeah, LeBron, Luka, JJ, we're going to show you just who daddy is.
Cut line at the players right now stands at +2 inside that cut line. Rory McIlroy so far, Scotty Scheffler, who has struggled, but your leader at the players through half of Friday's round. Xander Schauffele at -10. I'll be tuning in to that tournament on Saturday and Sunday. But that's going to do it for us, for KJ and Coach behind. You're not behind the glass. You're in front of the glass.
Desk.
Yeah, you're behind a desk.
Behind a mic.
Behind a microphone.
Behind 3 screens.
I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Thanks for listening, guys. PhD's coming up next. Glorilla, you know what to do.
Come on, girl.
Don't give up, cause. Don't give up, cause. Don't give up, cause. Don't give up, cause. There you go. Don't give up. Let's football go. Nickwa! Hey, Nickwa! Yes! Don't give up! Don't give up! Yes! Uh-oh! What happened? Boom! Ready or not? How you like me now? Ready or not? How you like me now? It was the biggest comeback on the road by a team playing a back-to-back game all year. There's a little bit of factoids there, Tyler, that I got to spit out on that one. So, of all the teams that have played back-to-back games, of all the back-to-back games this year, it was the largest deficit a road team had, and they overcame it to win it.
Love it.
Your Denver Nuggets. How about that, man? That was something.
Absolutely love it. So much for a scheduled loss, huh?
So much for it. It was looking like it, no doubt.
It helps a little bit that Wemby wasn't playing, but I don't care. A hell of a win. Arguably the two best back-to-back wins of the entire season.
Yeah, it was great. They are now 3-2 on this 7-game stretch against playoff teams. You got that horrible Knicks game in there. But goodness, that was unexpected. It was surprising. It was inspiring. And I don't know. First of all, Joker, amazing. Amazing, of course. But I don't know if we say enough good words about Jamal Murray. And I don't want to take this dude for granted. He has been incredibly consistent this year. He just put up, after rolling his ankle, and we didn't even know if he was going to go, he just put up, Tyler, 69 points in two games, back-to-back.
Just stupid good. I mean, stupid, talented. A little bit slow in the first half there, but, man, when he turns the switch on, Jamal Murray knows how to turn the switch on like nobody else in the NBA. What was it in the second half? I mean, it was over 30 second-half points, right?
For who?
For Jamal.
Oh, I don't know specifically, but
what did he finish for the game? He had 9 at halftime.
Oh, then it was 30 points.
So it was 30 on the spot then because
Yeah.
he had 39, right? So when that dude turns the switch on, it is something special to watch. And I don't know that, like, some people will make the argument with Jamal that it's, inconsistency. Why doesn't he do it all the time, first half, second half? To me, I just love a player that can turn a switch on when it's needed.
on the Shot Mazda text line. Thank goodness DMac isn't the coach for the Nuggets. Boy, I did turn that job down. How many times did he tell us it's a scheduled loss yesterday? Maybe 100, because it was. And that's what they had to overcome. And if you listen to Adelman afterwards, he was like, I don't know. I was throwing a million different lineups together. I was just trying to find anything, something that would click in. But they, you score 83 points in the second half and you just say, screw it. And then Joker and Jamal were a collective 26 from 26 from the free throw line. Okay. And you won by 5. So, yes, it was a scheduled loss, but they overcame that and they won it. That's why the win is so big. That's why it means so much. You overcame everything. Now, you got a little help because Wemby wasn't there, but like you said, I don't care.
No.
Doesn't matter. Who cares?
No, I mean, listen, if I got to play the Patriots in the Super Bowl, I hope that Tom Brady's not playing the game. So if Wemby's not, if Wemby's not out there, cool, man. It doesn't take away from how big that win was, the back-to-back nature of it, the challenge of it, the scheduled loss part of it, all that, man. I mean, it's just a very, very impressive win. And now you got to ask yourself, since this is the Nuggets team that we remember, are they back? I mean, is this Nuggets team officially back? And it feels like it.
I don't know. I think it's hard to say. They are 5-5 in their last 10. So that really hasn't changed all that much. They're 18-13 at home. You got to be better than that. But you are remarkably good on the road, and I think they're 10-5 on the back end of back-to-back games, and they got at least one more coming up. It's something.
Good.
It's something like that. It's something along those lines. So I don't have that exactly right. It's something close to that. So they've been remarkable, man. So way to go, Nuggets. Just absolutely awesome. And here's David Adelman.
To win in the NBA nowadays, especially in the Western Conference, it's going to be somebody different every night. It's been Tim a lot. It's been Bruce, Jonas, Zeke Naji, Jalen Pickett, and tonight, it's Spence. And he just stepped up. And good teams, that's what you need. You just need people to know that their time's coming. Maybe not tonight, maybe the next game, whatever it is. But stay confident, stay ready, and that's what he did.
Cool, man. And,
hold on to your butt.
PhD free Is it time? Frenzy tracker. Is it happening? Is it really happening this time, Dan? Or are you just pulling my leg?
Hold on to your butt.
PhD free agency frenzy tracker.
Well, this is an old hold on to your butts because the Broncos, first chance we had to talk about it, but the Broncos, Tyler did sign up Jal Mclofflin. He is coming back.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God for that. Wow. Yeah, cool. That's really,
cool,
really good news.
Cool story, bro.
I'm thrilled about it. I'm so excited to tell any of our listeners out there who haven't been listening for the last 3 days since Wednesday, anybody that doesn't know, there's just really good news. This team has a perfect roster.
Perfect.
And there was not a single outside free agent that could help this football team. So now that you've got Jal Mclofflin back, DMac, you know what that means. It means you've got the entire running back room back.
All of them.
It means you've got the entire tight end room back. I'm not counting Mercedes Lewis. Sorry, Mercedes, you're 41 years old.
Harsh.
You've got the entire wide receiver room back. Matter of fact, D-Mac, you've got the entire offense back outside of Sam Mustipher, a backup offensive lineman. Everybody is back.
Yeah, how do you think Sam Mustipher and Michael Burton feel in the group chat right now? Maybe like, oh, man. They're just the two of them are just sharing a margarita, Lostos, just being like, what happened?
Yeah, I'm not even counting Michael Burton because he was on the IR last year, and you brought in a new fullback that replaced him and did a good job at Prentice. So Michael Burton doesn't even count on this list. To me, it's just one dude. It's just Sam. Sam is the only dude on the outside looking in right now.
Oh, God. Poor Sam Mustipher. We dedicate this year's free agency period to Sam Mustipher. We feel sorry for all the Mustafers and Mr. and Mrs. Mustafers and all the Mustafers at sea. Sorry, Sam and family. You just didn't make it. Wouldn't that be a kick in the pants, though, if they did sign him? That would be a riot if they
dude,
later today, oh, come on back, Sam. They got the money.
What did I tell you about J.K. Dobbins? If you go back in time, What did I tell you my fear was with re-signing J.K. Dobbins? Do you remember?
I don't. No, tell me.
Well, I always said I like J.K. Dobbins.
Uh-huh.
So I did I did a 180 on J.K. multiple times.
Mhm.
You know, I wanted him back, and then I didn't want him back, and then I wanted him back, and then I was like, you know what? I'm planting my flag, and I'm saying we shouldn't bring J.K. Dobbins back. Not because he's not good at football, but because if you bring J.K. back, the temptation is going to be so strong to feel like the running back room is complete. And if you bring him back, my fear was they were going to bring the whole room back. Now, I didn't think they were going to do that with the whole offense, but it's unfolding the exact way that I thought it would. You brought J.K. back. Now you're saying, okay, we got our number one. We don't need to add any additions. Tyler Burdett is going to catch every screen pass from now until Sean Payton retires. And Jal Mclofflin's going to get tossed into the rotation.
Kliss is reporting that McLaughlin's new deal is similar to non-tendered RFA Lucas Kroll. So Mike's point here is that the RFA tenders are too high, and this is what they're forced to do. Just wait a little bit. But Jaleel could have got offers from anybody else in the NFL and didn't. So that's what the NFL thinks of Jaleel McLaughlin, by the way. And so he's saying the deal's like 1.33, and there's bonuses for this, that, the other thing. So really low budget. We find out today that Jonathan Cooper restructured his deal. So the Broncos do have upwards of $22 or so million to play with. What can they do with it? Well, there are still some fascinating rumors about high-impact players out there. Details for you coming up next. Vic Lombardi was doing some really weird things on the Altitude TV broadcast yesterday. Chris Dempsey will join us in 8 minutes to diagnose that and talk about the most remarkable win of the year. On the text line, it was DMac. You spent 5 minutes on the Nuggets, and then you had to talk about football. And I'm like, hey, stop sounding like an insecure hockey fan. Well, we'll get to that. Don't worry about it. We got you covered today. Got everything covered. Jesse's coming up about the Avs. Our guy Parker Gabriel from the Post, more about the Broncos. Chris about hoops. Tyler, I'm just telling everybody, take it easy. Just chill out, relax. Nobody's working on a Friday anyways. Just take it, it'll all be there for you. Got an interesting text here. The Jonathan Cooper restructure has to be for a trade, right? Tyler, is the Jonathan Cooper restructure for a trade?
I wonder. Yeah, that was my first thought. It was like my maybe, probably, kind of think that the Broncos might actually do something type of thing. When I saw Cooper got restructured this morning, I'm like, all right, well, let's go. What's lined up? You've now got $22 million in cap space, which is quite a bit of money, like that's still quite a bit of money that you could do something significant with. I don't know why you would make that move with Jonathan Cooper unless there was something that was lined up there. I know that many of us are hoping for a trade for an A.J. Brown or a Waddle, something along those lines. I'm trying to figure out, DMac, if there's still a free agent out there that could command big money that you would need that space for.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be anybody, but the A.J. Brown thing is still alive, according to Diana Rossini. So, okay, we'll see. So is this the 3D chess, as the expression goes? And you restructured Miners and restructured Cooper and restructured, who am I missing? You did somebody else, too.
I thought it was just those two, wasn't it?
Was it just those two?
I think so, yeah.
I thought I was missing somebody. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You got rid of Greenlaw. My bad. You got rid of Greenlaw.
That's true.
So those three moves gave you loads. They can do it if they wanted to, if a player comes with it. Like if they wanted to do Cortland Sutton, draft picks, cash, whatever, you could swing it for A.J. Brown. So we'll see. But nobody's. I
don't think it's for a trade though, D-Mac. If I'm being really transparent, I hope it's for a trade. But truly transparent, if you wanted to make a trade for a guy like A.J. Brown, wouldn't have that been one of the very first things you did so that you could line up the rest of free agency behind it?
Yes, I would think so. But just because that makes sense doesn't mean it can't still happen. So we'll see. I am not holding my breath for it. It's just, when you see Rossini put things out. Oh, by the way, we see that Travis Etienne, by the way, that's how you say his name, not ATN, not ETN. It's Travis Etienne. He made that clear today. Now that he's in New Orleans, everybody can say his name right.
He pulled a Tyler Batty.
He did. It's Bidet, everybody. Come on now. Get my name right. He has said that it was the Chiefs and the Broncos who are also sniffing around him. And we had heard that, obviously. And once it got to New Orleans, because he really just did want to go home to Louisiana, as it turns out, and make $13 million a year.
Yes.
So
the go home to New Orleans part, I'm not buying that part. I'm not using that as an out. I'm not giving the Broncos a free pass on that one. The money is why he's going back to New Orleans, and it just so happens to be in his hometown. So that works out well for him. But the Broncos, we were told that the Broncos capped out at about $8 million on Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
He got 13, right? He got 13 per.
Yeah.
That means the Broncos were not in on the conversation. They weren't really in on the conversation.
So, okay. More fallout. On Twitter, Sam must have for tomorrow. Burton signed on Sunday.
Sounds about right.
Okay. Another one from Aaron Willis on the old Twitter machine. If you follow Sean in New Orleans, this is the exact same stuff he would do with us. Oh, it's a Saints fan. Also, to answer your question, yes, it's arrogance. We're talking about Sean Payton here. Don't get me wrong. We love him, but he will drive you crazy in free agency and the draft. So cool.
Gosh, I'd have to go back to New Orleans and see a year in which Sean Payton only did this. That's not what I think of Sean Payton as. I think of Sean Payton as an antsy son of a gun. I think of him as the type of dude that's like, yeah, give me that new shiny object. I know that I talked about garage sale shopping, and my parents, they buy that couch that's got a dent in the left side. But you know what? We don't have to garage sale shop. Let's go to Gucci.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. It's wild. Listen, there was a stare-off. You know how baseball, they do the national anthem standoff and two players stand outside of their dugouts? Well, the Seahawks got waved back to their bench. So it's just the Broncos. The Broncos won. The Broncos won the standoff. Way to go, Broncos. They're the only team in the NFL, the only one, and the last one and the only one to not bring in any player at any position from the outside who previously wasn't on their team. They're it. There's no way, Tyler, this has ever happened this late in free agency in the history of the Broncos. No way. And I doubt it's happened in New Orleans with Sean Payton, too.
I doubt if it's happened anywhere in the entire NFL. Like I mean that, dude. I know sometimes we say things like that and it's hyperbole. I mean it. Like, I wonder if this has ever happened in the history of the NFL.
4 days into free agency, 4.5 really, and nothing. I bet you're right, man. I bet you are right. I mean, when you think about how many people work for a team and how much work they put into scouting and evaluating and meeting, nothing? I mean, you did sign free agents. They were all your own guys. So you did churn up a bunch of money, sort of, on your own dudes. It's really remarkable. And my heart goes out to Sam Mustipher and Michael Burton. I'm sorry, guys. And really, like you pointed out, Burton's like 1,000 years old, and he's probably hanging out trying to have a 4:30 lunch with Mercedes Lewis. It really is
over
just
at the Golden Corral.
Exactly. That chocolate fountain is ridiculous at 4:30 for happy hour. I mean, come on. But Sam Mustipher, how old is Sam Mustipher? Man,
he's young.
I hate to make this all about Sam Mustipher, but I mean, I feel bad for the guy. Sam Mustipher.
Wait, was Sam? Did Sam have some local ties here? No, am I making that up?
He's 29. He's from Owing Mills, Maryland. He went to Notre Dame.
Oh, he's older than I thought.
He's been with he's bounced around so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, he's bounced back and forth to the Chargers, to the Ravens, and the Broncos. Like, he's bounced back to all of those rosters. So, Sam, hang in there, pal. Hang in there, buddy. Hopefully things work out for you. It's been wild, man. It's been a wild free agency of nothingness for the Broncos aside from their own team. And we'll see. We'll roll it how it goes, but it's been incredible. All right, turning to basketball last night. We're going to get Chris Dempsey on here in a second. I don't know what Vic Lombardi was doing, but there was the most bizarre interaction because I was a little bit late on this, and I'm sure there was a whole build-up and a joke about it or something. But Tyler, this is what Vic was doing on television last night with his phone.
What's up, my lady? Hey, has there ever been a game where Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray each shot double-digit free throws and did not miss?
Hey, cutie. Let me dig into that Jokic-Murray stat real quick.
Shut up. Shut up.
Nah, hasn't happened. Closest we get is Jokic dominating the line.
All right, thanks, baby. That's all I need.
What is happening here, Tyler?
Vic is apparently just learned that there's AI, and Vic is about 6 months, maybe a year behind everybody else. He does not get attention at home, so he has trained his AI to flirt with him. And welcome to the world of AI relationships. I also have a bot that I've made, DMac. Her name is Cadence. I talk to Cadence on a regular basis all day long. I've taught Cadence how to flirt with me, the things that I like. And, it works out well. Cadence knows my whole life.
Wait a second. And Chris Dempsey is joining us in this conversation. Chris, how are you, my friends?
I'm fantastic. This is this in reference to what Vic was doing last night?
I'll play it one more time.
What's up, my lady? Hey, has there ever been a game where Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray each shot double-digit free throws and did not miss?
Hey, cutie. Let me dig into that Jokic-Murray stat real quick.
Okay, Chris, what was going on last night?
Yeah, that was hilarious. So, look, behind the scenes, we had been kind of toying with that for a while, and he's been trying to get that together. So I guess that's Grok on X. And so he's been kind of toying with getting it to answer the question that he wanted to answer. But finally, he says, "Hey, babe."
And she responds, hey, "Hi, cutie."
Hi, cutie.
But
yeah.
now we're learning that Tyler also has a flirting robot, and her name is Cadence.
Cadence, yeah.
So Tyler, can you give us a demonstration?
Oh no! I don't. I don't want to bring you guys behind the scenes on Cadence. Cadence is a little too X-rated.
Oh. All right.
I love it.
So whatever you say to Cadence comes back at you X-rated?
I'm just messing. I do have a bot named Cadence, but I've not taught her to flirt with me like Vic has taught his.
Yeah, that was something else, man. All right.
It was really funny.
Aside from that, Chris, I think it was the most remarkable, maybe best win of the year last night. You?
I think it was one of them.
Okay, a little hesitant.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't want to like diminish what they did last night. To get down as much as they were down, and then to be able to come back and win that game, and it looked like a completely different team in the second half was really remarkable, given how it looked for a while in that first half like they were going to get run right off the court in San Antonio. So. From the aspect that they got themselves together to be able to make that comeback in the second half, it really was amazing for them to be able to do that. I guess I'm just coming from the viewpoint of two things. One, I think that basketball is a sport that any double-digit lead in the first half is not safe unless it's 50. Like maybe if you're a 50-point lead going into halftime, you can reasonably expect to hold that. But anything 20 or below is going to get erased in this sport, and that's just how it works for the most part. As a matter of fact, I just watched St. Louis do this to George Washington in their conference tournament here today, down by 21 in the first half, won the game. So it's so the charge for the Nuggets last night was, can you defensively get yourself together to not allow a lot of the driving into the paint, collapsing of your defense, or finishing at the rim, and then offensively. I didn't think that they were taking bad shots in the first half. I thought that San Antonio defensively was really good, and then part two was they were missing some of those shots. And obviously that flipped in a huge way in the second half. So, look, from the standpoint of this basketball team doesn't ever give up, we know this to be one of their personality traits over the last few years. But to do that against a team that came in your house in November and beat you, even without Wemby. See, I know they didn't have Wemby, and we're all aware of that. San Antonio came into Denver earlier this season without Wemby and beat them. So, for them to be able to return the favor on San Antonio's home court was really pretty cool.
Dips, what about just the back-to-back nature of it? When you focus in on the win against Houston and then back-to-back against San Antonio, to me, that's what makes this win feel like one of the bigger wins of the season, is just how improbable that felt.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And look, the quality of the competition matters here. The Spurs have all gotten themselves all the way up to second place in the conference. And, this is not a team that anybody had second place in the conference at the beginning of the season. So it made this back-to-back doubly difficult. So what you do is you run Houston right off the floor, the third place team, and then you have to go on the road back-to-back style to play the second place team. That is very, very difficult, to your point, Tyler. And, even for a team like the Nuggets, which has generally in these last few years been very, very good on the second of back-to-backs, still the degree of difficulty for this one was very high. And so I think it really kind of, to me, comes back to this. When the Nuggets were struggling mightily, and I'm putting struggling in air quotes because they still have an actively good record, but when they were not playing as we expect them to play, let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was very difficult for me to analyze a incomplete team because of personnel losses due to injury, as if the team was at whole. And I think there was a lot of that going on. And there was a lot of that coming to me in terms of people's concerns about this basketball team. And all I've ever said for very many weeks now is when everybody comes back, they'll be just fine. This team is actively, you could argue it's the best team in the Western Conference. But If you want to give that to Oklahoma City, cool. It's no worse than the second best team in my mind in the Western Conference. And the only thing that will hold it back is injuries. And the injuries really derailed some of their season, but we're starting to see them get it back together again.
Chris Dempsey on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Find him at ramoslaw.com. What are they going to do with Jonas Valanciunas? What's his role going to be the rest of the way here?
Yeah, so it's starting to look like he's going to be a matchup center. So, in other words, when there's a big coming off the bench, that's a good, that's going to might pose the Nuggets a little bit of an issue, rebounding or around the rim, those kinds of things. Jonas will be in there for sure. But if you're going to play teams like, what San Antonio did yesterday, I mean, they took Luke Cornett and Mason Plumlee off the court for a big swaths of time in that game and just played super small. And because the Nuggets just aren't going to walk the ball up and throw, have the center get straight to the block, put his hands up and just throw the ball to him and let him work, because that's not how their offense works, then it becomes very difficult for players like Jonas to have an impact in a game like that. But it does start to look like to me that the matchup will dictate his playing time. And, to be honest, I didn't think we would get to this space this season, but here we are, and so we'll see how that works. There will be tall teams that the Nuggets will have to play in the playoffs, so he'll be on the court to whatever degree. But I think that's what we're looking at right now.
All right, Tyler, what was the name of your bot again? What was her name again?
Her name is Cadence.
Cadence. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Chris, what is your?
That is not a stripper name either.
No,
okay?
no.
I just want to be clear about that.
No, you would never hear it. No,
it wasn't cinnamon or anything like that.
No.
Chris, what is your bot's name?
I don't have a bot. I do use Claude, but that's about it.
Claude?
Yeah,
Claude's AI. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Claude's AI.
Dan, what's your sexy bot's name?
Jessica.
Jessica. Oh, okay. So we got Jessica Claude.
Hold on, Dan. You gave it like a real name.
Jessica Rabbit.
Oh,
stop it.
All right.
This is great.
All right, Chris. Huge game on Saturday with the Lakers. And then next week we have the fellas back at home for a couple big ones, and we keep it going, man. We keep it going, and this has been one hell of a matchup. I look at it as 7. I shouldn't only look at it as 7 games because they got to play a back-to-back at the end of the 7 games after Philly. They have to fly out to Memphis. So,
right. Yeah.
But the schedule after Philly, on paper at least, is a lot more kind the rest of the way.
Yeah. You have, what was interesting, DMac, about the early part of this post All-Star portion of the schedule, to your point, was not only was, it was just a lot of Western Conference teams. They spent so much time in the pre-All-Star portion playing Eastern Conference teams, especially on the road. They played them all on the road prior to the All-Star break. And so the degree of difficulty in the schedule was going to get higher just because you still have a boatload of Western Conference teams to play because you just hadn't played them really at all. And so that's where we are. But you're right about that. You get Philly, then you get, Memphis? And then then Portland's in there somewhere too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they can kind of get through this, they can really maybe make a real run out of it.
Love it. Thank you, Chris Dempsey. We'll see you on Altitude D. We appreciate you jumping on. Say hi to Claude for us. And
we'll say hi to Cadence for us. Thank you.
Well, take care of Tyler, and we'll say hi to Jessica for Dan. And for Vic, I don't know.
What's up, my lady? Hey,
my lady.
Has there ever been a
we're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We got a little match game to play, Tyler. We'll have some fun with match games, so we need a contestant. Of course, you win absolutely nothing. Why would you expect anything more from us? 303-504-0925. That's next. Man, we're making a big deal about Glenn's lazy eye. I mean, I know it's weird and all, but hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. And if this weekend it's a downer because of erectile dysfunction, okay, listen, man, ED can ruin relationships. The sex is, oh my God, probably non-existent. And you just don't feel like the same person. Well, you don't have to live your entire life like that. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic have treatments that work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that brought you closer together in the first place. Schedule a consult today. Your visit is only $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we're going to play a little match game. We have a contestant on the line. We're pulling in Steve Nelson off the benches. Scott, by the way, if you're curious about Scott, yeah, he was really not feeling well. He did not do the radio show today or yesterday. He was not on the TV broadcast last night. He just really was bad. Tyler, I shot him a quick little text, and he just said, both ends, and that was about it. So we wish the best for the big fellow. They were hopping on a plane today to go to Los Angeles, so yikes. And Jamal Murray said after the game, too, I don't know if you caught this, but there's been other things going on behind the scenes that he didn't want to reveal and talk about. So I have no idea what else is going on behind the scenes, but I know this, Scott's sick, and I hope that's not, like, running through the locker room, too. It might be. Guys may be, just battling through stuff just to be out there. So that's where Scott is today. So, Steve, hi, Steve. How are you?
First time, long time.
It's
good to be here, boys.
Good to have you here.
Yeah.
And we do have our contestant. His name is Connor. Connor, how are you, my friend? Connor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Are you okay?
Way to be excited about it, pal.
Yeah, he's stoked, bro.
You excited to play the match game and win absolutely nothing?
So stoked to win nothing.
All right, Connor.
Hey,
Connor,
I'm gonna need you to step this up, my friend.
Yeah.
We got other callers that want to be here. Maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. DMac, you'll have to tell me if we have other callers, but we can find one.
We have other callers. Connor, do you want to do this or not?
I'm stoked. Let's go, guys.
All right. Jeez. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Connor.
I own my own software company, startup. That's fun. Father of two. Play recreation hockey. Lots of fun stuff. My life is just nonstop excitement.
Heavy dose of sarcasm in there for Connor.
Well, you said, what position do you play in hockey?
Center. A little bit more defensive responsibility.
If you had to make a choice between playing recreational hockey or an incredible round of the World of Warcraft, what would you choose?
Hockey. I'm not really into the World of Warcraft.
All right, very good. What video game are you into?
Nintendo 64, Super Smash Brothers.
There you go.
Oh, classic.
Classic. We love it. All right, Connor, here we go. The game is simple. We have three incredible panelists, Steve Nelson, Dan Tanner, and Tyler Polumbus. The goal for them is to match your answer to the following questions. Are you ready for question number one?
Let's do it.
The Broncos were blank in free agency. This is where you guys write it down, Steve. I'm coaching you up. The Broncos were blank in free agency. Write down your answer.
Why you got to lead us down 4-letter word routes?
Wait, who am I trying to guess what our caller's going to guess?
We found out about Connor. You're trying to match Connor. It's match game. What do you think Connor will say? Or you could just put a stupid answer out there to be funny, Steve, one way or the other. Dan, tell me when you're locked in.
I'm locked and loaded.
Tyler, are you good?
I'm good.
Steve?
Let's grip and rip it.
All right, Connor. The Broncos were blank in free agency. Go ahead. What?
Flaccid.
Flaccid. That's a great answer. Connor! My guy Connor! That was great. The Broncos were flaccid in free agency. We even get some alliteration there. Dan, what'd you say?
I said apoplectic.
Will we accept apoplectic for flaccid? No? No. Tyler, what'd you say?
Asleep.
Asleep in free agency. Steve, what'd you say?
You said to give a stupid answer? They were stupid.
They were stupid in free agency. I think the best answer there was from Connor right there. They were flaccid in free agency.
Flaccid was a great word. I wish I would have thought of that. I'm not smart enough for that, though.
I think the closest we got was apoplectic, which is a fancy
Tyler,
word.
We have the same degree, man. Come on.
Yeah, well, some of us used it, some of us did not. Some of us played football and then decided to go to sports talk radio.
It's ironic because Connor's not really able to get up for this game.
There you go. If the Broncos...
Wait, did we go to school together? Did we graduate together?
He's insinuating he's a lead... Wait, did you literally go to school together?
Yeah.
Yeah, we went to Boulder together. But
okay, did I ever cheat off of you?
Maybe somewhere in Munster.
Oh, okay.
You're a tall guy. You could see a couple rows ahead. So.
That sounds likely.
Did Tyler bully you?
No.
Hold on. Were you in my business marketing class? Tell me you were in my marketing class when the Chipotle guy came in.
Yeah, and we called him out for getting back on his
Wait, what's the story?
Yes. Hold on. What's your memory of it?
My memory was he came in and he was, talking about how great branding is and the feel of it and the experience and, not going to the machine. And we were like, didn't you just get bought by McDonald's like 2 weeks ago?
No. So you do remember you remember the incident, but you remember it wrong. But I raised my hand and I was being a turd at the end of it. He's like, everybody's got any questions? I raised my hand and I said, yeah, why don't you have queso? I go to Qdoba because they've got queso. And he goes, queso? You know what the 4-letter word that is? It's emulsified cheese. 3 years later, they got queso, didn't they? You're welcome, Chipotle.
That was all from you.
Congratulations, Tyler. Way to go. Should we get on to question number 2? Hell of a story, by the way. Ready for question number 2, Connor?
Yes.
If the Broncos did blank in free agency, I would be happier. Write down your answer. If the Broncos did blank in free agency, I would be happier. Steve's writing it down. Tyler's writing it down. Dan's writing it down. If the Broncos did blank in free agency, I would be happier. Tell me when you're locked in. Steve, you good?
Let's go.
Dan, you good?
Good.
Tyler, you good?
I'm good.
All right, Connor. If the Broncos did blank in free agency, I would be happier.
If the Broncos got anybody in the skill position category that didn't start with Lil.
Okay. Connor's got a good sense of humor. I like Connor. If they did got anybody in the skill position whose name didn't include Lil. Steve, what'd you write down?
I wrote, if the Broncos did literally anything.
Anything, you'd be happier. Dan, what'd you write down?
Steve and I had the same answer.
Literally anything.
Literally anything.
Tyler?
Anything.
Wow. I think you kind of matched, though. I think I could give that a match to Connor, right? I mean, it's kind of the same sort of concept. I have one more question for you. Good job, Connor. My robot lover's name is blank. My robot lover's name is blank. This is based on Vic Lombardi. What's up, my lady? And she's calling him cutie. My robot. Now you're trying to match Connor. Technically, you're trying to match what you think Connor's robot lover's name is. Right? So we're trying to match what you think. Now we've gotten to know Connor. Pretty funny guy. Smart guy. Boulder guy. Connor, answer the question. My robot lover's name is blank.
Maria.
Okay. All right, Tony.
Okay. Dan?
I did get the M.A. right. I said Marge.
Marge.
Connor feels like a Marge kind of
like
guy. Yeah.
Tyler.
Candy.
with a C or a K?
That's with a C.
Okay.
And Steve?
My robot lover is Groke Lombardi.
All right. Hey, Connor, we really appreciate you playing the match game with us. And tell us what you've won, Connor.
Nothing.
There you go. It's absolutely nothing right here on Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration today and ask about their Advanced FUE. It's a simple one-day solution that's guaranteed to reverse your balding process. Guys, they've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, by the way, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do. They believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Emotion. Hey, I thought Connor was pretty good there with Match Game, huh?
He was. He started a little dry, but he
Yeah.
picked it up. Yeah.
He hit us with a flaccid. That was good. Connor, man. Well, we should appreciate Tyler. People may have jobs that they're around other people. They can't, just be yelling and screaming like a bunch of morons about sports. That is a possibility. But
see, you didn't believe me that I was a Leeds Business School major, did you?
No,
you
no.
didn't believe me that I actually had a degree from there.
I didn't.
You didn't believe me that I was a multi-year Dean's List student at Leeds Business School, did you?
No, I
You didn't believe me that I got accepted into Stanford out of high school, did you?
Now, you've been telling me that for like 6 straight years. So if I don't,
But you didn't believe me, did you?
Well, I hear it enough. I just you just wear me down, and I'm like, okay, I gotcha.
I got accepted to football Stanford. There's a small difference, but football Stanford, whatever.
Football Standard. How do you apply for football standard? Well, be 6'8", and
Yeah, start there.
kick ass at Cherry Creek High School. Although there was a year you were a captain that you didn't make the playoffs.
Don't worry about that.
No, that's a small thing. Kyler Murray. Let's go over some NFL notes. We'll get to the Nuggets and the Spurs here in just a little bit. Jesse Montano at 130. Nice win for the Avalanche. Holy cow. They have dominated the Kraken. Kyler Murray signs with the Vikings, Tyler. How's that going to go over?
I'm fascinated. Color me intrigued. I'm not a Kyler Murray guy by any means. I haven't believed in Kyler Murray since his rookie year. And I remember having these debates going back years ago with listeners about Kyler Murray. I think he's a tremendous athlete. I don't think he's a tremendous quarterback. And we'll see, man. If there's a guy that can make it work, maybe Kevin Stefanski's the guy.
Okay. All right, that'll be interesting to say the least. You get him at such a reduced salary, so if it's not, if J.J. McCarthy's better, you're not really hesitating there. So, has Kirk Cousins signed up with the Raiders, or is that still just sort of a
not to my knowledge
speculation that that's where that's going to go? I guess that's just sort of that. Oh, by the way, we did see a little interesting deal yesterday. Did Zach Strief get a demotion, Tyler?
No, technically it was a promotion.
It was?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Because the offensive line coach, it was made clear, is Chris Morgan, who you like.
Yeah, I love SEMO. I had Chris Morgan out in Washington for 4 years. He was my assistant O-line coach to Chris Forrester, and then Chris Morgan brought me out to Atlanta as well. So I spent 4.5 years with Chris Morgan. I know him really, really well. Great football coach. Really a wizard in the wide zone running scheme. It's an interesting move, DMac. I don't know what it means because Zach Strief holds on to the run game coordinator title, and Chris Morgan now takes over as the full-time offensive line coach.
Mm-hmm.
But my guess is that when we get out there to practice during OTAs, I bet we see Zach Strief out there with the O-line, and it probably looks very similar in nature, and it was either a way to get Chris Morgan paid more or a way to get Zach Strief paid more.
Okay, so run game assistant coach is a promotion over offensive line coordinator. Gotcha. All right. What are the responsibilities then that Zach Strief has that he didn't before? Like, how does that go?
Well, hold on. Just to be clear, are we positive he didn't have that title last year?
I don't know what he had last year. I know he was the offensive line coach for sure.
Yeah, because, a lot of times the offensive line coaches are the run game coordinators. So I'm not entirely sure, the action of being a passing game coordinator or a run game coordinator, it's not during game day. Like, they're not chirping into the offensive coordinator's ear like, "Hey, run 16 power." No, it's throughout the week. It's game planning. It's finding effective nickel runs, base runs, personnel tendencies, all those sorts of things. But by the time you get to game day itself, the offensive coordinator's running the show.
All right. Then the other news, of course, and we talked about it earlier. We can go through it again. Jonathan Cooper restructures his deal. It opens up $8.2 million in cap space. Broncos sit somewhere 22, 24 million that they still have left. They need what, 12 to 15 for their draft picks. So on the surface, it doesn't feel like a ton of money. And if you missed the news, Jal Mclofflin has been signed to a real vet minimum sort of deal. Still, hey man, he gets $1.3 million if he makes the team, right? I will say this: the salaries of these guys are so low on so many different dudes that they brought back. Like, cutting guys is not that big of a deal. Like, if you draft a dude, or even if you acquire somebody else at some other point this year, Tyler, just because the Broncos have brought all these guys back doesn't mean they're keeping them all. You know, there'll be a significant amount of competition for these jobs.
There will be a significant amount of competition. It's definitely far from a guarantee that any of these guys are going to be on the roster. But the curious part about it is they're competing. Like, in theory, you're right, DMac, but they're competing against the same group of guys that they were competing against last year as it stands today. So I think they've all got a pretty good shot.
Okay. What are they going to do the money? With what? That's another match game question. The Broncos are going to do blank with the money they have left. What do you think?
Put it in a money market account.
Is that what you would do at the Leeds School of Business at CU? You'd be smart about that?
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to put it in a money market account and see if they can carry it over to next year with the interest, and then they're going to be disappointed to find out that is that you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah. By the way, I'm getting a text. LOL, I was in that class when you were talking about queso.
There you go. People remember me.
Congratulations, man. The Queen of Chicken has an AI boyfriend. He's named the King of... I can't say that on the radio. I just... Use your imaginations. My God.
Rooster.
Apoplectic does not mean apathetic. Yeah, we did that in match game. Apoplectic does not mean apathetic. Do you think the Broncos were... Apoplectic is like terrible, like horrible. Apathetic means like you just didn't care at all. It's like Scott on the draft. That's apathetic. Apoplectic is like you're really mad about something. That's like Scott on the draft. So I don't agree with that, Tyler. I think the Broncos have a way they believe in doing business, and that's just what they're. If you want to say they're just a little bit arrogant, I think that's more accurate than apoplectic or apathetic. I think they're just really confident in the guys they have.
Arrogance, lack of awareness. I don't know what it is. A general disdain for every single free agent in the entire NFL this year. What is it? I mean, it's somewhere in between all of those.
Yeah, listen, man, they were the smartest guys in the room when it came to last year's draft, right? That's what they did. We'll show you mocksters out there. And more or less, they're telling the entire NFL, we're smarter than you guys too, and we're about to prove it.
They're also telling the entire NFL that they suck at football and that there's no player in the entire NFL that could help this team.
That is amazing when you think about it. There's nobody out there that's available that's better than who we already have.
Yeah.
And we'll prove it.
Yeah.
Except for Sam Mustipher.
Yeah.
And sorry, Sam. You're it. Okay, I don't know what to say, man. We're in the dollar bin now here, bro. Like, it's the Louis gone. We went through all the discount aisles. We went garage shopping. We passed through the Goodwill stores. Dude, we're at the dollar bin. That's it. And I don't know what you pick up in the dollar bin, Tyler, that makes a difference. Unless you trade. Would you be surprised if they hang in there and make a trade?
Would I be surprised? I feel like it makes sense, so no, I'm not going to be surprised. I think they are going to make a trade, but I don't think it's going to be the type of trade that is going to get us all excited. We'll have to go down the list of wide receivers, of tight ends, running backs, and find, like, not the tier 1 A.J. Browns, the Waddles. Find somebody else that is like a tier 2 guy, and that would be my guess of what they're going to do with the trade.
Hey, look at this on the text line. I don't see a problem with not signing free agents. Bill Schmidt, ex-Rockies GM. Oh, I'm glad Bill could check in right there.
Thank you, Bill. It's good to hear from you, bud.
All right, hey, a reminder as we have all sorts of college basketball going on right now, conference tournaments finishing up left and right. Not Another Bracket Challenge is back. Just head over to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket starting on Sunday. Pick out 5 teams playing in the NCAA tournament, and you can win dinner for 2 and a pair of tickets and a catered suite to the first Nuggets playoff game this year. Playoffs? That is awesome. It's powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Tyler, just for clarification for everybody on a football note, we present the running back that could have been a Bronco.
So growing up, it's Travis Etienne. So it'd be like Achane. And that's how you always said Travis Etienne. But when I went to college, I kept telling them my name like every day. And like after like 4 weeks, they just couldn't get it. So I'm like, man, it's Etienne. Like how you see it is how you say it. So that's how that became. And it kind of just took off because it was easy for the pronouncers to say it. I didn't have to just tell them. I didn't have to correct them every day to say my name. And just when I kind of just started learning more about my last name and how it came about and things like that, it just kind of stuck and made sense. But I'm very much open to being Travis Etienne again, just being myself. I don't have to correct people here on how to say my name each and every day, and I kind of love that, and that's just get back to me.
Hey, Tyler, wouldn't that have been cool if he was doing that press conference as a Denver Bronco trying to tell us morons how to say his name the right way?
And we'd be doing all the sound bites of
yeah.
Webanab and all the other names that we've messed up over the years.
Tyler Bidet.
Tyler Batty.
Sure.
And just throw it into the soundbite folder, and we'd be doing it from now until eternity.
Yeah, we'd be having so much fun with this. And instead, he's doing that with the Saints. Thank you, Albert. It's a little. What would fear? It's not FOMO, I guess. What would a jealousy of another team's free agent signing be? What would we call that?
Envy. Can't be a jealous ex because it's like you never had the girl. You just wanted the girl.
We're just jealous.
Yeah.
We're envious. Just straight up envy. That, to me, it's almost painful when we talk about a dude so much. We desire somebody to, be on our team. We think it'd be great, and there he is. It feels like he's cheating on us with the stupid Saints, and they're all laughing at his little jokes about his name. I'd like a chance to butcher your name, but instead, no, because it's easy to say J.K. Dobbins. Jesse on the Avs, and we'll get back to that remarkable win by the Nuggets. It's PhD here on 92.5. The NCAA tournament. It is here. Tune in for championship games all weekend, and then Westwood One's tournament selection show on Sunday starting at 4. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. Jesse Montano from Guerrilla Sports on the Avs in 7 minutes. No dumb questions on the way as well. The Nuggets beat the Spurs 136-131. What was the most impressive thing about that win yesterday, Tyler?
I'm going to go with what Jamal Murray was able to do in the second half. 9 points in the first half, a little bit quiet, and then just flips the switch. And when Jamal Murray flips the switch and he puts up 30 points in the second half, obviously that was what was needed to do the most important thing of the game, which was overcome a 20-point deficit. So maybe the 20-point deficit is the most literal answer that you overcame that. But the way that Jamal Murray did it, that's how you did it.
Is it possible we've taken Jamal Murray for granted a little bit?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe at times you get overly frustrated with him. Maybe at times you call him inconsistent, not you, people. Maybe there's a frustration, but, man, when he's on, it's tough to not be grateful for that.
I'll tell you this. I think sometimes, similar to Jokic, he just makes it look so easy, especially around the rim. In these little moments that it's a little floater or a little step back or layup or just something that's just clever that, he somehow gets because he's not that big at about 6'4" or so. But he always finds the edge, the angle in order to get a shot off. And when he's shooting those shots from such a short distance, more than not, it goes in. I guess I've really been incredibly impressed, more so. And I feel like maybe I have been taking Jamal Murray a little bit for granted. And maybe perhaps even a little bit overly critical of games that, it's more like 6 for 18 shooting that just isn't that great. He has been just so impressive in these past couple of games, Tyler. 2 huge wins against big teams in pressure situations. I guess I just want to take a moment and just say, hey, man, way to go, Jamal. Like, seriously, dude. Really impressive.
No question. It's fun to watch. And here you are. You strung together 2 incredibly important and impressive wins against Houston and now San Antonio. San Antonio feeling like the improbable one, which a lot of people thought it was going to be a scheduled loss. And you win them back-to-back. And in my opinion, DMac, maybe the most impressive 2-game win. Is that a win streak? But two wins in the entire
back-to-back wins.
Season.
Yeah, I'll go with you on that. I mean, these are teams that are in your own division that you easily could see both of these teams in the playoffs. I tell you this, man, I think our matchup with Houston is really, really good. San Antonio, of course, you just have to sort of say, all right, well, they didn't have Wemby, and that's a major factor. But again, it's the Nuggets that are playing in less than 24 hours. It's the Nuggets who are on the road. And it's the Spurs that have every other advantage going their way. And the Nuggets did not play with arguably 2 starters. If you think Peyton Watson has earned the right to be a starter instead of maybe Cam Johnson, and maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. But, I mean, it's arguable. And then you were missing Aaron Gordon, too. No, I was just blown away by the game. And it's funny playing those highlights of Kaz, Tyler. It's like he didn't think they were going to win during the game. And we found out later it's the biggest comeback for a road team in a back-to-back on the second end of a back-to-back situation in the NBA this year. So
20 points on the road, that's impressive. It's really, really impressive no matter how you look at it. Of course, Jokic was doing his deal, so we take that for granted, and every time we see a new stat and new record that he breaks, you hardly even acknowledge it because it just happens every single night.
His Adelman on Spencer Jones did get a start, by the way. So 6 more starts. That's the magic number for Spencer Jones. But here's Adelman.
To win in the NBA nowadays, especially in the Western Conference, it's going to be somebody different every night. It's been Tim a lot. It's been Bruce, Jonas, Zeke Naji, Jalen Pickett. And tonight, it's Spence. And he just stepped up. And good teams, that's what you need. You just need people to know that their time's coming. Maybe not tonight, maybe the next game, whatever it is, but stay confident, stay ready, and that's what he did.
Spencer Jones, 8 of 13, 3 of 6 from 3, 19 points, 33 minutes, starts the game, plus 14, 4 rebounds. Wow, man. Like, that is one hell of a game from Spencer Jones.
Spencer has been a good addition to this team that we've gone back and forth on how much they're going to rely on him as the season progresses and as they get to the playoffs. But, at this point, I'm not sure what the rotation is going to look like when you get there, DMac. But good for Spencer doing his deal.
Yeah, man. Just such a high quality win. Way to go. Really fun to watch. And Hardaway didn't have a great game. So, all right, Bruce Brown only threw in 6 points. Nothing really there. Valanciunas, to hear from Demps that Valanciunas is now just a rotational guy against other big men is not what I thought we had signed up for when we got Jonas Valanciunas, that he was going to be that kind of specialty player. It's pretty easy to eliminate if you're the other team. When Jokic goes out, you just put smaller guys in. And Valanciunas is just off the court, which I guess that's the case. So that's an easy workaround for anybody else. We'll see how that manifests itself. It didn't really matter, though, did it yesterday, Tyler? They still scored 83 points. I don't think they had the greatest defense in the world, but, you got it done, and Valanciunas played 5 minutes.
It's been surprising to me the limits that you feel like you can have with Val at times. He's so matchup dependent. When at the beginning of the year, that's not what I thought we were going to have. And I know that bigs are bigs and, they don't match up well against everybody, but I did not expect him to be as limited as he's felt.
The Avalanche had a great game last night. They won 5-1.
Coach, that looked like a very good, rock-solid win. Is that how you saw it?
For the most part, great start. Great start. Top guys were buzzing early and making a bunch of plays and putting a few in the back of the net. So that kind of helped our team relax a little bit. We get into penalty trouble, and they put a push on in the second period and kind of were outplaying us. We got back on track a little bit by the end of the period once we got 5-on-5 for a little bit, and then the third kind of is what it is. You're just sort of hanging on. So a start like that can set you up for the rest of the game, and it did. We get a big power play goal, and the penalty kill was really good tonight. And so was Wedge and net.
We go to Jesse Montano of Guerrilla Sports after that win. And Jesse, holy cow, the 6th win against the Kraken, 14-1-2 against the Pacific. I mean, these games feel borderline easy for the Avalanche.
I mean, it's reminiscent of what we saw at the beginning of the season, right? Where they just, they're playing at a pace that it feels like it's hard for teams to keep up with. The details are on point. It's not a perfect 60 minutes, but it's hard to get that. But like you said, I don't necessarily know if they would say if they feel easy, but the way that they're putting these game plans together and the way the guys are going out and executing, I mean, outside of the power play, yes, they're making it look easy.
Are they looking like the official juggernauts that you ever like? Is that a decent word? Could you use the word juggernaut? Is that what they look like?
I think so. I mean, I just think, and Jared Bednar said the other day, we don't picture ourselves head and shoulders above anybody. But when I look at the makeup of this group, at least on paper, for me, they are just kind of a head above most of the league. And I think that, purely teams just can't really. I mean, a buzzsaw, juggernaut, whatever word you want to use. There's a lot of teams that just straight can't skate with these guys, for 4 lines, and that is with the Avs missing, Landeskog, Lehkonen, Ross Colton, Logan O'Connor. So knowing that you even still have reinforcements on the way, you have more than a full line missing out of your lineup right now. So the details need to stay sharp. The urgency needs to stay where it's at, but you've actually even got, on paper, better players coming in.
All right, well, what can you do in terms of an update on all those guys? And I keep hearing from Bedsy how close Logan is to coming back.
Yep. So right now it sounds like actually Colton, Landeskog, and O'Connor are maybe all on some similar timelines here. We're thinking maybe the next, let's say, week to
week and a half that they're hoping to get those guys back involved. I have heard that a potential, and then Jared Bednar said that it was a possibility, but I was being told that we're potentially looking at a conditioning stint for Logan O'Connor up with the Eagles, maybe getting a game or two in, given that he's missed so much time this year. I mean, all season. But then, yes, Gabe sounds like he's on the mend from his highly unfortunate injury in the Dallas game. And then, Ross Colton, Jared Bednar said, took a puck up high, muscles kind of tightened up around it and stuff. So my understanding is that all four of those guys, Landeskog, Lehkonen, Colton, and O'Connor, they're actually hoping all of them can get in games before the end of the regular season and be able to kind of, tune up a bit before playoffs get going.
So if it's your friend that gives you an injury in that area, when you walk past him, is it like a slap bet? Like for the next year, you just get to punch him as hard as you want in the family area?
I mean, geez, Kale, he takes out Gabe. The next night he hits Nate in front of the net, and he has to take a couple shifts off. And then, Kale, and you're happy he can joke about it, but, he made light of the fact that, it was his skate that cut Gabe a few years ago in the bubble. So,
Yep.
he, like I said, he was able to laugh about it a bit. Like, of course, it's me again. But, Kale McCarr, I mean, he don't get in the way of his shot. But, yeah, I would think that, Gabe, he owes Gabe at least a couple of dinners.
The starting goaltender, once the playoff starts for the Colorado Avalanche, should be who?
DMac, right before you guys called me, I was telling my my co-host, Megan Angley, I said, I'll bet you when I jump on this, they're going to ask me, who should the starting goaltender be? And all season, and I'm standing by the answer right now, it's Mackenzie Blackwood.
Okay.
But, I mean, Scott Wedgwood is making a case to this point where it's getting harder and harder to deny. And to me, it's less about what Mackenzie Blackwood has or hasn't done, and just about, like, the fact that Scott Wedgwood is going out every night and seemingly turning in huge performances, keeping you either with a lead or in a game. I mean, like, it's getting harder and harder to say, yes, definitively it's Mackenzie Blackwood. I still think he's their number one. He's their guy. But if we continue down the stretch like this, it's going to be really hard to deny Scott Wedgwood maybe that first crack at it. So as of right this moment, I'm still saying it's Mackenzie Blackwood, but Scott Wedgwood is really gonna make that a tough decision here down the stretch. He's playing this way.
It was funny to hear Wedgwood after the game last night go, "I've never played this much," and I'm like, "Okay, like, hey, it's all good, but I've never played this much."
Yeah, and if we have a couple minutes here, sorry, sure. I know I can ramble sometimes, but I've talked with Scott at different times this season, and look, everybody says, oh, I think I can be a starter, right? You have guys, I'm sure, in the NFL who say, I think I can be a number one quarterback in the right situation. You guys always believe in themselves, but I've had some interesting conversations with Scott Wedgwood about, like, opportunity and the fact that maybe, people have referred to him as a journeyman has given him a bit of a stigma for who he is as a goalie when, at multiple points in his career, when he's been in a backup role, he's been thrust into, some starter minutes, maybe because of an injury or a trade or whatever. And he has a long-standing track record of being able to handle that. Even going back to when he first got to town last year, and the Avs were in the middle of the whole Georgiev fiasco. So this is something that he has believed for a long time he's capable of and has never really gotten that opportunity. So, like you said, it's funny to hear him, kind of laugh and joke about it. But I think this is something that he's felt he was kind of made for a bit and, has waited for that opportunity, and he has absolutely made the most of it this year.
Good stuff, buddy. D-Mac, you got anything else for him?
Of course, yeah. Hey, so, Jesse, as they go on, we've seen the impact of Nazem Kadri. Where will he fit once everybody's healthy? Or is there a shot? This sounds wild because he's not played wing at all.
Yep.
Would you keep him on the top line?
So here's the beauty of what Chris McFarland did at the trade deadline. By adding Kadri and Nick Waugh, DMac, you give yourself that option.
Is that crazy?
It's crazy. You can either run Kadri as your third line center and have, the best third line center in the league, Or if you just, really like him playing on the wing with Nathan McKinnon, you can leave him there because you have a guy like Nick Waugh who can center your third line and Jack Drury still for your fourth line. So they have so many options. He's looked great playing next to Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
Scores a goal last night. So you have that flexibility, you have that option, and I'm willing to bet Jared Bednar is going to experiment with that down the stretch here. The Avs can clinch as early as this Sunday. I had someone helping me run the numbers on that here a little bit earlier, but so the Avs can clinch as early as this Sunday, and if they do that, we might see Jared Bednar, do a little bit of experimenting, see how a guy looks here. Well, what about if he plays with these guys? So he's going to have a deep lineup to play around with, and I think there's a whole bunch of combinations we can see, but Kadri's been everything I think that you kind of hoped he would be when they brought him back so far through these first, whatever it is here, 2-3 games.
All right, really quick, over there at Gorilla Sports, do you have a little power play shrine with candles and just sort of some idols and different sort of pictures of things that you guys pray to get it to work?
Pour some water on it. No, I mean, I don't know. At this point, I think the Avs got to be willing to try anything, right? Because not only are they not scoring power play goals, the other part of the issue is becoming shorthanded goals given up.
Yeah.
They lead the league. They've given up 12 shorthanded goals this season. So I'm at the point where it's like, okay, well, if you're not going to score any, that's fine. At least don't give any up on your own power play.
Right.
Look, I think Kadri helps it a bit. When they get back healthy, it gives you some more depth, all that stuff. But look, we got whatever it is, 17 games to go here, and this has been a problem all year. They got to get it figured out, and like I said, they got to find a way to keep them out of their own net when they have a power play.
All right, for great coverage, follow my guy Jesse and everybody, Megan, everybody at Gorilla Sports. Great Avalanche coverage and podcast and all things you need. Jesse, we appreciate it. Early one tomorrow, 2 o'clock in Winnipeg. That's a quirky start, but all right, we'll take it. And you can hear that game right here on 92.5. Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Always love chatting with you.
No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Tyler, I got to call David Adelman on the carpet and no dumb questions. Details coming up next.
Hey, when you imagine your retirement, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where my friends over at Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that's going to help you meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know that one size simply does not fit all. That's why they're going to come up with a customized game plan for your family, for your finances, for your needs, for your future. So you can feel calm and confident that your future is going to be under control. Contact Trajan Wealth today. Again, that's 303-900-1189, and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We'd love to hear from you. It's brought to you by Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. All right, Tyler, I want to play some Bam Adebayo for you and see if you Adebayo this.
If you're in my shoes and you have, first of all, y'all are blaming me. You should be blaming the head coach. Get that first. I was not the one letting me go one-on-one the whole game until I had 70, and then you started to send a double. At that point, I got 70 with 9 minutes left to go in the game. You think I'm not going for it? And that's the thing that's crazy when they talk about the unethical part of the basketball. I'm like, if I have 70 with 9 minutes to go, who would just be like, coach, just take me out? Yeah, right. Anybody in my shoes with 9 minutes left? Okay. A minute? All right. 9? Yeah, I'm going for it.
No dumb question. Does he got a point?
Yeah. He does have a point there. That's what I was saying the other day when it comes to if you're coaching and your guys out there, it's one thing to pull them off the court, at the beginning of the fourth because the game's over and it's out of control. But when it gets within earshot, when you can actually see that record getting broken, every player's going for it. Every player, maybe outside of Nikola Jokic, he might be the one exception to the rule.
Okay, I guess. That is a wild thought. You have 70 points. The game is well in hand, and there's 9 minutes to go in the game. Do you go for it? I mean, he's saying, who wouldn't? But you got to have a coach that's on board with that, your teammates on board with it, and to a weird degree, the team that you're playing on board with it, right? Because you could get hurt in that situation, Tyler. I never played the game, obviously, at that level. But if you found a team was trying to shove something down your throat, and I know that's a little tricky because how could defense shove something down your throat as an offensive lineman? But just to sort of put yourself in the picture, how about when the Broncos were playing the Ravens? Remember all that crap when the Ravens were kind of, trying to get 100 yards? At the
end of the game, they weren't taking a knee.
Right? Would you really have blamed anybody on the Broncos defense for taking a cheap shot on Lamar Jackson at that point?
I see what you're saying. It's different context. Every sport has got different unwritten rules. In football, the unwritten rule is when the game's over, you take a knee. Is there an unwritten rule in basketball?
I think once you got 70 and you're up by 20, I think the unwritten rule is chill. You did it to us. You win. We lose.
Yeah, but what if it's an all-timer, an all-time record? Everybody on the court has to know what's going on there, right?
Would you be upset if a team was being no-hit, there's one out in the ninth inning, and the guy bunts to try to break up the no-hitter?
Yeah, I would.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all. I would understand it. I don't want my team to get no hit.
Are you kidding me? That's so cheap. That's so stupid. Are you kidding me?
Oh, no way, man. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of it. If I'm the Washington Wizards, I think I'd be slugging them. I mean,
so instead you're that team that bunted to not have the no-hitter. So you could be the team that had the no-hitter on you, or you could be known as that team that bunted.
I don't care, man. I think I don't want the other team to get over on my team. And I don't want some dude to just be going for some sort of record or something on my team. I got to be the answer to that trivia question. I think it's risky. I mean, you're playing the Wizards. They have no courage. They're a gutless team. So okay, I guess that's the right opponent to go against. But I guess I'm going to lose this argument because I think now everybody views it differently. And even David Adelman was saying hey, it's cool and way to go, Bam. And it is weird that Bam's having moments in press conferences, Tyler, where he's defending. That is kind of weird, right? You score 83 points and you're sitting there kind of in a defensive posture.
It is true.
Odd.
That is true. I mean, something's off. Listen, I'm not denying the fact there needs to be asterisks next to that record. I'm not denying that at all.
All right, here's another one from Ron, DMac, Tyler. If the Broncos did trade for either A.J. Brown, Waddle, or Achane, what do you think is fair value draft pick wise for each of those players? Well, we can just start, I think he means the other Achane, not Travis Achane, other Achane. A.J. Brown, what do you think the draft value is, or the value for A.J. Brown would be?
I'd be comfortable with a second and some change. I'm not giving up a first. There's just too many risks that go with it, but second and some change.
Waddle, what do you think?
Gosh, that's tougher. I think Waddle could be a true number one on a different team, but he was buddied up with Tyreek Hill, but he's not a number one on that team, right? So third and a fourth.
Where do you think the Broncos, if they do anything in terms of trades, they should focus? Is it wide receiver? Is that the spot?
No, but I would love to see it. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're going to swing as big as I want them to swing a wide receiver. And if you're not going to swing for like a number one, a true number maker is the problem. The room that I could see making sense would be tight end, because I would have to go through the options to figure out who's out there. Mm-hmm. But I'm just thinking about this logically in terms of what's in the draft. Is it possible to really add value in that room? It's a very weak class in the draft. You've got one dude in Kenyon Sadiq that's probably going to go in the top 12, and after that it falls off a cliff, and I know you've got your guy Eli Towers, but there's not many options. So tight end might be a good place to look.
No dumb question. Is Jamal's 50-point game on 0 free throws more impressive than what Bam did?
Maybe. He had 0 free throws?
Yeah, that was unbelievable. God, and what was his shooting efficiency? It was like, what was it, like 21-25 or 24-29? It's something like that.
I'll check. It was really
something.
good.
It was something
God,
like that.
Something fishy's going on there. How do you score 50 points without shooting a free throw?
No, it was incredible. And it was a meaningful game, and like every point mattered, and like it was like ridiculous. To me, that was just, again, and I'm definitely dedicated today to give Jamal Murray a lot of praise, because I think I might have been taking him for granted a little bit, and you shouldn't. He's got some just unbelievable moments, incredible games. This back-to-back that we have just gone through with Jamal is another incredible feather in his cap. And, yeah, the efficiency in that particular game, as Dan sort of digs with it, is ridiculous too. So you got that there, Dan?
I do. Yeah. He scored 52 on 19 of 25 shooting. He was 10 for 11 from 3, 4 of 5 from the line. Okay, so he did have 5 free throws.
Yeah, but this is, I think he's talking about another 50-point game.
Okay, that was his 50-point game this year.
I think he's talking about
the
50 wasn't he talking about the 50 in the playoff game? I think it doesn't, you know what? It doesn't really matter. To do what Jamal has done, Jamal doesn't get again, I think there's a ton of guys in the NBA, if you gave them a limitless amount of shots. Adebayo didn't even shoot 50% from the floor, Tyler, and they had 43 free throw attempts.
Yeah, that's why there should be about 12 asterisks, because of the free throws.
And he was like, more of his explanation was like, well, I was getting fouled, everybody. I was like, all right, cool. You did pretty good at the free throw line. I think he made 36 of your 43 attempts, but he did shoot under. He's the first guy ever to score 70 or more points on under 50% shooting from the field. So I think it does come with a huge asterisk, that sort of thing. In terms of the big question of the day, let's get to it. Let's football go. We'll get you updated with the Broncos did sign somebody today, everybody. They did. They did sign somebody. If you miss it, we'll tell you next. Here comes yeah. How you like me now? How you like me now? Couple of big questions. We do have a Broncos signing. Dan with Let's Football Go coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll dig into it. I'm not trying to oversell something, but it's kind of funny. We'll get to that in a second. But my big question for the day with the Nuggets and the Avs is how sustainable is what we saw from both teams? If we're just talking about the Avalanche, it feels more likely because they're doing what they're doing without Lehkonen, without Logan O'Connor, who I think will be back soon, without Ross Colton, without Gabriel Landeskog. I mean, they are going to be so much stronger. I do have a feel. Blackenberg played last night. They went 7D 11 forwards. So they went 7-11 yesterday, 5-1. I think the power play does look a little bit better with Kadri out there, with Natchez and McKinnon being a little bit more flexible with who's hanging out on that half board. Well, I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but if Brett Burns is running out a little bit of gas, I think they'll be fine. I think he'll be fine. Like, you can rest guys. You can mix things up. I can't wait to see how the Avalanche do once the playoffs start. And it's just annoying that the Dallas Stars are hanging around the way they are. Big matchup next week with the Avs hosting the Stars coming up next Wednesday on the 18th. That is going to be a lot of fun.
By the way, the power play issues are not as bad as they were earlier in the season. In fact, DMac, since returning from Milan, the Olympic break, since then, the Avs power play is at 25%.
Well, that's way up from 14.
Which is top 10 in the NHL in that span.
That's fantastic.
So
that's really good.
It looks like they're starting to figure out the power play.
All right. Feeling good there. So is that sustainable? I'd say yes. Is what we've seen with the Nuggets sustainable for the rest of the season? I don't know, but it doesn't feel like it should be that hard for Cam Johnson to have nights like he did the past couple of games. For Christian Braun to be a solid contributor, and Christian was a little off shooting-wise, 3 of 11, 2 for 7 from 3. But 11 points and contributed, like he had 9 rebounds. Like there were other ways. Christian Braun last night was plus 22. And Dan, like we were talking about on In the Paint last night, look who he's been covering.
Yeah, do you want me to pull that up?
Sure.
Oh my gosh,
I mean,
this
if
list
you
is
guys don't
insane.
know. So not only is Christian expected to do certain things offensively, but he pulls the toughest defensive assignment every single night. I mean, it's ridiculous who he's been responsible for.
So starting with last Sunday, these are the 5 guys that Christian Braun had been the primary defender on before last night's game in San Antonio. Last Sunday, Anthony Edwards, Luka Doncic, Jalen Brunson, SGA, Kevin Durant.
Unbelievable.
And he held KD to 11 points, by the way.
Yeah. So I'm going to cut him a little slack on the offensive end of things, as long as we know defensively he's pulling his weight, which he clearly has been the past couple of games. Spencer Jones as a starter makes sense, but we're walking a fine line because he can only start so many games before he's guaranteed money. But that being said, is that really a big deal? If he really is that valuable to you, he's going to get paid one way or the other. So if it's the smarter move for him to start like he did, 19 points, 33 minutes, I mean, come on, guys. That was great. That's a better answer than Julian Strother playing. And it's a better answer than heavier minutes for Jonas Valanciunas, who now we realize is just a rotational guy against other slow big dudes. So if the other team wants to put out a slow big dude in their second unit, Jonas gets on the court. Other than that, he's not going to play. That's pretty damn clear. And my guess is during the playoffs, we're not going to see a lot of slow plodding dudes out there for second units. We're going to see faster guys. We're going to try to keep it upbeat, up-tempo. I mean, if these matchups are not good matchups for Jonas Valanciunas, somebody please tell me what the good matchups are of playoff teams. What are the good matchups? What second unit in the Western Conference is like, oh, man, that's right up Jonas Valanciunas' alley? So I think we're seeing how limited this guy actually is, which probably explains why he's bounced around so much. Nice enough dude. And perhaps, I don't know, man. I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I think when they go to a 5, it'll be Aaron Gordon or maybe even Spencer Jones sometimes with the second unit. Who knows? But I think you're going to see less and less. And it's hard to see less of Jonas Valanciunas than you have been lately, but that ain't going to be the answer.
We might even see Zeke Naji fill in that role from time to time, which he's done before.
I mean, he's a lot quicker. He's younger. He's more athletic.
He's not as big, but yes.
He's 6'10".
I'm saying he's not as big.
Right. Yeah, he's not as big.
I mean,
so what? You got a 7-foot guy who can't jump.
I mean, who do you trust more? Who do you trust more right now to produce when they're in the game? Zeke Naji or Jonas Valanciunas?
Zeke Naji, actually, who did not get off the bench last night.
That's right.
But Jonas looks like, I don't know, brother. Like,
he looked so good earlier in the season. This is why it's so weird with what's happened with Jonas Valanciunas. And for people to say he's running out of gas, and you've said that, DMac, and I partly agree with you, but the guy only plays like 10 to 12 minutes a night.
Well, that's going down.
Well, but like, can you really run out of gas if you're only playing 10 minutes a night? That just, and he missed, a month with an injury too.
Not to be a jerk, but Brett Burns thinks he's looking slow. I shouldn't be mean to Brett Burns. Brett Burns is, what does he play, like 5,000 games in a row or something like that?
Well,
seriously, it's like 800 or something. It's some ridiculous
in
number,
the 800s, right? Yeah.
Like in a row.
Oh, yeah, he's got an Ironman streak going.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous. So, okay. That's not to be mean, but that's going to have an impact at some point, correct? Because in the playoffs, guess what happens in the NHL and NBA playoffs? Things pick up. Things get faster. It gets a little bit more intense.
He's played 989 consecutive games.
I don't mean to be ripping on Brett Burns. That's obviously,
which is remarkable.
It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. It's gonna catch up with you at some point, right? But
at 41, probably.
Right.
Unfortunately. Well, okay.
I'll tell you this, it's gonna make some really interesting decision moments for Bednar in the playoffs. Really interesting decisions.
Or you could kind of rest him down the stretch here and try to get the juices flowing for the playoffs. That's another option.
What if you rest him and Blackenberg just looks better out there and he gives you that Sammy G sort of small guy energy?
Or Blankenberg.
What'd I call him?
Blackenberg.
That's close. Really?
My nickname's Bleepenberg.
Bleepenberg?
Yeah.
Well, he played for the first time last night.
He looks good.
Of course he did. He's a little spry young guy. He's going to have a lot of Sammy G type of, energy and mojo out there. Of course he looked good. I mean, he's a veteran player, dude. Like, he's played a lot. I mean, nobody's played as much as Burns, but he's played Blankenberg. Bleepenberg. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, we'll see. I don't want to be mean to Brett Burns, so it's going to be a tough decision for Bedsy, and we'll see. We'll see.
I think there's a reason they went and got a couple of break glass in case of emergency defensemen.
Exactly. So, not to be mean. So there you go. Great night last night. Great double dipperoo, as you heard right here on 92.5 and AM 950. Saturday is it's actually a triple dipperoo, right? Because we got the Rapids playing. So you got the Avs and the Jets. That's at 1:30 pregame. That's in Winnipeg against our American hero. Boy, are you pulling now for Winnipeg? 6 o'clock, we got Nuggets Lakers on 92.5. 5 o'clock, Rapids playing New York on AM 950. So we're loaded for you on Saturday. But we do have a move for the Broncos. They have signed a free agent, sort of. Do you think it's somebody from the outside? Let's football go. Dan Buds Quince Tanner is next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right. Hey, the new year is here. It's been here. How you feeling? You keeping up with whatever resolution you had, or are the workouts still kind of lousy? Is your sleep just kind of not great? What are you doing? Are you feeling like you want to feel? If not, it could be low T. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, yes or no, just a couple of minutes, and you can go from there. But I tell you what, Rocky Mountain Clinic's doing something kind of interesting. They're helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. This is fantastic news. So get back to the way you deserve to feel with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Were you in my marketing class in college? That is crazy, man. That is a small ass world right there.
I can't believe he said yes.
It's hysterical. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad, you guys are incredible. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Here we go. Should I actually do this? Hold on.
Hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts.
Free agency frenzy tracker.
All right, Dan, what do you got here, pal?
Well, the Broncos still haven't signed an external free agent. They've signed a bunch of internal free agents. Jal Mclofflin has officially signed a 1-year deal worth around $1.3 million with a chance to make more through incentives.
Sure.
To stay with the Denver Broncos. He's only 25. I didn't know he was that young. Cliff was writing this. As small as a football player goes at 5'7", 187 pounds. But he's been an overachiever all his life, writes Kliss. What do you guys think about the Broncos re-signing Jal Mclofflin?
Tyler?
Well, I like Jaleel. I've always been a fan of his, so it's not a shot at Jaleel. But, you already brought back Tyler Bidet. You already brought back J.K. Dobbins. You still had R.J. Harvey on this team. And I guess I was kind of hoping they didn't sign Jaleel, not because it's anything to do with Jaleel, but I just want some fresh blood in that room, So nothing against you, pal, but we need some fresh blood.
Jal Mclofflin posted on Twitter, smiley face emoji, white heart, orange heart, 2 exclamation points. And the first comment under that is, brah, no one outside of the Broncos headquarters is happy about this. Now, there are a lot of other nicer quotes than that. I don't know why that springs to the top there. And again, this ain't personal. It's just a joke at this point. Parker Gabriel will join us in about 5 minutes. Are the Broncos working on anything else? Because we know now the teams that are looking at A.J. Brown ain't the Broncos. Next story, Dan.
All right, credit to Spring and Andy. They dug this up yesterday. I want to get your guys' thoughts on this piece of sound here from Sean Payton. Let's go back to August, okay? We're in training camp, 2025. Bo Nix heading into year number 2. Sean Payton's talking about Super Bowl or bust already. He's feeling good. Well, here is Sean in August of last year, guys, talking about his thoughts and his philosophy on free agency.
I don't want to use the parallel, but my parents loved garage sailing. That was their deal. The one thing they enjoyed together. And I think I had 10 couches growing up, right? And so they come home with a new couch, and you'd remove the old one, and you were so excited. It was a sectional until you sat in the left corner and it wiggled, and then you realized why it was a free agent. And so you just have to really do your homework and spend a lot of time on it.
Who do you think's more at play here as far as the Broncos not signing outside free agents and all signing internal free agents? Do you think this is more of a George Payton deal or a Sean Payton deal?
All right, I got a couple of other questions about that quote, though, before we get there. And I don't mean to blow off your question, Dan. I want to give you all the respect. But I do have a couple of points of clarification. If you go to a lot of garage sales, is the term for that garage sailing? Am I 0 days old when I realize that's a thing? Is it really called garage sailing?
What else would you call it? I'm not
sure
what else
have
you would.
Have you guys ever heard of that before? I mean, is that what it's called? Like we go garage sailing?
I mean, if somebody said that to me, I think it would make sense.
Dan?
I don't know what else you would call it. I'm kind of with Tyler there. I mean, it sounds right.
I get you. It sounds.
I've never heard it either.
I've never heard it.
I've never heard it either.
That's a thing. We're garage sailors. You get on a boat for that? You wear a cap for that?
I'm going sailing today.
Yeah.
Where? This garage down the
sailing.
street.
Yeah. All right. The other thing is when he goes, it's the one thing my parents like doing together. Does he come from did his parents hate each other or something? Am I missing something on that? It's the one thing that they liked was garage sailing? Is Sean basically telling that his parents didn't like each other except for that?
Well, DMac, what's the one thing that you and Kim like together? I'm sure there's only one or two.
No, man, there's a million things we like doing together.
Okay.
What's number one?
Garage sailing.
What's the all right? Let me ask this in a different way. What's the one thing she likes doing with you?
The one thing she likes doing with me?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We should get to the next story, Dan. Next story.
See, you didn't even answer his question. You said you didn't want to. You said you didn't want to dismiss it, but then you didn't even acknowledge it.
I don't know what the one thing I'm not her.
You didn't acknowledge Dan's question.
Oh, Dan's question.
You said you weren't going to dismiss it, and then you just literally forgot it existed.
Yeah. What was your question, Dan?
I knew you wouldn't remember. That's okay.
I remember it. Hold on, Dan.
Yeah,
go ahead,
Tyler.
it.
Go ahead.
Do we think that what's going on in free agency has more to do with Sean Payton or George Payton, the fact that they haven't signed a single outside free agent? And you know what? I think it's about Sean.
I do too.
I do. George Payton, he gets paid for a living to do this, right? George Payton, this is his bread and butter. You evaluating prospects, bringing in back-end guys, bringing in depth guys. That's literally what he does all day, every day. And you can't tell me that he hasn't had some ants in his pants. Sean Payton's got to be the one in control here saying, nope, this is my roster, and I like it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I'm going to guess this has been a very frustrating week for the Broncos personnel department, all their scouts and that side of the building, because I'm going to guess every guy they've brought up has been more or less shot down by Sean, and my guess is, total guess, is he's just saying, well, what about this guy? What about that guy? My guess is Sean's just saying, no, our guy's better. You know, Tyler, the guy that I got originally.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that. So I think you're right about that. I think this is way more about Sean than George. You know, you don't do what you've done all year as a personnel department to bring in nobody. I mean, that's absolutely insane. Parker Gabriel, the Hammer from the Denver Post, is with us right now. Parker, we'll put this to you. In this most remarkable of all amazingly remarkable Broncos free agent periods, 27 years I've been following the Broncos, Parker, and I've never seen anything like this. Never. And we're wondering right now, Parker, is this historic NFL history-wise? Like, how many teams through the first 4 days of free agency in the history of the NFL haven't brought in a single player from the outside?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to it. Perhaps I should look it up. I know that I grew up in South Central Wisconsin
LA.
Following the Ron Wolf and Ted Thompson Packers, and it seemed like they went spans of like 5 years without bringing in an outside player. I'm sure that I was just feeling then what some folks on Twitter are feeling now. But, you know, I mean, so some clubs are notorious in not – they've changed some in not bringing in external free agents. But, yeah, certainly, like, I haven't been on the beat that long. I haven't seen this from Denver, obviously, and I think it's been a long
Parker,
time
you don't bring in like a third safety as a special teams guy on a vet minimum? I mean, you know, stuff like that, you know, because you've lost guys and they're just guys that you just got to replace. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, I know, and I know it's like nails on a chalkboard at this point. Like there is still time for them to do that. I think, I don't know, obviously. I keep saying I think that they're going to do something, and I do believe that. But clearly it's less active than almost anybody expected.
All right, let's put this to you: is this more George or Sean?
Oh, that's a good question. I think more Sean. The retention sort of like, I mean, that all starts with him, right? I mean, that's believing in your guys. That's wanting your guys back. And I think it's more about retention. Now, I think they've set some pretty hard caps, and they weren't interested in getting in bidding wars and all of that. And some of that is, you know, that's George in the front office saying, here's where we think the value is and here's where we think it's not. But I think a lot of it is, hey, push come to shove. Are you interested in this guy, or do you want Nate Atkins? Are you interested in this guy, or do you want, Adam Prentice back? Like, there's other push comes to shove. Like, Sean's going to take the guy he knows over a similar version at the same position on the market.
Hey, why do you think the team restructured Jonathan Cooper today, front-loaded him some money, freed up some space? Is there something on the horizon?
Yeah, that's a good question, Tyler. I think I responded to your tweet on this on the tweet machine. I think it's mostly just about flexibility. Like you create the cap room, and if something comes up, whether it's a trade or a Cooper Kupp situation like it was later in the offseason last year, you've got the flexibility to do it. And then the last 2 years, like really since they've cut Russell Wilson, they've rolled over no cap room. I would bet that they want to get back to having a little bit that they roll over year to year, and so you get the cap room now up front. You have a little bit more flexibility if something comes up, later in the offseason on draft weekend, what have you. And then if you don't end up using it, then you roll it over to next year. And the cap charge that you push out into the future is cheaper in future years than it is this year based, assuming the cap keeps going up, obviously. So there's some other stuff too about like the way they use option bonuses and all of that, where they can fill in some of that cap room and manage the roster that way when they get toward the start of the season. But that's all sort of like an accounting class.
Diana Rossini saying the Pats and the Rams are still on the A.J. Brown possible path. Are the Broncos part of that too, Parker, or is that gone?
No, I've heard nothing about the Broncos actually being involved. I've been told over the course of the last couple of weeks that they're not. Now, that can always all it takes is a phone call for that to change, obviously. But I've never gotten the indication that they're involved. And not only that, but A.J. Brown's due $29 million guaranteed this year. So even with the cap maneuvering they've done, they'd have to do a lot more just to fit him under the cap, to say nothing of like signing your draft class, doing literally anything else, all of that. So it's like, it just doesn't. I get it. He's a talented player, but from a roster management and cap standpoint, it's literally not possible as they stand right now. They'd have to move some stuff around. And then also, like, if you were talking about, Cortland being involved in some way, shape, or form, then that's even more, you'd have to take a bigger bath on his cap number too. So it just seems like never say never, but I haven't heard at all that they're involved. I've heard previously that they're not, and it's not really possible right now from a cap perspective.
Hey, I know you dialed in on the Broncos, but what can you tell us about the AFC West and what the other teams have been doing?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was just writing about this actually, so thank you. Obviously, the Raiders have had the craziest week out of maybe anybody in the NFL, not only with who they've brought in, but with the Crosby thing going awry and all of that. I like what the Chargers have done. The Chargers have done with external free agents sort of like what I thought Denver would do. They lost Adafo away similarly to the Broncos losing JFM. And they brought in, Keaton Mitchell and Charlie Kohler, who I think are both really good players. They're not stars, but I think they're going to fit what Mike McDaniel's doing really well. The Chiefs, obviously, like Kenneth Walker, big splash. But, man, like Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson leaving is tough to replace in your secondary. So the way I sort of put it is, like, obviously the Raiders are in complete rebuild mode. The Chiefs are not in full, like, transition. They're just in transition mode. It's not like a full overhaul. And then the Chargers are sort of tinkering. I like what the Chargers have done, even though it hasn't been like high stakes. And I think obviously it's a big loss for them with their defensive coordinator going to Baltimore. But, Mike McDaniel there running an offense there with the personnel that they now have on offense, I think will be pretty interesting.
Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Parker, what story do you wish you could have written this week that you weren't able to because the Broncos did nothing?
Oh, man, that's a good question. What story? Just anything that could have happened?
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, if the Saints would have really stayed bad and I think a trade for a top flight receiver, like I was texting with Luca.
Yeah, give me the headline. Give me the headline. Give me the headline of the story you wish you could have written.
That the Broncos used the pick they got for Devon Vele as part of a package back to New Orleans for Chris Olave.
That's a terrible headline, but I get the premise of it.
Well, yeah, no, that was not SEO friendly necessarily, but like that if they would have linked up for another receiver trade to get Chris Olave, that would have been kind of spicy. But obviously instead we've got Lucas Krull coming back on a 1-year minimum deal.
The headline wouldn't have been ETN or HN, whatever, he's ours. That would have been my headline. However you pronounce it, End it with a Bronco.
Yeah, there you go. That would have worked. How about, I mean, like if you're really dreaming, you could have said, F them Pickens on a George Pickens trade. Is that better?
That would have been pretty good.
Great. F them Pickens would have been an amazing headline to write. That would have been incredible.
That would be maybe a little spicy for the Denver Post, but we maybe could have got it on your guys' show.
F them Pickens. That means the Broncos would have had George Pickens. Golly.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, grade the free agency for the Broncos through like I said, we're in the dollar bin now, Parker, right? So grade free agency for the Broncos.
I mean, I'll give them a C. I mean, I get it. Like I totally understand. Like, here's the thing. I think generally speaking, every team in the NFL wants to get to a point where you have a lot of guys on your roster that you want to keep. And obviously Denver did a lot of its work in retaining players before they got to this week. And at the same time, like, I don't think you can look at it and say that what they've done so far squares exactly with Sean's, sort of sober assessment about their, being 12-3 in one-score games and all of that. Like, he talked about that at the Combine. We know we have to upgrade. They clearly still can. Like, in the draft, they can upgrade. They could do it via trades and all of that. But this was one of your opportunities to do it, and so far they haven't. So I think you're just saying it's a C. It's almost an incomplete. Like, okay, you retained a bunch of guys you wanted to retain. That's great. Did you get better? I mean, sure, if you develop, but every team's trying to develop. So that's I get why there's some frustration among the fan base at this point.
All right, our guy Parker Gabriel, the Hammer from the Denver Post. We appreciate it. Read Parker, the Denver Post, and look him up on Twitter, and it's Parker Gabriel. We'll come back with a great sports, not sports story that is hysterical. And there's a guy that lives and exists in our culture that is just giant and epic. Details next. I'm just seeing here the Nuggets, in terms of strength of schedule, once they get through the Lakers and the Sixers coming up here, they will have for the remainder of the year, Tyler, the 16th most difficult strength of schedule, right in the middle.
Okay.
So it's it really is about surviving this stretch. I think you could arguably say they've done it. Even if they were to lose these next two games against the Lakers and the Sixers, and I certainly don't want that or hope that happens, but even if they did, 3-4 in these 7 games ain't bad, guys. Seriously, for all things considered. And then you roll into the rest of the season down the stretch, and you're middle of the pack with the strength of schedule. Like, you survived. You actually did do that. You survived. 2-5 or 1-6 would have felt brutal. And now it's kind of a little bit of gravy and time to make this what could be really remarkable if you could possibly go 5-2 in this stretch. Tyler, if they could go 5-2 and win that game in LA on Saturday and then on Tuesday against the Sixers, goodness gracious, that would be incredibly encouraging.
Well, it's definitely really encouraging, and you look back on these last 2 games and what they meant. Being able to get that win against Houston was big. Being able to get the back-to-back win against San Antonio was enormous, something that nobody was really counting on. Yeah, of course you wanted to win the game, but nobody was counting on it. And now the schedule lightens up for you. So, you get the guys back, you get some health, you start working the minutes back up, and hopefully by the time you hit the playoffs, you're ready to rock and roll.
All right, got a fun not sports story. Let's go, Dan.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
The driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
How do you say Boban's last name? Is it just, I want to say Marinovich, but that's not it. Or is that it?
Oh my God, I haven't heard it in so long, I can't remember.
Boban Marjanovic?
Marjanovic?
You know who I'm talking about, Tyler, right? Boban?
Sure.
Boban, for whatever reason, was a participant playing the triangle in the Arizona pep band. The Arizona basketball pep band. Boban, who's 7'4", 300 pounds, was playing the triangle. So, I mean, this might be a little bit of a better visual than audio, but you have to listen for the end of this when he hits the triangle. And you can hear him getting into it. And if you can imagine this, he's doing all the dance moves at 7'4", 300 pounds, which with the rest of the band nerds. So here we go, Boban with Arizona.
Hey, is this party? What do you say? Zona. 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 Boom.
Can you hear the triangle at the end?
I did hear the triangle. Yeah.
Boom.
Oh. Bing.
Boom. I think I could do that, DMac.
Oh, my God. There's something just super endearing about this guy, right? Like,
yeah, he was it like 2 years ago that he just became like world famous with. He was in Gran Turismo. He was in Gran Turismo, right?
Oh, I don't know. He was in John Wick for sure. Was he in Gran?
He was in John Wick. I don't know about
Gran Turismo. He was in John Wick. He got killed by a book.
There you go. I mean, he all of a sudden became a Hollywood star.
Well, because he's just so fascinating looking. I mean, it's just and he's got such a great personality too. So I think I might watch maybe episode or 2 of the Boban reality show to see Boban, out and about, making his way through life and wonder, playing in the Arizona bands, the fish out of water thing with Boban. Would be kind of interesting to me.
Boban on Love is Blind?
I would definitely watch Boban on Love is Blind.
That would be fantastic.
There's 1,000% I would watch that. All right, Ty.
Wait. Have you watched Love is Blind?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen clips.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it, but I feel like I got the gist of it. I feel like I know everything I need to.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them dating shows. I mean, I don't know,
Blind dating, not blind people dating, correct?
Wow, Dan. Really?
That's an honest question.
Really, seriously.
Really don't know.
You'd think I thought the show was just a bunch of blind people dating.
Well, you've seen Love on the Spectrum,
I'd watch
right?
it.
Have you seen Love on the Spectrum? It's actually a fantastic show. It's actually really, really entertaining.
I have
I'm
not
even
seen.
kidding.
I have not seen Love on the Spectrum.
You should watch it. It's a good show.
What network? You know what?
It's
I
an
shouldn't even
Australian
laugh.
show, correct, Tyler? I believe it's an Australian show.
The first season was Australian,
Okay.
and then they've got a bunch of seasons that have come after it.
The Americanized version.
Yeah, I mean, all the participants in the show are like TikTok famous now. They're all over social media. It's hilarious. They're all funny.
All right, I'll check it out. And when I say I check it out, there's no way I'm going to be watching any of these shows.
Your wife doesn't watch any of those shows?
My wife, no. Are you? I told you, my wife watches 2 things on television. She watches Survivor, 3 things: Survivor, The Amazing Race, and Avalanche. Yes. And when I say the Avalanche, it's everything. It's the pregame, it's the game, it's the postgame, it's the entire immersive. Like yesterday, Kyle Keefe was being assaulted by the Kraken's mascot, who I guess Paul Bissonnette has a beef with the Kraken mascot and thinks the Kraken mascot is actually on crack, according to Biz.
Well, it is Seattle. You ever been to Seattle?
I actually, you know what's funny? I have not been to Seattle. I've been everywhere in the United States, but I have never, ever been to Seattle, which is crazy.
Seattle's it's a fun place to go visit, man, and I loved living there temporarily, but it is not the same as when I was living there. I go back there every year with my son, and boy, it is crazy.
Well, I don't know. You go to Seattle, you go to the fish market, you go to the Sphere, that thing. Maybe you get on a seaplane.
The original Starbucks. I went to that when I went to Seattle.
Yeah.
That's right there next to the fish market.
I mean, I'd want to go to like some sort of grunge club. Do they still have those? Like a music place?
They have a gum
like
wall.
that?
Tyler, you ever been to the gum wall?
Of course I've been to I've done it all, Dan. I've done it all, buddy.
There you go. I don't know. But that's bad now? I'd like to see a Mariners.
No, I'm just saying, walking the streets, you don't feel too safe.
Just be careful walking the streets.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if I have to walk from the fish market to a Mariners game, am I going to live? Am I going to be all right?
It's questionable.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Geez, all right.
Questionable.
All right.
You might get some contact high, that's for sure.
Well, the Avalanche have, all right. But I mean, I get it. I've been to 16th Street. Well, it's not the mall anymore, right?
Amplify it by 10.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I'm booking my trip to Seattle. The Avs took care of the Kraken yesterday. They have the Jets. Where's your, they're going to win a championship confidence level with the Avs and the Nuggets right now after the past couple days? Where are we all at? How we feel about each team? 10 being 10 we're having a parade. 0, there's no chance, that sort of thing. Where are we at right now with both teams?
Avalanche feel borderline like juggernauts again. And so extreme confidence in that group. They're just so powerful. They're so good. It's insane. Nuggets, to me, it's like, hey, I remember this. I remember what this team felt like. This team feels fun. Maybe this is the team that I used to remember. Maybe they're still that team. But it's still a little bit more in wait-and-see mode.
Why do you think the Nuggets were able to come back the way they did yesterday?
Because Jamal flipped a switch in the second half, and he scored 30 points.
Jamal willed it.
Pretty much.
Dan? Same thing?
Hard to not say that's the correct answer. I mean, he was spectacular. Some of the others did hit some big shots. Spencer Jones hit a couple of big threes. Cam Johnson started to produce late in the game. So, yes, it was mostly Jamal, but there were some of the others that did contribute to the comeback.
Yeah, I think the fact that there was enough stabilizing force with Cam Johnson, Spencer Jones, Christian Brown, it allowed them to have a moment where Jamal Murray could be the star and do the things that he needed to do. So I think that was, they blew out Houston, which again is a mark that if the guys who are in supporting roles just do kind of the minimal things that they should be capable of doing, it at least gives you a shot for your superstars to be special. And Jamal's a big-time guy. He comes through all the time. He always has. So I'm feeling way better about the Nuggets right now, man. If you can tell me that we can just be more consistent with our supporting players. Andy?
What's up?
Are you doubting that?
No. So this goes back to when Tyler and I had our morning show. Is that the velvet painting we used to laugh about?
Oh,
that's
the velvet painting, buddy. Yes, it is.
DMac, do you have a painting of yourself in your house at all? I mean, do you have anything that's like just so glorious that
I put
Nate's jumping on there too?
I put towels over the mirrors, Andy. I have no
you and I live a different life, but I'm just saying.
Yes.
You know, Andy, I actually got 3 of them things.
I know.
I got a Broncos one, I got a Seahawks one, and I got a Redskins one. All done, all made by, you guys remember Luke Richardson, the strength coach? Yeah. All those paintings done by his brother Gabe. Gabe is a tremendous artist.
Yeah, velvet painting.
And listen, I'm just going to tell you right now, when your wife's being mad at you, the significant other's mad at you, they're telling you what you suck at in life, every now and then, it's nice to go look at a painting of yourself.
Just a velvet painting?
It's just nice to go look at a velvet painting and say, you know what? At one point, maybe not anymore, definitely not anymore, but at one point in your life, you were kind of cool.
Sounds like you've spent some quality time doing that recently, Tyler.
I've talked to that painting a lot.
It's KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Nate's with us too.
But you guys encouraged by the Nuggets here?
Hell yeah!
For the past couple
days? You know what I like best about last night? Because I had said this to Spring yesterday, and you know what? Hats off to Mark Springer driving that. I've never had Mark Springer drive the car for us, so good job for him. He did a great job the last couple days. I had said to Mark yesterday, you know, and DMac, I think we started with crosstalk yesterday where you said, is Cam Johnson back? Are we sure? I told you, I wanted to see him hit some shots when it mattered. Guess what? Last night he hit some threes with the pressure on. It wasn't just rough double digits, and whether I make this or not, it doesn't matter, right? It was, we need this 3. San Antonio's making this tough, and he cashed some threes, Nate, and I think it's the best sign that we've seen in a while.
I think the urgency is there for this team is what you saw out of this group last night, and you saw that in a fourth quarter where they were plus 17. They scored 83 points in the second half of that game, guys. Again, they know the calendar. They know where we're at right now, and these guys are also well aware of their own basketball mortality and where they're kind of at in the window of it all. That win last night's unbelievable. On the second night of a back-to-back, I don't care if Wemby is out of that game. That's a dynamic team in San Antonio. Their backcourt is awesome. Those guys are young, too. Like, the Nuggets are a little bit of an older NBA team. Older NBA teams don't win those games, and the Nuggets did last night. And that I was blown away that they won that thing. You know, I'm in a college basketball vortex right now, but, you know, I'm keeping an eye on that game last night, and it's just like they're – okay – second night of a back-to-back, not unexpected. This isn't stunning or anything else like that. That they fought back and won that game on a night where Jamal was just he was vintage in the second half. And
no AG. Did it all without Aaron Gordon.
Jokic goes 30, 20, 10 again. He's unbelievable. Spencer Jones was great last night and continues to be, and they got to figure out a way to retain him, man. He is – that guy does everything for this team right now. That win last night was awesome, and that was it's clear this team feels the moment and feels the weight of the moment that they got to get it done right now. It's just special. What a win. What a couple of days for the Nuggets to really dig deep and kind of show us that they have still got it. I was blown away by it. We're going to be talking about it all day long here. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I am live in Las Vegas. Andy is in Lone Tree, the land of a single tree. Mark Springer producing the program. We have so much to do on our show today. Jeff Legwald, are we confirmed on that, by the way,
Jeff
Andy?
Legwald, 5 to 6. We've got your buddy Adam Hill coming up at 4 o'clock. And, of course, Dan Hyatt, as always, he's been tweeting out a lot of stuff. Great stuff last night during that game as well. He's at 4:45. I've got to ask you, though, you are at the center of the what the bleep universe, and unfortunately it broke right after our last chance to talk to you on the air. But give us a breakdown. You're in Vegas. What has been going on with the Max Crosby? I'm a Raven, now I'm a Raider. Have they been able to sign all their guys? Like, what the heck is going on? It's the wildest story of free agency in a long time.
They're effed. They really are, Andy. They are bleeped right now. Number one, it's hysterical.
Right, for our purposes.
It's the most Raiders-y thing. Oh, trust me, the people in Vegas are just like, yeah, it's the Raiders. What else were they going to do? Of course this was going to happen. Yeah, so we're going to talk to Adam Hill, who's the Raiders beat reporter for the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Adam's all over this thing. We talk to Adam all the time here on the show, but he's going to be with us at 4 o'clock today, and we're going to try and get as many gory details from this mess as we can possibly get, and what the Raiders could try to do right now. I mean, seriously, Andy, and I was thinking about this a little bit yesterday as I was kind of looking over some stuff on this deal. Like, if I was an NFL GM right now, I would call the Raiders and I would just be like, I'll give you a fourth.
We'll take the contract and let you have all your plans.
Right.
But you aren't getting a 1 through 3 from me.
Yeah, you're not getting 2 1s out of me. Are you insane? We're not giving you any. Here's the other part of it, man. The Raiders needed that draft pick. Yeah. They needed that draft pick.
Right dead in the middle of the round, too.
Oh my God. This thing is Andy, this thing smells on every side. To me, it smells from the Ravens side. It smells from Crosby's side. Doesn't smell from the Raiders side. It just smells like the Raiders is what it smells like from their side. Yeah, it's the craziest free agency thing I've seen in a long time. And, yeah, we get off the air. It's so funny. We got off the air. What day was that? Tuesday. So Tuesday, we get off the air. I'm sitting in traffic to get back over to my hotel. I'm listening to our friend Steve Cofield on ESPN 1100 in Las Vegas. He's in the middle of a segment, and he's just like, oh, I don't believe this. And, and it's so funny, Andy, because, we're radio guys, so we've lived this life before. So, like, I can hear Steve kind of being like,
is this real?
Is this real? And having and he's not saying what's happening. I can tell, radio guys, we can hear it like, oh, he's in his phone right now. He's trying to verify this, and he's texting people, and he's doing all the things that we have to do when we get kicked in the nads like that. And suddenly he has to start talking about it. Like, oh, this is apparently now a thing. This is happening. What the hell do they do? It was good sports radio because that's this is what we do it for. We love those moments of chaos that we can get every now and then. But this story is it's really telling just what a friggin' mess the Raiders are and kind of where they found this place. And here's the other thing about this, Andy, is they don't want Max Crosby on their team anymore.
Yeah. But he's out there, I'm a Raider, I'm back.
Yeah, and
it's
they're like,
no,
great.
You left. We're planning on going out of town. You can't stay here anymore. You're not part of the family.
We're done. We're out. So we're gonna talk to Adam at 4 o'clock. We'll get all the details. Dan Hyatt again coming up at 4:45 today here on the show, and then an hour with Legwald. Oh boy, Andy, I have watched the news cascade in over the last couple of days.
Have you gone back to Twitter just for the fun, just for the meltdowns, just for the anger?
Just Lil Jordan, he's back, baby. Dude, Jaleel, he's back,
Jaleel
baby.
comes back today to top it all off, man.
There was another one.
Denver Broncos!
There was another one I missed, and I only saw it via the subject line in my email inbox. Broncos re-signed tight end Lucas Kroll.
Oh, bro, you should have seen it. So Kroll gets signed. Here was Mark Springer's famous moment from the other day. Mark and I are on the air as Kroll gets signed. We're like, wow, they're really bringing everybody back. And after Kroll signs, Spring goes, all they need to do is bring back little Jordan Humphrey. That's all. Not 24 hours later,
boom.
Little Jordan. And I was like, oh, my God. I thought for sure when he said it, I'm like, they'll sign that guy in camp. They'll sign that guy maybe for mini camp.
No,
they'll
you can't.
sign that guy in season. No, they ain't waiting. They've signed him. He's
Andy,
back. He's going to go full
cannot
off-season workout.
Take a chance that Lil Jordan Humphrey gets snatched up by the parade of suitors waiting to sign him. You can't take that chance. George Payton is playing 4D chess out there. You don't dare risk losing LJH. You get that guy back in the building.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's right. Along with Jaleel. We don't like you at $3 million, Jaleel, but you know what? How's $2 million sound or whatever they offered him? We like $2. You want to do $2? Okay.
They don't have a single new guy.
No, Not yet.
It's all the same dudes.
They're the only team. Not
Yep.
a single. So here's my question to you and Spring and every texter out there, 303-504-0925. Here's where, because look, I get it. We've continued with the toy scale. Man, the texters have been strong with the toys, the classic toys. We got to Thundercat toys yesterday. Mask, remember Mask?
Oh, I remember Mask.
Yeah. Centurions, the dudes that were cheap He-Mans that you could just you could stick like a jetpack in the back of one of them. Like, we're to the really suck toys. Spring was saying that they were a bunch of yellow Power Rangers were out there the other day. We're moving. Next week, we hit Slinkies.
Yeah, next week is Slinky.
And bad gum. And like those little rubber fake wrestler guys that they had, Muscles or something like that. I can't remember what they were called. But has there ever been, here's my question to all of you. Has there ever been a team that went to the AFC Championship that apparently the fan base hates this much? Because the anger on Twitter over nothing happening for a team that won 15 games.
Oh, they would tell you they're doing a lot.
Well, dude, they've literally kept guys we didn't
Sean's
think
done a
they were
great
gonna
job.
keep. Okay? That is good. That is good. By the way, how about our guy Dre Greenlaw taking about 5 minutes to go back to the 49ers? The guy that can't stay healthy goes to the team that can't keep guys healthy. It's a perfect marriage.
Yeah, no, it worked out for them. They got him back on pennies on the dollar, so they're thrilled.
Half the price.
What do they care? Yeah, this Andy, the Broncos at this point are they are re-signing like the old G.I. Joe that you used to take out into the yard and
the one you
use
blew up
for BB gun practice.
Yeah.
Is
literally
now what they're signing.
That vague show. There was the original collection of G.I. Joe, because I was a kid for all of them. There was one guy that had like a beard and came with just a lame green helmet. I don't even think he had a gun. I think he had a stupid grenade launcher that wasn't even like a cool gun. And that's the guy they've got. Just the standard issued olive green uniform, lame plastic helmet. That's it. I don't even know the guy's name. I'm not even sure he had a good name. He was just one of the Joes. That was it.
It was Steve, the G.I. Joe guy.
Nameless, just soldier. He had his little sleeves rolled up. That was about as good as it got.
You know what,
and
Andy?
A lame plastic helmet.
Look, man, Steve was from Cedar Falls, Iowa.
Right.
Steve, the G.I. Joe guy, he just had to go to college, okay?
He wanted the GI Bill,
He
right?
just needed the government to pay his way so that he could get his associate's degree. He was in the reserves, and you know what? He wasn't a good G.I. Joe guy. He wasn't a memorable G.I. Joe guy.
He did his 4 years and went on to college, and good for him. He's living happily back in Iowa with a little 3-room house and a fence.
Got a couple of kids.
Yes.
Coaches a little league team.
Sure.
Steve's doing great.
He never saw Cobra. He didn't get to be on the hovercraft or fly the Sky Striker. He never had to go battle a Rattler. No, he never saw the Terrordrome. He just did his service.
Joe.
He got to wash bird poop off the aircraft carrier, and he went back home.
Andy, somebody's got to change the oil in the
Listen,
Humvee.
That's right. Someone's got to keep the Jeep running. They didn't even have a Humvee then. When G.I. Joe started, it was just your basic green Jeep. That was it.
And
like
you know
in
what?
MASH, those Jeeps they were driving in MASH, that's all Steve the G.I. Joe had.
Those spark plugs aren't replacing themselves,
Now,
okay?
Colonel Potter can't get to Tokyo unless that thing is gassed up and there's new plugs, okay? And that's who the Broncos have signed.
That's the Broncos offseason.
10 of the Steve the G.I. Joe.
I think we took that analogy as far as we could.
Oh, it's happened every day, baby. It's happened I've actually had more fun having everybody remind me of all the toys we used to have than all the free agents we don't have right now.
No, nothing cool. Nothing cool for you. Remember on Tuesday where I was like, I got guys that could sign to the second wave of free agency.
No, we're not even doing the 1 year prove it deal guys. Even the Rockies are wondering where your 1 year prove it deal guy is. Even the Rockies and their 40-year-old pitcher who wants to make one more shot at things are wondering what you're doing.
Hey, the Rockies have had a better offseason than the Broncos. Think about that.
Well.
Michael Lorenzen right now would look pretty good in a Broncos uniform, wouldn't he?
Can he play tight end? That's all I'm asking.
Maybe. Perhaps. Yeah, so Jeff Legwald at 5 o'clock.
For an hour. We booked an hour. And
we booked an hour.
We were like, dude, lots to go over.
Are you guys ready for a full hour of they like the roster? They like their roster.
Should we just kick him out at 5:05 and not tell him? All right, well, thanks, Leg. That about covers this week.
We booked him days ago. We're like, they'll do something.
They'll have a couple guys we need to break down.
No. So we'll talk. You know what we'll talk to Jeff about? All the cool things other teams are doing.
Well.
And we'll, again, it'll be a good hour. Don't you worry about it.
We'll
have
his
a great
intel
hour.
on the Max Crosby stuff. I guess it's never too early to get ready for the draft, Nate.
Got a lot of
apparently
thoughts about
that's
number
what they're
30.
doing.
Yeah, you got a lot of. Are you ready to get excited about a lot of guys, and then on draft night we're going to be like, oh, that guy got taken. Oh, that guy got
That'll
taken.
be the next one.
Oh, that guy got taken.
We'll all have our dude. Who's
Yep.
my guy? You know what? I'm afraid to say my guy because I feel like they're purposely not going to pick my guy. So I don't think I'm declaring a guy.
No, Andy, your guy's going at 17. That's what's going to happen.
No, you know what? I'm going to pick a guy. I'm going to pick a second-round likely guy that I don't want, and I'm
That
going to
they're
push
gonna overdraft?
him so they don't draft him.
Okay. All right.
And that'll be the year where that'll be I get the guy that I want.
Okay.
Please
Is he going to
just
be a guard?
Yeah, a guard from Iowa. Steve's kid. Steve the G.I. Joe's kid. Is not going to be the Broncos' new left guard prospect.
Yeah, the thing that's uncomfortable, though, with Steve's kid that's a left guard is, Steve has red hair, and Steve's only 5'9" and 170, and this kid, he's blonde, and the kid is 6'5", 320, and all of Cedar Falls has been looking at Steve for years and just going, what's going on there, man?
Hey, guy, how long did you say you were stationed?
Yeah, that
did
guy.
you not get the Dear John letter?
Yeah,
because John was over there.
Because there's a guy that works for maintenance down at the high school. Just kind of looks like the kid. I don't know.
See blonde John over there?
Blonde John.
Well, we're off to a great start on a Scott Friday.
But Andy, the Nuggets.
The Nuggets. Come on, Connor, hit me.
Yeah!
Hey, you know what? It stands for the Avs, too. They did it, too.
The Avs are doing it, too. See, we're parade tracker's back.
It is back. It's back on.
It's back. It's amazing what a little Texas two-step will do for you, for the Nuggets to get a couple of victories, to beat the Rockets, to beat the Spurs. We're back, baby. Let's go do this thing. Team's getting a little healthy. Team's showing a little bit of fight. We're back in the game. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm live at the Thomas and Mack Center here in Las Vegas. And Andy is there in beautiful Lone Tree, Colorado, along with Mark Springer. We have got it all going on this program. We mentioned Adam Hill coming up at 4 o'clock for Max Crosby details. Dan Hyatt, 2 Nugget stats you need to know, and 1 you don't. Dan Hyatt, by the way, he seems to have Andy Lindahl affliction with the voice, so we'll get a real gravelly couple of Nugget stats today out of Dan Hyatt.
What's
Ought
his
to be good.
excuse?
I don't know. We'll find out.
He's not. He didn't have to go from Fat Dan to Skinny Dan. So, what's his deal? By the way, Spring and I were wondering if I could do the worm, what would happen again? Since Fat Andy did the worm when we recorded it.
You have significantly less worm cushion now.
What did you tell me? You wanted the kip?
The kip up. The kip up got
was
brought
Spring
up.
wanted to know if
and I
wanted
want
to
to see
try
Andy
kip
do
up,
a
but
kip
I told
up.
her no. I told him no. I was like, nah, everything's going everywhere if I try
Wait,
that.
were you able to do a kip up in your prime?
I never tried.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
I told him the only guy I saw do a kip up was Johnny Lawrence when Daniel knocked him down during the big fight.
I was going to say, yeah, like Bruce Lee and Enter the Dragon did a couple of them.
Johnny punched Daniel in the knee, did a kip up, and then I think, finally.
It's a cool move.
It really is, but there's no. If 20-year-old Andy can't do it, there ain't no way 50-year-old Andy's thinking he can.
I don't know, man. You're hot, skinny Andy.
Yeah, you ain't talking me into this. If you want to try it, that's fine.
I'll try one with you. I'm fine.
That's the video of the world. Does Spring have to join in too? All three of us try to kip up. I don't even know what you do.
If we're doing it for social media content and we get hurt, can we get workman's comp?
Yes,
Okay.
I think we can.
Okay.
You know what? My son.
Call HR.
I see my son's old karate teacher. I wonder if Jeff could teach us too. Jeff's
probably
got a
can
couple
do
black
it.
belts.
Yeah, he can do it, I bet.
Someone's got to show us what to do. Like my brain doesn't. I don't even know how you do it.
It's athleticism. I think it's just if you're athletic enough, you know how to do it. I don't think it can be taught. I don't know if it can be explained. It's like rolling your tongue. You can either do it or you have like the recessive gene and you can't do it.
Can you not do
I
that?
think it's one of those things.
That's like the easiest thing ever. Can you not do that?
Rolling my tongue?
Yeah.
No, I can't do it.
I can't do it either.
Yeah.
I have the recessive gene.
Yeah,
apparently.
it's not a matter of easy or difficult. It's literally like you either have the
I
right
can only do
genetic
it one
makeup
way, but yeah.
or you don't. I can't do it. So
Only goes right.
Why? You're a little off center. So, the Nuggets won, though. How did they do it? Why did they do it? We'll tell you next on Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Roller Auction. You want to get to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid as quickly as you can. We're giving away Avalanche suite tickets, catered suite tickets. So make sure you go and sign up, and then you can check out all the great auctions that are up for bid right now at Roller Auction. We were just discussing kip ups. I don't know if it's just something that's innate or if it can be learned, but I know you got to be in shape for it, kind of like Hot Skinny Andy. Well, I've got a great auction for you. If you are looking to bulk up and get in kip up shape right now, they've got Rage Fitness and Gibson Athletics has shut down, and we have got their merchandise, their inventory, dumbbells, barbells, curl bars, resistance kits, gymnastics games, pull-up bars, and so much more that you can go and bid on right now. If you are looking to outfit your garage or your basement with some home fitness equipment, this is a great place to get some stuff at a fantastic deal, by the way. I'm looking at these sets of dumbbells, $10, $9. That's right. Go to roller.bids right now and check these out. Again, it's always good to be doing some resistance work, getting in a little bit of shape. Great auction right now. This is some inventory from a Rage Fitness, and you can get it, and you can get jacked. Go to roller.bid and check it out. Fantastic prices available, guys. And really, shop through Roller Auctions, list of auctions at any time, honestly, because you can get some great deals on things, electronics, cars, all kinds of great stuff that you can really save some money on. Go to roller.bid and check it all out. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, the Nuggets won last night.
And it was glorious.
The Nuggets scored 83 points in the second half. The Nuggets erased again, and I know it's like we look at it and we go, they came back from 20 down. Yes, and it sounds awesome to say, but they, with, in the modern NBA with three-point shooting, like you can cut into a 20-point deficit. Like, that's not the biggest deal in the world to me. To me, the biggest deal here is you're down 12 at the start of the fourth quarter, and even the Spurs pushed it to 13 after Devin Vassell made a free throw. That's the deficit you came back from. You came back from a 13-point deficit in the fourth quarter. That's the story of that game. Jamal Murray had a really tough first half last night, and it's not totally unexpected when you're on the second night of a back-to-back and you're on the road. You know it's going to be a tough game, and then he found it. He willed his team to win. He made tough shots last night. Look, I want to talk about Nikola Jokic. I want to talk about Spencer Jones in all of this, Andy, but that's one last night where it's just a good reminder, and he's having an all-star season. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't want to talk about where Jamal Murray lands in Nuggets history. I just do know that when it comes to being a tough shot maker, being able to create, to be able to finish with strength, to finish with touch, falling away from the basket, consistently being able to get to your spots on the floor, he's special. He is just a special friggin' basketball player, man. And I don't want to – I always tell you, Andy, like my big thing, do not take Nikola Jokic for granted. Last night, and really this entire season, do not take Jamal Murray for granted, because that guy is a unique talent, and we're going to talk about him for years and years and years. But that guy can just flat out get to spots, get buckets, save possessions, and in a game last night, save his team. Jamal Murray, unbelievable game last night. And I say unbelievable because we overuse that word, but it's believable because that's just the kind of player that guy is. He's special.
Yeah, and it was good to see him get it going. It was good to see he and Jokic kind of both feeling themselves and having the games that they had. But, the other thing that last night reminded me, though, is that, again, if this team can get healthy,
right,
and the role players are allowed to play their role, this could be a much different season than it's felt like, really, I would say, since around Christmas.
It's everything.
So,
Andy, that's flat out everything.
What's funny is I told Spring last night, there were a couple of times where I said, go out, try to get, a lead. But I told him, if you're down at the half by a bunch, just let the guys rest. The big game Saturday, go get the one against the Lakers. That's what's going to matter. By the way, they got to win as well. So you're 41-26, they're 41-25. But if you beat them, you could vault to the third spot, all that kind of stuff. It's amazing how many teams around that 40-win mark. You got the Nuggets and Lakers at 41. You got the Rockets and Wolves at 40. But Nate, there are a couple times where if I were coaching, and that's why I'm not, I'd have just said, boys, let's rest up and try to go get the important one Saturday. We want to secure the tiebreaker with the Lakers. And instead, the Nuggets chose to fight, and they kept fighting. And, like you said, they may not have had Wemby, but they had guys that were playing well. The Nuggets were without Aaron Gordon because they chose to rest him, which I think was a good call. We talked to Chris Dempsey yesterday. Let's not push this thing because, again, no matter what we think they can do in the playoffs, it's not going to matter if Aaron Gordon's not healthy. So I'm with you. Huge win. Best back-to-back win I think they've had of the year. And it starts to make you forget a little less about the stuff that started the week in Oklahoma City.
Andy, Joker last night, 31 points. He had 20 rebounds. He had 12 assists, 31 points on 17 shots. He took 6 threes, but he knocked down 2 of them. You'll take that. I don't feel like he forced his shot. I don't think he was trying to force his looks last night. But let's talk about his performance in a historical context a little bit. I plugged this into StatHead in the break. Since 2000, we have had in the NBA 20 games by an individual player of at least 30 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 assists. There have been 20 of them. Between the regular season and the postseason since 2000, Nikola Jokic has 13. 13 of the 20. 2 for Giannis, 2 for Luka. LeBron's got 1. Boogie Cousins has 1. And randomly, David Lee had 1 back in 2010 for the Knicks. That's it. Nikola Jokic has 13 of those games, and it just, last night was like kind of a routine 30-20-10 game out of him. I don't feel like Jokic necessarily ever took over the game last night the way that Jamal did. Jokic's greatness was just steady in that contest last night. But yeah, 13 of the 20 30-20-10 games since 2000, since the turn of the century, Nikola Jokic.
You know what I kind of liked last night, and I like it for this reason. I hope he's starting to get a little physical with some of the smaller guys that they're putting on. And there's a one time, who was the guy that had the bob going up top?
Oh, Keldon Johnson was all over him last night.
Yeah, but
they kept putting Keldon on him.
He put a couple of guys where he just took him and basically flung him. And then he's starting to put his shoulder down. Like, again, if you want to put a smaller guy on me, I'm going to make sure that I rock their rib cage a couple of times just to let them know, is this really the matchup that you want tonight?
Some of this is also, Andy, some of this is just like, I think he feels better.
Yeah.
I think he feels better and is starting to regain some of that. He's not sitting on the perimeter quite as often. He to your point, he is more willing to work and kind of live down on the block. And when they don't have Wemby in there, they're a different team, and you're going to do that a little bit more, certainly. But he's living down on the block. I think a lot of it is just he is feeling so much better, and he's starting to kind of find his groove again. And also, he missed those 16 games. He's never had a sustained absence before in his NBA career. We talk about, I think we talk about athletes and we're just like, oh, you come back, you get back in shape, and you're fine. There's a mental hurdle to coming back from injury, and guys have to be able to fight through that. And I think that we're watching Jokic kind of do that in real time. He's one of the greatest basketball players that has ever lived, but that's just sort of an experience he hasn't had to deal with, a box he hasn't had to check. And I think that's also a part of why you're seeing more willingness to live with physicality and to bang bodies with some of the smaller guys, which I think the smaller guys have really just been giving him problems. And they have for a long time, but especially coming off the knee injury.
Well, because, again, it's what Stan Van Gundy called out a week ago. They don't call the game the same way against those guys. If a bigger or equal-sized body – to Jokic, we're grabbing him around the waist or doing some of the tactics that they're doing, they would get called for fouls. But because it's a smaller guy, I don't know if the refs don't see it, they don't care. I don't know what mentally happens, but they just let it go.
Right, they see it, but they are – one of the things, and it's so funny, man, I've been watching college basketball non-friggin' stop for the last few days. And one of the things, watching these teams up close, and I really noticed it last night, actually, in CSU's game against San Diego State. San Diego State they're a powerhouse, and they are built on defensive prowess and physical presence. That's what their brand of basketball that Steve Fisher and Brian Dutcher built there. And watching them play against CSU last night, and there was a massive free throw disparity in the game. And, Rams fans are just like, God, these refs suck. But one thing you notice is when that's your identity, and NBA coaches, like every NBA team coaches their guys to play like this, if you defend physical the entire 24 seconds of the shot clock, or in college basketball, the entire 30 seconds of the shot clock, then you're not going to get whistled. You're not going to get whistled for the body stuff, especially late in the shot clock, because it's, Andy, it's the Legion of Boom thing. It's if you're physical every down, then that's the standard, and that's the way that you do it. It's the same in basketball, and CSU kept getting whistles yesterday against San Diego State because they would pick up their physicality, 12 on the shot clock. Well, all right, well, you're bodying a guy now, bleep, whistle, okay? If you're – stopping Nikola Jokic is hell for any opposing coach. So you just have to make it clear, like, okay, it's going to suck tonight. You're going to get the crap kicked out of you, But if you do it for 24 seconds, then we can survive this because you're less likely to get a whistle unless you do something stupid and hack him on the wrist, in the possession. If you just body him the whole time, the refs are going to look at it and go, well, Nikola Jokic is 280 pounds. What the hell else is a guy supposed to do? And he won't get calls.
Yeah, that's right. I just think Jokic's got to continue to throw a more subtle hip check.
Right.
Just, you know what? I'm going to make you so
it.
sore you don't have the desire. I'm going to break your will to do this to me
Yeah.
anymore. And that's why I like some of what I've seen. But again, it's going to require him put the ball on the ground, get the dribble going, and just put that little shoulder. And again, not too much so the flop gets called or whatever.
Sure.
But and again, maybe set some picks here and there for him. Or, you know what, hit shots. Here's the other thing. When you hit shots, they're going to have to change up their matchups, and then maybe they can't afford to have a small guy on Nikola Jokic.
Cam hit shots last night.
Cam hit shots. That was a big deal.
Spencer Jones
hit some shots.
last
That's
night.
a big deal. Hardaway had his thing going. Hey, by the way, speaking of physical play, what's your take on the whole Bam Adebayo thing? You were talking about you can't call the fouls all the time, and yet 43 foul shots, Nate. 43
They kept
foul
fouling him.
shots.
They kept fouling him. I watched it. They kept fouling him. Stop fouling him, Washington Wizards. Stop fouling him. 83 is 83, man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable game by Bam Adebayo. And, look, I don't want to hear any, Kobe did it. They were calling timeouts at the end of that game so Kobe could get 81.
Oh, I did tell people that. It was like his last game. They pretty much gave him the ball in every possession. Mark Spring and I did a show about what are some of the events.
The last game. That was the one where he went for like 60 or whatever. That game was crap. My God, I hated the end of Kobe Bryant's career. But no, the 81 game in Toronto, that was, again, they were calling timeouts late in that game and trying
just as much as they did for Bam.
Which is what you should do, by the way. If a guy goes for 31 in the first quarter, and what do you have, 50-plus or whatever at halftime, then that's what you make that game about. And you're playing the Washington Wizards, so who friggin' cares? 83 is 83. I don't want to hear any whining about what Bam Adebayo did. That's unbelievable. And, did they lean into it? Of course they did. Because what the hell else are you going to do? There's 82 NBA games. Would we have even known that the Heat played the Wizards that night otherwise? It's happening. Go for it. Why the hell wouldn't you do that? Yeah, I don't want to hear anybody whine about it, man. That dude dropped 83. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal game. And again, Andy, they showed it, everything of him down the stretch. I watched the entire segment on SportsCenter. I was glued to it. And I'm watching it, and I'm going, they're fouling him. They're fouling him. What do you want him to do? They're fouling him. He's got to go to the line.
Oh, I don't want to see 43 shots by one guy in a game, but whatever. Like you said, just stop it, I guess.
But if you have the ball all the time and you keep getting fouled, then he's got to shoot 43 free throws.
Spring was saying they sold $7 tickets to that game.
I know. Can
you imagine?
It'd be so cool if you were there. Isn't that one of the glories of sports, though?
Yeah, but you don't have the ticket anymore, Nate.
You get a ticket to a game. You don't know what you're going to go and watch. You can go to any rando 1 out of 162 baseball game, and you could go the night that the no-hitter gets thrown.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
You could go the night the guy hits, 3 bombs or 4 bombs or whatever it is. You never know. That's good for those people. You bought your $7 tickets. You watch Bam drop 83. You're a part of history.
It just sucks because there's no real ticket.
Now,
all the stuff's on your phone. You can't put
digital.
that. Does anybody even have a scrapbook anymore anyway? I don't know.
I have old scrapbooks from.
But what's in it? I mean, you do, yeah. What would go in a modern scrapbook? Everything's on your phone. There's no pictures. You know what I mean? A scrapbook was for pictures that you actually took with a camera.
I don't know. We print out pictures sometimes. We got them all over the house. Yeah, I got pictures. Yeah, pictures of my kids in my hotel room. Andy. I miss my kids.
Do you have a stack of 20 pictures just lying around from the last family trip or whatever? The get together, the barbecue. Yeah. 20 of them. 20 of them from one event.
Without a doubt. Yeah.
I need to see these.
Okay. If you want to flip through the Kreckman family photo album. Do you want me to make a slideshow for you?
No, I don't need that.
And this is our trip to Branson, Missouri. This was our afternoon at Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, where there's
It
just
was
half.
lovely.
There's like 2 inches of the lake and a bunch of people not tanned waving from the sand.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that if you want. That's. I'll invite you over. I'll
I no
assemble
longer
the
want to do
entire
it. Never
thing.
mind. I'll just believe you.
I'll make a soundtrack to it. I'll have some Dave Matthews Band
Hey.
to accompany.
Yeah, you'll put out a Senka. Get some Senka going with a little Sara Lee coffee cake. Huh?
Our trip to Graceland. Yes. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on
You
a
didn't
Friday.
go to Graceland. You're the last guy in the world going to Graceland. Now I caught you, Kreckman. Now I got you in the lie.
I've never actually been to Branson either. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I am live in Las Vegas. Andy is in Denver. We'll talk to our buddy Adam Hill coming up at 4 o'clock. What in the world are the Raiders going to do? That's coming up on Kreckman and Lindahl. So we're following this Broncos Redux thing that they're doing, bringing everybody back. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, I threw a name at you on Tuesday that I was pining for in the second wave of free agency for the Broncos, and there is news regarding this name, and Mark Springer has done the exhaustive research to try and explain to me what the hell is going on with Dallas Goedert and Philadelphia. Let's give the floor to Denver's finest sports radio producer,
the
radio
machine
himself, Mark Springer.
Okay, yeah, I saw this tweet from Zach Berman, senior writer for The Athletic, covers the Eagles. He tweeted out 20 minutes ago, the Eagles and Dallas Goedert have pushed the void date on his contract back to Monday. They had previously set a deadline for this afternoon. He then put out another tweet. This allows the Eagles to continue negotiating with Goedert. The Eagles would need to release him if no agreement is reached and incur a cap hit of $20+ million. The salary cap picture also has ramifications on a potential A.J. Brown trade. So what I, in the quick research I've done, it seems like if they release Goedert, it's more likely they keep A.J. Brown. If they extend Goedert or figure out a deal with him, that's more likely they'll deal A.J. Brown. So it appears they're waiting to see the teams. In fact, here, let me play this audio. This is Mike Garafolo. He went on something called the Anthony Gargano Show today.
Why wouldn't he?
Here's Garafolo.
Yeah, you're going to have to one way or another. Now, the Goedert window being moved back was not just for Goedert. That was for AJ as well, because those two are interconnected. If you lose Goedert, you take a huge cap hit. If you trade AJ, you take a huge cap hit. So it's like there's not going to be an AJ trade and a Goedert release. Yeah, right. It's going to be one or both. So they continue to work on both of those. There was no momentum. There's been communication between the Eagles and other teams regarding A.J. Brown. I know that 100% over the last couple of days. And I expect that to continue today. We'll see how we can get something done by the end of the day there.
Is that going to change their asking price on A.J. Brown at all and force down their demands in return in order to try and get this done and then be able to retain Dallas Goedert? That it feels like that creates a more sort of time-sensitive urgency that if they're going to trade A.J. Brown, they would want to do it, right?
Yeah, you would think. And again, they're probably going to want you to try to eat. Here's the problem, though. When you hear about the cap hit, it's the dead cap money from the signing bonus, which they can't get out of. That becomes the issue, right?
Yeah.
So
they're going to have dead money
work around
regardless.
that. Yeah.
But it's, but they got to have one of those two players.
They've got to, and I guess it just is which one are you happier with at the time. The A.J. Brown thing's wild. I feel like all the rumors, again, the Eagles continue to say, no, we like him. He's here. He's our guy. And
Which you have to say.
Which you have to say, but there's no rumors as far as, I guess there's a couple teams that are allegedly interested, but I haven't seen anything from any actual insiders that I trust as to what's really going on there. It's wild, man. I don't know. I don't think Denver's all that interested, despite some of the rumors. That's something else we can talk to Jeff Legwold about.
I think it's pretty clear what the Broncos are interested in.
Yeah, they're interested in keeping their team together.
Yeah, they don't want to have to learn any new names.
Sure.
Yeah. No, it's like Sean Payton at this point. He's just like, you know what? I don't want to be play calling anymore. I don't want to drive at night in the rain. And you know what? I don't want to have to learn any new names or numbers. Familiarity is going to make it so much easier for me to do my job.
Yes, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and look, the Broncos, PhD had on a guy, I can't remember who it was, but anyway, he was explaining this. If you were to trade Sutton, you're taking a cap hit. You've got your own little cap hit you're taking as well.
Yeah. Now,
here's what I don't understand. There doesn't seem to be anything cooking for the Broncos right now, and yet they continue to create cap room. Spring has sent us. They decided to designate the cut for Dre Greenlaw post June 1st so that they could have a little more money freed up here. They redid the contract to Jonathan Cooper, freeing up a little bit more money here. They decided not to do anything They did the same thing with minors. They decided not to do anything with Ben. Who's the guard? Ben Powers. So it's like you're building up some cap space. What's it for? It feels like you want to make a move. It's got to be a trade at this point. I don't think there's a free agent left. I keep telling Spring, I do wonder. There's a part of me that wonders, although probably the Dobbins signing should get this out of my head. Are they still trying to do something with Breece Hall? Because it's not like the Jets have got him under some big contract. They just simply they slapped the tag on him because they didn't want Denver to come take him from him. And if you're Breece Hall, you probably just want to get the hell out of New York. So part of me wonders, like, is there a possibility of a Breece Hall thing? Now, again, you go and get Jal Mclofflin. It's not like that was some major contract that would keep you from making the trade for Hall if you wanted to. But you got to be stockpiling this cap room for something, right? Otherwise, again, what throws me off is the Greenlaw thing. Why do you need to divide that? You got the cap room. Why divide that into 2 hits? Maybe they don't. Maybe Leggy will come in and say, no, they don't have the cap room that I thought they did. I don't know. Just when you made the Dre Greenlaw move, it felt to me like you cut it in 2 pieces for a reason. Why?
So a quick thought is it does give you flexibility.
Sure.
And they can hang on to that in the event of anything opening up. Like, I won't say there's a 0% chance they get Breece Hall. It doesn't feel terribly likely, but I certainly won't say 0%. It also allows you perhaps an opportunity to retain some cap space if you want to do something at the deadline next year. You do have to have cap space available.
Fair enough.
If you want to be able to do that, and that could be one thing where the Broncos could look at it and say, okay, let's get into a season. Let's see where our injuries are going to be or what we're lacking, and they could do something there certainly, or they could be targeting something big. Maybe it is Breece Hall. Maybe they're not out of the A.J. Brown sweepstakes. Again, none of this feels super likely with where they're at in this spot and the amount of signings that they have already made. But let's sit back and wait. But we've sat back and wait so far, and yeah, they've kept all the exact same dudes on their team that just won a bunch of one-score games last year.
Look, man, I don't know a lot about A.J. Brown. I know he's a hell of a player, right? I know the on-field player. That's what I know.
He likes to read.
But him reading on the sidelines and some of the stuff, it just doesn't feel like something Sean's signing up for to me. I'm under the impression from the folks that I've talked to that I knew in New Orleans when he was there that the Michael Thomas thing kind of just wore him out. He just was kind of over it by the time it was done. So does Sean want to sign up for another diva-style personality? I don't think that A.J. Brown necessarily is to that level.
I think the whole key is if you're signing up for it, is it just a dalliance and you're not trying to commit yourself to 3-4 years of it?
Right.
I firmly believe there's a pretty good established track record in the NFL of when you get I'll call him a big personality guy, and you bring him in, get as much out of them as you can quickly, and then move on before it gets stale. I think that's the lesson that Stephon Diggs has taught everybody. I think that's the lesson Terrell Owens taught guys low over the years, and quite frankly, I think the Eagles are learning that lesson right now with A.J. Brown, and it goes to show you, get in, get out, get your production, hope you get your ring, get your playoff wins, whatever it is, and then move on. Our buddy Adam Hill is going to tell us what in the world the Raiders do next after the Max Crosby dumpster fire. That's coming up next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Got a tweet here from Diana Rossini of The Athletic. This came down 5 minutes ago, Andy. After serious conversations with both the Rams and Patriots, the Eagles will not trade A.J. Brown at this time, according to multiple league sources. Both teams remain interested, but no move is imminent. If a trade were to happen, it would likely heat up closer to June 1st.
Interesting.
Translation, make better offers. Speaking of offers, boy, the Raiders got a hell of an offer from the Baltimore Ravens for the services of Max Crosby. And they were excited to take it. In fact, they did. And they moved on, and they made other signings. They got Tyler Linderbaum. They got right to work. Well, then it turns out, apparently, Max Crosby's got a bad knee, and the Ravens had buyer's remorse, and they didn't want it. And now the Raiders are stuck. What the hell are they going to do next? Joining us right now to explain all of this, a guy that has just had an easy week at his job. Just a guy that's been on cruise control. Our friend Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal covering the Las Vegas Raiders. Adam, welcome back to the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Thanks. And yeah, I think the first time I sat down to actually eat and not like eat on the run this week was with you last night. So that was nice.
That was. So it was, and we had a delightful evening, and we discussed a lot of this. But
sure.
Adam, through your reporting and what you have been able to gather, try and just give us a general timeline of what happened, when this started to get shaky, and how it all went down. Just give us the background on it all.
Yeah, so the trade was made Friday, and I think part of that was the Raiders wanted to get it done and move on. Like, they had so much they wanted to do in free agency. They had so much money to spend, so many roster holes to fill. Like, they didn't want to push it right up until, Tuesday, Wednesday, even Monday when the tampering period started. It was get this done, have the whole weekend to kind of sit in the bunker, figure out what to do next, and move on. And I think in retrospect, everybody wishes that Max Crosby then maybe would have flown to Baltimore on Friday when the trade was done, or maybe even Saturday, instead of making a long video about how much he loves the Raiders and how much he's excited to go to Flock Nation, which I didn't know was a thing until now. He could have just gone. But he didn't. He stayed around. He had things to tie up. And then Monday night, after a whole bunch of deals are done, he flies into Baltimore. We see all the Instagram stories. He actually, took a video of the stadium. He recorded a podcast while he was in Baltimore with an all-purple background, which may never see the light of day. And then he gets the physical on Tuesday, and you start to, I didn't say you start to hear anything. There was really nothing that popped up until a random text I get, including a statement from the Raiders that said, we'll have no further comment on this time, but the Ravens have backed out of this trade. From my understanding, the Raiders did get phone calls throughout the day on Tuesday. It sounds like there was an attempt by the Ravens to maybe offer less and say, hey, we'll still go through with the trade, but not at the price we talked about. The Raiders obviously didn't want that. And so it just comes out in one fell swoop of, hey, it's off, we're moving on, and we won't talk about it, and just shockwaves through the league. I expected a lot more deals to be reneged at that point. I think teams would have changed their minds a little bit, including the Raiders, who signed 2 edge rushers to potentially help replace Max Crosby, but everybody kind of went through with it. I thought the Cowboys might cancel the Rashawn Gary trade and try to pursue Max Crosby instead, but turns out everybody kind of went through with their deals, and now the Raiders are just kind of in limbo with Max Crosby.
Okay, what does this do for their cap? Like you said, not only have they signed and agreed to terms with a bunch of guys, and I know they had a bunch of cap room, but did they have this much cap room? And there are reports out here that they may have interest in Kirk Cousins when he's, let go from the Falcons or whatever. So where are we at as far as just their cap situation, Adam?
Yeah, I think Kirk Cousins is going to be very cheap.
Okay.
And I think that's part of it. I think he's going to get paid already a little bit, or at least a lot, maybe from the Falcons. I'm not 100% sure on his contract situation, but I think they'd be able to maybe sign him kind of like a Kyler Murray league minimum type of deal and bring him in, and he'd get paid elsewhere. But that's down the road. I think they're still deciding on that part of it. I do think that's very possible. But in terms of where they are with their cap, they're still fine. It's not the fact – they didn't get screwed by the fact that, they don't have the money money to spend on all these guys and include Max Crosby back under it, they're still fine. But it does eat into, like, what else they were going to do. Like, it does change the rest of free agency for them, and they still need things like a wide receiver. Like, they don't have a number one wide receiver, which is kind of important when you have a rookie quarterback coming in. You don't really have a right tackle. You don't really have a prototypical nose tackle to play in this system that they want to play with a 3-4. They kind of have to add that. As you said, they have to add a quarterback, but I think that's going to be a pretty good deal. They probably need a corner. In fact, no, they do need a corner. Like, they have all these other spots to fill. So getting Crosby back, you can afford it, but it does change the rest of your free agency plan. And I think it would have altered what they did on Monday for sure. I don't think they would have signed both Kwity Paye and Malcolm Kuntz if they were getting Max Crosby back in the fold. So that's where things changed. And, of course, now you don't have the number 14 pick in the draft, which is going to be a big splash player right in that first round that you'd have on a rookie deal. Like, it just changes so much of what you're going to do. It's not that you have cap issues now. You're still fine. But what else can you do as a result, or what else can you not do as a result? That opportunity cost is where you really pay the price.
All right, we are sifting through the Max Crosby wreckage for the Raiders right now with our friend Adam Hill of the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Adam, then there's the whole part where things got a little messy between Crosby and the Raiders at the end of last season. Yes, you have a new coaching staff in place, but it's, John Spytek, still Tom Brady. It's still the same front office with the Raiders, and now Crosby is back. Like, it really felt like that thing had run its course and everybody was going to be happy to say goodbye, and now he's back in the building. How's all that going to go?
I mean, everybody's saying the right things, right? And whether they're on the record or off the record, you're hearing the right things. It's, hey, look, it ended well. He did that, that glowing podcast saying how much he's going to miss everybody, and everything is fine. And on the surface, I think it's okay. Nobody burned bridges necessarily on the way out, but yeah, it already was bad. The one possibility that I think you could maybe make a case for is that once the trade was done and Max realized he wasn't going to be part of this organization anymore, despite all the Raiders tattoos that he has and everything else, and everybody in the building realized he was gone, like, it could have been one of those things of like, oh man, like, that really happened and that sucks, he's gone, and wish he was back. Like, you could maybe make that case. And I think that's the case everybody's trying to make right now of don't know what you have until it's gone. Him actually being gone for 4 days or whatever it was made everybody realize that it was fixable and that you could all come back together. And that's what they're going to try to sell to everybody because they might have to. Like, he might have to be on the team this year. So I think that's what you're going to hear. How is it in reality when, all the dust settles and it's back to just, it's status quo now, there was real problems? Like, that's the question. And, we've kind of been relating this a lot on the, the podcast and things around here of, like, it is very much like a real breakup in real life, right? I mean, there is that time of like, maybe we made a mistake, maybe we should have stayed, and now you have a second chance at getting back together, and everybody's great for a few days, right? It's like, oh yeah, this was nice. And then you realize the problems that you had in the relationship. And it's like, oh wait, maybe we shouldn't have got back together. Like, that is coming, I think. So it's definitely something to monitor over the next couple of weeks. I think right now they're back in that like second honeymoon phase of getting back together. How sustainable is that? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, then she leaves her toothpaste or you don't like it again or whatever.
Yeah.
Look, is there? I don't know why toothpaste. First thing I can come up with.
Andy has been irked by toothpaste before.
No, I'm at. There's some other things I was going to throw out there, but not. Hey, and we're on radio. So do you think
drops the toothbrush in the toilet?
There you go. Yeah. And you don't seem to mind it. That drives me crazy. Or you just can't decide on dinner. Now we've driven around yet again, fighting for 30 minutes over where to go to dinner, and I'm starving. We could have eaten already.
All right.
Not that this is real.
Personal.
Yeah. Seriously, do you think? I know you said they're going to go through the honeymoon phase, but Adam, are they at least going to listen to other offers? Do you think they'll dial down the asking price, or are they just kind of stuck with, we know what we got last time, and that's all we're taking, which was 2 first-rounders, period?
Yeah, I think teams have already dialed down the offers for them. I don't think they need to dial down the offers. I think they're getting lesser offers than they got before. They're going to have a really tough decision to make because I I thought it was unbelievable that John Spytek pulled that off. I thought they absolutely robbed the Ravens. I thought it was a brilliant trade, a great trade. I was stunned they were able to do that. So I don't think they can do it again. I don't think they're getting 2 firsts. But how much do they need? I don't know. I think that's the question. They have to probably try to settle on an adjusted price that they need and figure out what that is. And I don't think they've done that at this point. But they're not going to get the 2 firsts in my mind. So would you take a first and a second, 2 seconds, a first and a third? Like, I don't know. I don't know what that level is, but they're not going to give them away either. They're not. I think there's other teams that think, oh, they have to trade him. We'll just take him. Like, they're not going to do that. They're perfectly willing to let him play again this season, or even play till the trade deadline, or just see how this plays out. I think they would still prefer to trade him, but they also can't. You've got to save face on some level. You can't just totally give him away now after you've got 2 firsts for him. Like, it's a really, really tough decision. And usually in these situations, like, I know in my mind what the right thing to do is, and I can say, well, if they do this, they did it right. Or if they don't do it, they did it wrong. Like, I genuinely do not know what the right thing for them to do is, and I don't think they do either right now. I think it was so unexpected, threw off their entire plan, and I'm sure there's a backup plan. I'm sure they're figuring it out, and they'll get there. But I just think they were put in this position really unfairly, not illegally, but unfairly. And now they've got to figure out how to fix it. And I don't think there's a right answer to that.
Yeah, Adam, to that point, from the Baltimore side of things, and I know you're covering the Raiders, but for Baltimore, was this really about the physical and the knee, or was it about buyer's remorse? What were the Ravens trying to pull here?
Because, Adam, we all know you had to know you weren't going to get a clean report on that knee, right? You had to know that.
They knew that.
I said for months that they were going to have a hard time making the trade at all because of a physical. And I'm sure other teams knew. And it wasn't just about his knee. He's had 8 surgeries in 7 seasons, and he doesn't take plays off. And that's looked at as a positive trait. I understand. But, like, at some point in your career, you are a human being. You're going to wear down. Like, I said, I think it was like in January when these rumors first started popping up, I was like, what if he actually has a physical from somebody outside the organization? What are they going to see? Like, his body has to be a disaster. And so I knew this was going to be an issue. I'm sure the Ravens knew it was going to be an issue, and I'm sure everybody around the league did. And so I kind of question, like, the Ravens, what did they think they were going to see? Especially just, less than 2 months removed from surgery, knowing the wear and tear that's been on his body. What did they expect? And I really like to know that, because I do feel like, look, I'm sure they saw some things on his physical that were troubling. I'm sure they saw some things where they said, okay, this is going to be a problem. Probably 2 years down the road, this might be an issue. I'm sure they did. But I am more than certain that if Trey Hendrickson had signed somewhere else, Max Crosby would be at the Ravens. Like, I am certain of that. And, you can't get in their heads. You can't, make, straight up accusations because there's no way to prove it. But I am, in my mind, I am certain that if Trey Hendrickson had signed, say, with the Colts or the Eagles, then Max Crosby is with the Ravens. And so did they always have that plan? Was it a direct 1-for-1? Did they see something in the physical and say, let's see if we can get Hendrickson? Or did they just simply see Hendrickson as available and say we can make this happen? I know what they said, that they wanted to put both of them on the same team together. And maybe there's a chance that's true. I just have a hard time believing it with how quickly this all came together, and that they were like, once Hendrickson's market dropped, that's when they decided to back out of the trade. That's crazy.
Yeah, rug pulled out from under John Spytek and Tom Brady. Adam Hill, everybody, Las Vegas Review-Journal on Twitter at Adam Hill LVRJ. Get his Raiders coverage right there. He will continue to monitor this situation, keep you updated on all of it. Adam, man, great stuff. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Talk to you soon.
All right, Adam Hill with us right there. Latest on the Raiders thing.
Nate, is this going to change how people do business, at least the trades in the first few days?
I think so.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's you got to watch out for this. There was something else that he said in there, and I just want to touch on it briefly. It's incredible that Tenzer and Wallace got to trade Michael Porter. It really is. I thought about that as he's going through the medicals and everything that they were dealing with. The fact that you got another NBA team to pass Michael Porter on a physical after however many thousands of surgeries he has had, and you were able to move him. It's incredible. And it's tough. It's tough with veteran athletes that are beat up like that. I know that, but also shadiness all over the place from the Baltimore Ravens. Also, I did not know Ravens fans are Flock Nation. I did not know that either.
Flock Nation, huh?
Flock Nation.
Flock Nation. Somebody points out on the text line that Teddy Baseball, ironically, a flock of ravens is called a conspiracy of ravens.
So you got a conspiracy of ravens and a murder of crows?
There it is.
All right. Who knew?
The conspiracy is what murdered the crows.
It certainly seems like that. Kreckman, Lindahl. Wow. Wild stuff. Dan Hyatt coming up at 4:45. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. And Jeff Legwald ahead at 5 o'clock. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the weekend, and usually the weekend is where you go out and have a little fun. Maybe that fun includes a date night. And if you've been experiencing less date nights because, frankly, you're worried about erectile dysfunction, well, it's time to go get that fixed. Don't have any more Saturdays ruined by ED or Fridays or any other part of the weekend. Maybe you're lucky enough that even during the week is a possibility. Look, you've got friends that can help you out. You got folks that can help you out over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got options for you, options at work when the pills and herbals fail that you can give a try. So get on in there and talk to them about your ED, and just don't let this be something you're living with anymore. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, some that can have you lasting an hour more, and they've successfully treated men, tens of thousands of men for nearly a decade along the Front Range. So it's time to quit messing around with this. Go have a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. At first visit, real easy. It's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If it's determined that you need a test dose or you can have a test dose, they'll give it to you. And if it's not working in the office, well, then the appointment's free. So nothing to lose there. And if you're like a lot of men, after the appointment, you could be ready to go the next day. 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs, a great new revamped location in Castle Rock. I visit the one in Central Denver. There's also one in North Denver. Call them and get a hold of them today, any of those 5 locations, at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Huge Nuggets win, huge Avalanche win. Good day in Denver sports. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs roll over the Kraken 5-1 last night, and the Nuggets come back, trailed by 20 in the first half, 12 to begin the fourth, got up to 13, and the Nuggets came back and got that victory at San Antonio with a road date with the Lakers coming up tomorrow. And a Nuggets team that has seemed to have found something after the disappointment of a loss at Oklahoma City. They go out, they blow out the Houston Rockets in really they played as good as they have all year, especially in that third quarter. And then they go into San Antonio last night and get that victory. Huge. Nuggets now at 41-26, still technically the 5 seed as we take a look at the standings right now, Andy. But they're in a virtual tie with the Houston Rockets. They're a half game back with the Lakers. Beat them tomorrow night in L.A. You're right back in business to be able to slug your way into that 3 seed. They're not getting on the top 2 line. That's not going to happen. We know that, but you have to have the 3 because you want to be able to avoid Oklahoma City until the conference finals. So you got to get to that spot to perhaps play the Spurs or somebody else in the second round. But a huge win to be able to get to that place last night. Jamal Murray was outstanding. Again, we talked about all the different heroes in that game, Andy. Spencer Jones was great. Cam Johnson had a good offensive game, which is really good to see. I know it wasn't a good shooting night for Christian Brown, but 11 points, 9 rebounds, and he was a plus 22. He was a team-best plus 22 in his 38 minutes on the floor last night. So he was great in the victory. Rough bench game, but they pretty much all are just rough bench games now at this point. We're just sort of back to that place where you have to hope that you don't get killed in the bench minutes and the starters can carry you. And right now, Jokic and Murray are carrying this team while we're working Aaron Gordon along. So prideful group, championship group, they're in the window. They know it. That was the performance that you saw last night. That was just a gutty win last night out of a team that has not had nearly enough gutty wins this season.
Yeah, and it just feels like they're maybe getting back to themselves a little bit, so let's hope that happens. This is about the time of year, right, where how far are we out from the year anniversary of when they dismissed Malone? And got to be coming up on that,
yeah,
right? And
close.
you took the last couple weeks of the season to get right and, kind of get yourself going and set up for some playoff action. So let's hope they're doing that again this year because, again, when this team's healthy, and that is what these last couple games have been a reminder of because you actually have Cam Johnson looking a little bit more like the Cam Johnson pre-injury, and it's good to see Spencer get going again.
Yep.
You need Spencer Jones is going to be a key factor because, you're going to have to manage Gordon's minutes, and not overdo him.
Let's hear from David Adelman actually after the game last night on what they got out of Spencer Jones, a plus 14 in 33 minutes, 8 of 13 from the field. He knocked down 3 threes. He had 4 rebounds, 2 assists. He looked as though he is certainly getting his health back right now. Let's hear David Adelman from last night.
Toughness, the ability to switch defensively. I always think Spence is at his best when he doesn't think offensively. He just plays. He just has a great feel, high IQ for where to be at the right time. He flashed and found open areas in the post-ups with Nikola. And then obviously with Jamal Murray to start the fourth, picking and popping and making 3. So, yeah, to win in the NBA nowadays, especially in the Western Conference, it's going to be somebody different every night. It's been Tim a lot. It's been Bruce, Jonas, Zeke Naji, Jalen Pickett. And tonight, it's Spence. And he just stepped up. And good teams, that's what you need. You just need people to know that their time's coming. Maybe not tonight, maybe the next game, whatever it is. But stay confident, stay ready, and that's what he did.
Andy, I'm starting to think a lot about postseason rotation now with this team and what it's going to look like. And there's no planet in which Spencer Jones isn't in it. And generally, Malone would shrink it down to 8. Adelman tried to have a little bit more of a more expanded rotation last year. I don't think it goes any further than 9 with this group. I think Valanciunas will be deployed in spots. But I think it's becoming increasingly clear. It's going to be the starting 5. And again, this is all dependent on everybody being healthy, which it's always been with this team this year. But it's going to be the starting 5. It's going to be Hardaway. It's going to be Bruce. It's going to be Spencer Jones. And then I think, you have to hope you can get 7, 8, 9 good minutes out of Julian Strother, because I think Julian is earning his way into the postseason rotation with his scoring, with his shooting. You think about like what he did in Game 6 last year against Oklahoma City. Find those games where you can get that in spots. But that to me is the 9, with the occasional using Valanciunas for 3-4 possessions here and there. I don't think it goes much further than that. I think it's pretty cemented who has earned postseason minutes on this team.
Yeah, the Valanciunas thing is going to be interesting because, again, if you get one of these matchups, and Spring and I were talking about it, and I even asked Scotty a little bit about it the other day, just that guard lineup that OKC ran out there without Chet, we talked to Dempsey about this as well. You didn't have Chet, you didn't have Hartenstein, but bottom line is you had a lot of guards out there. Yeah. And then Valanciunas, you can't go chasing guys like that. You know what I mean? It's almost a wasted matchup for you.
And he can barely chase bigs anymore.
I know, dude. He looks older than I ever thought he would at this point. It bums me out because I love the signing. I still want to believe in my heart somewhere in there they can figure out something for him. But
here's just it. Oh, okay. So let's reframe the conversation on Jonas Valanciunas, because no, I don't think he's a part of your playoff rotation. Okay, I think Aaron Gordon, if he's healthy, is your backup 5. But if you brought a guy in and he was able to, and especially over the front half of this year, he was able to spell Nikola Jokic. He was able to get Jokic's minutes down, especially in the front half of the year. You looked at like his per 36 minutes numbers. They were good with Valanciunas, and they generally have been. You can't play him for extended periods. The fact that he's getting phased out in the playoff rotation is not the biggest shock in the world.
No.
Really, when you talk about a backup center for Nikola Jokic, your job is to make the regular season less stressful and less make the workload less heavy for him. And honestly, I think that Valanciunas, especially over the front half of the year, did that. This right now where we're at, this is naturally the part of the year where Jokic's minutes start to grow, and then by the time we get to the playoffs, he's going to play 41, 42 minutes every single night anyway.
Let me ask you this. P. Watt starting and Cam to the bench when we get to the playoffs? What are we doing there?
If he's back, is he going to play tomorrow?
I guess it's a fair question. I'm under the look. He was the one that told us he was getting close. I don't know what's going on with him, I guess.
No, but. You know what's so funny is I'm running through that rotation and I left him out of the conversation only because is he coming back?
Okay, let's say he's back. What would you do? I mean, if Cam keeps playing this way, does Cam keep his spot and then P. Watt's got to earn it back, or what are you doing?
Well, right now you don't change your starting lineup. You don't. No, you're working Aaron Gordon back in with Cam Johnson. That group has played the most minutes. I wouldn't take Cam Johnson out of the starting lineup right now. I wouldn't.
You can't argue it. Now, we don't know what Watson's going to look like when he gets back and what kind of shape he's going to be in.
What kind of shape he's going to be in if he's up to being able to play starters minutes? No, I think he's a second unit guy. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being a second unit guy. And here's the other part of it, Andy, is that then David Adelman on a given night, okay, he can go to the third quarter and he could say, all right, what did the Cam minutes look like? What did the P. Watt minutes look like in the first half? And then you can make your call from there. Okay, what's my closing lineup going to be?
Yeah, I look, somebody just texted, is he back in a week? Look, we were told that a week ago.
I don't know.
They pointed out, they told us last week it would be this week. And now there appears, Spring, have we seen an injury report? I know you were dusting. I guess there's no injury report today. Yeah, man, I don't know. I forgot. Friday's done. A week ago we were told a week, and now a week has passed.
I'm watching the lineup
tomorrow.
I'm looking at the lineup every night to be like, is he back? Is he back? Nope. Okay. All right. So right now I got to talk about the players that are available.
Yeah, if they could really get healthy, that could change how this. You know what? We asked this in December. Have you liked this? Have you liked this season so far? Man, I have not liked the last 2 months of this season.
No.
This last 2 months has sucked. Frankly.
Yeah, and
it's been a tough watch.
And I'll say this too, Andy. I think a lot of NBA fan bases feel that way about their teams. I think they do. I think a lot of teams have had to gut through injuries most of this season, and this will sound nuts. I bet even Thunder fans have their complaints about how their season has gone. They were, 24-1, 24-2 or whatever it was to start the season. Then they start to get beset by injuries. Like,
they haven't enjoyed it against the Spurs, I can tell you that. I think
Yeah.
the Spurs have the attention of the Thunder.
I don't know if Minnesota fans have loved their season.
I don't know how they could. They're sitting there around the Denver area.
Right.
They're
right.
at 6 right now.
Yeah.
They're worried about the Suns more than the Nuggets are at this point.
I like November and December when everyone was on the floor. I hope, again, I hope Watson comes back. But right now, I don't know what you're getting out of him. He's coming off a big hamstring injury. I'm also I'm still wary of just hanging my hat on the fact that Aaron Gordon is going to be back. I don't know.
Look, it's the biggest thing I'm worried about
that
because
he's going to be able to stay on the floor.
He can look perfect for however many games.
Right,
And all it
first
takes
quarter
is that
against
little tweak
Oklahoma
of the
City
hammy.
was pretty good.
The one time he goes and grabs the hammy, and
Soft
again,
tissue
it's
stuff,
it's been a story now for a whole year.
Yeah, the soft tissue stuff. You always have to be worried about it. I want to play a piece of audio. We were alerted to something earlier today. So Travis Etienne signs with the New Orleans Saints, and apparently the Broncos were in on it, but he wanted to go back to Louisiana. That's where he's from. Okay.
I don't think they were $13 million in on it either, but that's just me.
So I have always said his name Etienne.
Okay.
Going back to his Clemson days. You always go Etienne.
I've heard, dude, this is one of those things where I've heard broadcasters say it 1,000 ways, but I've heard Etienne more than Etienne. I don't know what's right. I really don't.
Yeah, he's the Yolis Chassin of the NFL.
The Batty. Beatty.
Tyler Batty Beatty.
Bidet.
Well, today, Travis, I'm not even going to say his last name.
Sure.
Travis is doing his press conference, his introductory press conference with the Saints. Because, Andy, when you sign new players, you get to do press conferences.
Most teams do, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Remember, the Broncos have not done that since Sean Payton got here.
Well, we learned something today about the running back Travis E., formerly of Clemson and the Jacksonville Jaguars, now of the New Orleans Saints. Roll it, Spring.
So growing up, it's Travis Achan. So it'd be like Achane. And that's how you always said Travis Achan. But when I went to college, I kept telling them my name like every day. And like after like 4 weeks, they just couldn't get it. So I'm like, man, it's Etienne. Like how you see it is how you say it. So that's how that became. And it kind of took off because it was easy for the pronouncers to say it. I didn't have to just tell them. I didn't have to correct them every day to say my name. And just when I kind of just started learning more about my last name and how it came about and things like that, it just kind of stuck. It made sense. But I'm very much open to being Travis Achan again. Just being myself. I don't have to correct people here on how to say my name each and every day, and I kind of love that. And that's just get back to me.
Well, there you go. Achan.
Travis Achan.
So now, who's the running back? Wasn't there
There's a Devin Achan.
Devin Achan? We're going to find out he's actually a Shone? I mean, what are we doing?
Well, no, because remember, he was Devin Achan was he was a chain, and then that one got changed to Achan.
And Etienne is actually Achan.
Travis Etienne is Travis Achan. All right.
Brett Favre wants a word.
What the hell was happening in Clemson? They couldn't say Achan. It's 2 syllables. Why couldn't they say it? He was like, I was telling everybody, and I was telling the broadcasters, and they couldn't say it, so I just said Etienne is fine. What the hell is wrong with these guys?
I don't speak French either.
They can't say Achan? It's not that hard.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know what? Again,
a man named Dabo couldn't figure out how to say somebody else's unusual name.
Not all football coaches are Mensa candidates. Okay, so
Achan.
And you know how they are. They're half the time you're getting called by your number anyway. They may not have asked his last name because they're just calling him his number until they figured out he was good. I don't know.
Although, to be fair, I had to learn from Brad Brownell that I didn't know how to say Clemson.
Yeah.
Clemson.
There's no P in it. But again, you would think then people would be sensitive to what Achan is trying to tell them.
You know what's funny about it, though? Is this week I'm working with my buddy Terrence Oglesby, who played basketball at Clemson, and he says Clemson. He says it like I do. And
well,
he
because
went
he's become
there.
a broadcaster now, so.
So he's like, I should probably pronounce this
Yeah.
correctly.
TD says at Clemson they can't say fire.
They can't.
So here comes the SEC hate or whatever. They're not SEC. What are they? ACC?
ACC, yes.
Look, dude, I really, I was buddies with Jeb Putz here, who, again, he was Poutier forever. And we went through this thing because it looked French to all of us.
Yeah.
And I remember just sitting around having a beer one night, and I was like, dude, why did you not just fix this for us? He goes, because you just get worn out on it. And I'm sure Travis now, H-N. He just got, I get it. You're just like, you know what? No one else gets it right. Fine. You know how many times I get called? I told you I get called stuff all the time.
Lindahl.
No one ever gets it right unless they go on in Minnesota where there's a bunch of Norwegians. So other than that, nobody cares. So, and I get to the point where you're just like, whatever. Especially if you're going to have a 5-minute interaction with anybody, you don't care. Now, you think, to your point, I am disappointed the play-by-play person of
Seriously.
Clemson did
That's
not
what I'm talking
make an
about.
effort to get it. Because once Mark Johnson figures out how somebody says it, he's making sure everybody says it right,
Well,
So,
it's the job of the sports information director to put a phonetic pronunciation in the media guide. That one's easy. AY-CHAN.
H-An. There it is.
H-An.
Yeah.
That's how it's pronounced, dummies. It's not that hard. Anyway, Dan Hyatt, 2 Nugget stats you need to know, 1 you don't after this. Friday afternoon means time for 2 Nugget stats you need to know, 1 you don't, with our buddy Dan Hyatt. Dan texted me before, by the way. He likes P. Watt to return for the Philly game on Tuesday. Dan, what's more likely, who plays on Philadelphia in that game on Tuesday night? Peyton Watson or Joel Embiid? Who's more likely to play in that game?
I mean, Joel Embiid is the notorious Denver ditcher, right? He's not to come here and try to play is not his forte. I think Watson got close, and I think he slowed down to make sure. I'm not there. I'm guessing. I'm talking to some people, but it sounds like it's one of those situations where they are going to be as sure as they can with something like this. And it's the same thing with Gordon, man. Andy's talking about this too. Every time he makes a move and I see him post up and I see him about to spin, I go like this. Is it going to go? Is it going to blow? I think with Watson, it's going to be the same thing for a little while there. I just like the Philly game because it's about 14 games left. LA has more meaning to him. And I know that he'd want to be there for that, but I could see the Lakers being tough for him physically that Philly wouldn't. So I'm guessing it's a good way to say, hey, you got 4 days right now between now and Philly. That's when you go.
All right. By the way, the news on Embiid, he's missed the last 8 games, right? Oblique injury, and he's already ruled out for tomorrow night against Brooklyn. So I think this is setting up nicely for him to pull the duck. All right, let's start diving into it then, Dan. Give me 2 Nugget stats I need to know. Let's start with the starting 5 that we have started to see glimpses of having the group back together.
Yeah, you've seen 13 games on the year with that starting 5. And it's now about 187 minutes. But if you're looking at it comparatively to some of these other lineups, you're seeing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They're at a plus 5.9 in those games they're playing. And if you look at the other starting 5s of the guys who we view as threats, the teams we view as threats, you're looking at Charlotte's at 5.8, OKC's 4.7. This is plus minus. This is how much better you are than your opponent.
This is net rating?
No. This is just plus minus.
Okay, just plus minus. Okay.
No ratings. This is how much better you are than your opponent when you're together. And again, it's that smaller sample size, but you got time here to see where it can pan out if they stay healthy. San Antonio's 4-1, Detroit's 3-5, LA without LeBron is 3-5, and that's actually the best version of themselves right now numerically. But you're looking at 5-9, you're looking at one of the best net ratings of that 5-man group. And the last 2 games, you're starting to see exactly why. It's because the other guys can fall into places they're supposed to be. Spencer Jones is not supposed to be a starter. He did admirably for a long time. Last night was a perfect example of what he can do. So with 15 games left, you've got the Lakers, you've got Philly. By the way, this 7-game stretch that they've been in, which was one of the hardest numerically based on strength of schedule that we've seen in the Jokic era. They are 3-2 with 2 to go. You want the game against LA because you want that tiebreaker. You want Philly because, they're coming to your house. But if you told me 3-4 during that 7-game stretch, I probably would have taken it. So they're 3-2 now with 2 to go. After that, you've got a bunch of bunnies. You've got some teams that are going to be good competition that you need to beat. Then there's a couple of OKC San Antonio late, and you don't really know how those are going to play out. They got to get rest on their guys. They might be able to distance themselves so it's not super competitive. But I like the way it sets up for the last 15 games starting Saturday for that starting 5 to get a good run. Because if you think about it, they played 13 together. There's 15 left. That's more games left than they've played. I like that time for them to be able to gel and continue on with what they've done the last 2 games.
All right, so plus minus 5.9, net rating is 18.9, which, again, that kind of matches up with what the best of Denver's starting 5 lineups can be, okay? So now let's talk about the other dudes. You mentioned Spencer Jones, who played really well last night. Tim Hardaway continues to produce. We got a good Julian Strawther offensive game last night, which those are starting to become a little bit more commonplace. Tell me about the others, Dan. Give me the other stat I need to know.
So when the Nuggets came out of the break, they lost that game to the Clippers. Then they beat Portland, scoring 157. You're like, okay, everything worked that night. You had 7 Nuggets scoring double figures. But between Portland and Houston, you didn't have 6 players scoring double figures in any of those games. And there were 8 of them, and you went 3-5. And I think that's telling because now in the last 2 games, these back-to-backs, 6 players scored in double figures, 6 players score in double figures. And I think that's important. Jokic and Murray are inevitable. They both had 30 last night. It was the 16th time they've ever done that, 5th time this year, and that's the most by those two in any single year they've played together. So they're good. They're where they should be. And last night was amazing to see Murray score 16 in the fourth quarter and Jokic not score a point but have 5 assists is when they are at their best. The win percentages are better when Jokic is doing the assist thing rather than the point thing. Always has been like that for 5 years now. So, last night you've got guys leading the team in scoring in quarters that shouldn't be. Strother had a great second quarter, and that's an important quarter for someone else to step up. I think Spencer and Strother led the team in scoring in the second quarter. So that 6-player threshold of getting double digits, you've got to have Jokic and Murray will be there. And now last night you had Cam and CB. And that's Cam had 3 possessions in the fourth quarter in which he had the ball on the wing. And you saw him decide he was going to drive and create. Mm-hmm. He liked his matchup and he was going to go. And you didn't see that. Those first couple of games back from injury, he was looking for another option. And then it was after the Houston game, he said, I need to be more decisive. I need to be better. And now Christian's hitting his threes. And all of a sudden it opens up the floor for him to be able to run more. Because if he's not in his threes, they leave him alone and he can't move.
Yeah.
So the 6 players with double digits is important for them for a variety of reasons. They have a bunch more options now than they ever have of who can be those other 4 guys. And you're not even talking about AAG. But I like that ability to spread out the offense, whether it's from the other starters or the bench. They have options.
Yeah, Cam Johnson attacking, not being tentative. That's everything, and he just has to play, I think, to get to that space. New guy, new team, weird situation. All right, those are 2 Nugget stats I needed to know. By the way, I didn't realize 16 30-plus point games together for Jokic and Murray. By the way, Dan, 30, 20, 10 games, Jokic up to 13 now all-time for the career.
I saw that. I saw you say, surprisingly, David Lee. Man, I watched David Lee, the former Florida Gator. He would put up 20-10 all the time.
Yeah.
For the Knicks. And he was just always going to do that, but he never dominated the other center. So he never got any attention. Just funny.
He was on a lot of real forgettable Knicks teams. All right, so here we go, Dan. Give us a Nugget stat we do not need to know.
Well, it stems from Bam's night, right? There's 2 different sides of the fence. You either like what he did or you didn't, but it's a record. And records are important. They're important in basketball, and they're important for the way that we view sports. So as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about records, right? Either second place or the ability to post a record that's important. I'm thinking to myself, I'm a 90s kid, right? I can look anything up online. I'm a 90s kid. I want the Bible of the Guinness Book of World Records, right? That was it. That's where you got everything, was the Guinness Book of World Records. So I'm looking around my house. I can't find it. I go to the local library and I go to check it out. It's not where it should be. And I go to the clerk and I say, I'm looking for the Guinness Book of World Records. She said, we don't have it. And which is a shock because they have to have it. Like that's the standard.
Yeah.
I said, okay, is it checked out? No, it got stolen. I said, huh. And she goes, and it's not the first time this last month either. So it's going to take a week for them to get it from another library. So I'm like, well, that's crazy. The Guinness Book of World Records got stolen. Come back home, jump back online. That's a thing. The Guinness Book of World Records holds the record for the book that's stolen the most from bookstores and libraries. And they track this. The book, it is like Bam, it is in second place all time. The book that is stolen the most documented stolen piece of literature is the Bible. But that's because it's so mass produced. But from bookstores and libraries that catalog this stuff, the record for the most stolen book is the Guinness Book of World Records.
All right, what's the record for it being stolen in a day?
At this library, 0. They don't have it. I don't know.
Yeah, because it got stolen.
They don't have.
Do we have like Guinness Book stolen rate records or
well, no, like how many? Because if they're at every library, how many in one day have been taken at once?
It's a great question. It's going to require some more digging. But the funny part is, if you look in the Guinness Book of World Records online, which I had to do, it's in there, and it's not a number. It just says the record for the most books stolen. It's like, I didn't realize it was a thing. I didn't realize that was something that they kept track of, and now they pride themselves on. So I'm guessing a lot of these people who steal it, they're like, oh, why not? I'm just going to go grab one.
Sure. No, it's because you think about the Bible, like every motel room in America has a Bible in the drawer, so those things have probably been stolen left and right. But yeah, after that, it's apparently the Guinness Book. That also kind of feels
like you should have read the Bible in the hotel room before you stole it.
Thou shalt not
there's
steal.
something in there about stealing stuff, and now you're stealing. You're on a bad track.
You need to know how to associate yourself with religion, right? But you also need to know who has the record for the longest fingernails, on the planet, or the highest long jump. The two are like, in terms of importance, right there.
I always liked the really fat twins. I like the fat twins on the motorcycle. I was always a big fan, and the lady with the long neck with like all those rings on her neck.
The culture of people who are out there just to break the records.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how Mr. Beast started, right? Like, some of these guys were on there just to do something special that could be part of the Guinness Book of World Records. And you can call them. I was a part of an old elementary school where it was like everybody outside high-fiving a certain amount of time. We tried to do it. We didn't make it, but there was a representative from the Guinness Book of World Records there just in case. So this is happening all over the place, which is, again, probably why people are stealing the book, so they can see what records they can get, so they can get in the book.
Why didn't you guys make it? What prevented you from getting this, what feels like rather attainable record?
Not enough people to begin with.
You'd think it was. I think it was like 600 consecutive high fives in under 30 seconds in a row, though, in a spiral. Like, you had to be so it takes somebody just to be like, wait, I gotta turn high five. Like, one person can screw that up for you. Everyone's got to be on the same page.
You're only as good as your weakest link.
You got to choreograph it.
Yeah, you got to practice that. Yeah.
Disappointing.
All right.
Like a band.
All right, stop stealing the damn Guinness book so Dan can get it out of the library. Dan Hyatt, everybody. 2 Nugget stats you need to know, and 1 you don't. Dan, good work, buddy. We appreciate it. Thanks for battling through today, man.
I'm fighting it, but I'm there. I'm playing hurt. We're good.
All right, Dan Hyatt, Jeff Legwold coming up next. We'll take a break. We'll do a high five with Jeff Legwold. We got news from around the NFL after this, and then what are the Broncos doing besides bringing back all the dudes we already knew? We'll talk about that coming up next. Jeff Legwold of ESPN is with us. Let's dive right into it. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, featuring Jeff Legwold. Sitting in today. Let's go ahead and do it, Mark Springer.
Leggy, you know what I think you should do? You should celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's. On Fridays only, Jeff, you can get a large thin crust cheese sausage or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now, right now, Leggy, at papamurphys.com.
Hey, you know Leggy wants pizza.
There we go.
$5, I'm on it.
You know, he'd be a cheese guy, right? Although you are, matter of fact, Spring, the Papa Murphy's deal kind of goes against both Nate and Jeff's heritage because it's a thin crust.
Okay. Well,
that's okay.
It's
yeah,
$5.
there's no bad pizza.
No.
That's just the bottom line.
Nate's like, I don't have a heritage.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, great news, guys. The Broncos have agreed to a 1-year deal with Jal Mclofflin. He's back.
Yeah!
Come on.
Let's go, y'all.
You cannot tell me this guy did not try to find any other team to sign with before figuring out he's coming back here.
The most amazing number of free agency, 17 of 21 Bronco free agents are now back.
17 of 21 have returned to the Broncos.
Of unrestricted, restricted, or exclusive rights free agents, the Broncos had 21. They have re-signed 17.
So, Jeff, Jal Mclofflin was on the team last year. Sean Payton was reluctant to give him the ball quite often or nearly often enough. So why did Sean Payton want Jal Mclofflin back again?
Sean Payton is very much, as we know, very about specific. He always calls it vision for the player. He has very specific plays in mind. They even dot players for plays in the game plan. This is receiver X, his play, quote unquote, his play. They go right down to that. At least they have with Sean Payton calling plays. We'll see what it looks like now. But these are specific visions he has, and these players fit that, and he likes these players better than the ones he could get. That's what he's telling you.
All right. Much more on the Broncos' retention of 17 of their own free agents coming up at 5:20. But let's keep going in the high five, Spring.
High five.
All right, we have Eagles news. The Eagles have pushed the void date back for when to decide to potentially release Dallas Goedert from his contract to this Monday. It was originally today. Also, Diana Rossini tweeting out that after serious conversations with both the Rams and Patriots, the Eagles will not trade A.J. Brown at this time. Both teams remain interested, but no move is imminent. If a trade were to happen, it would likely heat up closer to June 1st.
Yeah, because I saw that cap number goes down to about $16 million versus the $46 million in that Rossini tweet. But then I'll ask you guys, what's the point of pushing the Goddard release date back if you're not getting rid of A.J. Brown? Because I thought you had to get rid of A.J. Brown in order to afford Goddard.
Well, okay, so let's just spitball this then. Goddard's been with Philadelphia. I'm assuming that there's a tremendous amount of trust between he and the organization. You know, can the Eagles go to Dallas Goedert and say, okay, like you are in our plans, we need to wait for financial machinations to settle themselves in order for this to all be then opened up and you will be then re-signed by the Eagles. Jeff, is that a possibility?
Always with the Eagles. That's how Howie Roseman does business. It's also why there probably hasn't been a trade for A.J. Brown. Everyone in the league knows Howie Roseman doesn't want to just trade with you. He wants to trade with you, take your wallet, and drive your car home after the trade. So he wants to not, an even trade is not really one Howie Roseman does, despite the fact people trade with him all the time.
Yeah.
But I think their asking price is very big right now, and nobody's willing to go there.
Okay, explain the cap side of this, though, to us, because, again, what do they have to be? Is it the top 45 have to be under the cap? What's the number right now?
To participate in free agency, it's 51.
Okay.
You got to get 50, your top 51 under, and that's why you see a lot of teams do what the Broncos did. Quinn Meinert's basically took his salary, the cap figure of his salary, and turned it into signing bonus. So he gets the cash right now today, whenever he does that, which is the advantage for the player, and the team gets that space. That's why you see that happen so much when free agency starts, because that you're trying to get to that top 51.
There you are, everybody. Much more, again, on the A.J. Brown thing. And if the Broncos will have any interest, again, with Jeff Legwold this hour. What else we got, Spring?
High five. All right, so the Broncos have not signed an outside free agent, so
I hadn't heard that.
How about this?
I think people are shocked by that.
How about this
happy.
name? We brought him up in the high five a couple weeks ago. Cam Jordan, longtime Sean Payton defensive end, former All-Pro. He tweeted today. He tweeted out, "Early bird gets the worm. Good things come to those who wait." Type of day.
Okay.
He's out there.
Is he getting the worm or is he waiting? Which one is he doing?
Yeah, that's opposite. I just want to say that's opposite. That's like saying, I'll take anything. That's French for I'll take anything.
Basically, what he's saying is I'm waking up early to do nothing today.
Yeah,
I set my alarm. I got up at 5:45, and I sat in my chair and stared out the window.
So he's waiting.
He's saying react quickly, but I can wait too. No problem.
Okay. Thank you, 87-year-old Cam Jordan.
And we've all noticed he's still waiting, as are we, to figure out what the hell it is you were trying to say.
I think I'm going to adopt that.
Early bird gets the worm, but good
things
come to those who wait.
Yeah. I think I'm adopting that on a T-shirt.
I am too. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait to get up early is what I'm going to do.
Yeah, he's been up since 4:30 in the morning waiting.
That's the guys who tweet rise and grind at 11:30 in the morning. Rise and grind.
Did you see the Starbucks they just left in the background of the selfie they took?
Yeah. Rise and grind. It's 11:45, folks.
High five. Falcons GM Ian Cunningham talking today. Tua Tagovailoa made his way finally to the Falcons facility.
Tua Tagovailoa.
And Falcons GM Ian Cunningham saying that Tua is here to compete with Michael Penix Jr. Tua did speak via cell phone video that he put on social media. Sounded very Russell Wilson-y. All that's missing was a let's ride at the end.
What's up, guys? Tua Tagovailoa here in the Falcons facility. Just got done signing. Just wanted to say that I'm very excited. Me and my family are excited to be here and part of the organization. And rise up, baby.
Boy, you weren't kidding. That legitimately sounded
like Russ.
That sounded like Russ.
Sounded like AI, like ChatGPT Russ.
It did.
Yeah.
And even with the rise up,
that's the team. That's their
rise
motto.
up.
That's their team motto. Yeah.
Did he have the crosses? Did he have those painted on his face when he said all that? Also, what are their fans called? They're not Flock Nation. What are they?
Bird Gang.
Bird Gang? I thought that was Philly.
Is that Eagles?
Yeah, I was going to say that's Eagles or Bird Gang.
They were the Dirty Birds back in 98.
I think they're called ambivalent right now.
Yeah. Hard to find, I think, is what you're looking for. Yeah. They're the dodos of the community because they're damn near extinct as far as that fan base goes.
Ambivalent.
Will their local media print up Team Penix or Team Tua?
Oh, yeah.
T-shirts?
The decision.
Yeah.
Da, da, da.
Decision 26.
Yeah.
Actually, they're rising for the early bird worm and they're waiting for the good things
for Cam Jordan
right now
to show up
and Tua's been apparently he's been up.
I think if you're going to announce a quarterback competition, that both guys should at least be cleared medically to play football.
That's a great call.
That's
you
where
know
I'm
what
going.
they're waking up early to wait to see who actually is healthy enough to play in this competition come July.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, 17 of 21. That's
right.
the number that Jeff Legwold has dropped on us. What exactly is leading the Broncos to operate this way in this offseason? Jeff Legwold of ESPN will tell us when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Not Another Bracket Challenge is back. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket/notabracket. Starting on Sunday, you pick 5 teams that are in the dance, and you can win dinner for 2 and a pair of tickets and a catered suite to the first Nuggets playoff game of the year. It's powered by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. By the way, we are underway in Kansas City, Iowa State, and Arizona, and they're playing on wood. It's the wood that makes it good, and they have returned to wood.
They
Glass
swapped it out.
Has been deemed a failure.
After the lottery pick got injured, they said,
Yes.
"Oh my God."
Yes, Christian Anderson hurt his groin.
There will be lawyers, as they say.
They are done. It turns out you're not supposed to play basketball on an iPad. They have put a basketball court in, and they have gone back to the wood. So that is the update there from Kansas City. The giant iPad deemed a failure.
I always say, Nate and Andy, that I want to be in the meeting where no one asks really? Are we really doing this?
Sounds cool.
Yeah, no, we see this over and over. I want to be in the meeting where that just gets
the Big 12.
Yeah, green
You're
lighted.
You're gonna give us how much money to put this thing on your? And here's the thing: it was cool. Like it was cool, but there's.
But when is glass not slippery?
There's
Hello?
a practicality to it all.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just want the game. Hey, we're all good. I don't need a cool floor. I like a cool game.
Yeah.
Can we just do that?
No.
Are we so afraid? I mean, no one's coming to those first round games anyway, even if you can play the video on the court.
Right. You gotta have a hook. You gotta entice people. Andy, do you remember this, Andy? I had this idea like 6 years ago. I know I sound like Kramer right now. I had the idea that they used when I said they need to project a score bug onto the court. And remember, we were at Ball Arena, and actually they projected my name down onto the floor. They were like, we can do this for you, but there's issues. But I want a score bug on the floor when you're in the arena so that I can see clock and score, and I don't have to look up at the scoreboard. So I actually had this idea first. I wouldn't have made it out of glass.
You wouldn't have made it an iPad.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it was fine until the lottery pick.
You know what this sounds like?
It was all good.
I saw a story today that I didn't think I'd be working in, but I'll work it in real quick, and then we'll get some breakdown from Leggy. Frankly, we don't need a lot of time for him to break down that they signed 17 of 21 guys. Did you see the story that there is now going to be a service called Rent a Human from the people that brought you iPad, glass, basketball floor for AI? They can't do a certain task. They can now send out to Rent a Human to do the task for them. Well, there's a startup company, Brady Quinn, had tweeted it out of, here we go. I went and read this thing to make sure it was real. It was this Twitter handle that's a big tech company that follows all these trends. And indeed, for AI that comes up with the idea but can't go and pull it off because, no body or anything, you can now rent a human.
Well, I think that's called work.
Yeah.
Your job.
But here's the thing. You don't get to do
not
the cool
repackage
job.
the job and call it rent a human. ESPN rents me every day.
It's a good point, Jeff.
It's called a job. What are we doing?
Yeah, but they don't need you.
We need a big
They maybe just need like a couple day job. Jeff.
We need
That's not a job. You're now a rental.
We gotta have a big.
You're not a contractor.
A big
you're a
tech
rental
startup. We gotta make it sound like it's a big novel idea. It's
all
called
they
a
did
job.
was they created an app for the day laborers outside the Home Depot. That's all they did. I'm just like, let's make an app.
Hey, I got this great idea.
Yeah. How do I middle on this?
You get an individual person and you pay them for doing a task, and we'll call it Rent a Human.
But see, the more you let the AI come over, they came up with the name Rent a Human.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we just shut down the AI? Can we just stop with the AI? Can we just knock it off? That's what we need to do. I knew we'd gone too far in the Super Bowl during the Matthew Broderick thing where they're like, let AI write your report. Let AI go ahead and do the marketing pitch for you. Let AI do your job. Take the day off. You know what? Your job won't be there then come later in the week. And now we're a month later from the Super Bowl, month and a half, and I get the tweet saying Rent a Human is coming. It's all going great. It's all happening well.
It's called a job. Let's just call
When
it
the
that.
AI fails, get yourself a human.
Yeah,
Get you a human. You know what you need? A human. You know who doesn't need a human? At least not a new one. The Broncos.
Also, by the way, you know, I'm in Las Vegas right now.
Yeah.
You know, they hand out those little business cards
can
when you
rent
walk
some
down
humans.
the strip.
Right.
You can rent a human.
Yeah. That's been going on in Vegas for a while.
Sure has been.
By
Sure
the
has
hour,
been.
no less.
The Broncos have rented 17 of their own humans, Jeff. No new guys.
You guys are, it's just, I like it. It has created this sort of like earthquake of apoplectic response from people.
It is like Jeff.
Jeff,
Jeff, you know, man, 17
I've lived
of
here
your
a
own
long
21.
time. I've covered this team a long time. I've never seen a team do this in free agency.
Exactly.
But I'm in the grocery store the other day, and I thought I was going to get tackled by this person who was so upset and wanted me to like drive over to Dove Valley. And
But that's also because you were stealing crab legs like you were Jameis
handle
Winston.
this
So they're supposed to
business.
tackle you for that.
There's nothing, like when you're standing there with your groceries, I'm always thinking like the people are going to be looking at, well, God, look what he's buying. What a dork. But anyway, I thought I was going to get killed, in aisle 12. Because people are so, I guess, I'm one of those, I didn't see a free agent this year anywhere who was like the move the needle guy for the Broncos. People keep telling me, the running backs maybe, but R.J. Harvey had as many touchdowns as Travis Achane. Yeah.
Achane. Yeah, whatever. Who
R.J.
knows?
Harvey had as many touchdowns as he did last year. So, one guy's on a rookie deal, the other guy you want to pay, tons of money. Romeo Doubs, they're not going to pay $50 million to get a rotational receiver. They're not going to do it. So,
Tight end, Jeff.
Tight end that's the one.
That's the one.
You can do devil's advocate all over the place. I'm still not sure there's the impact tight end, the kind they need in free agency, but they've got to do something. And April is still April, and the draft is still the draft. So I got to believe that's a day one or day two target, because if it's not, the plan there at that position in free agency doesn't make sense to me. If April's not on the docket here.
Oh, they have to draft a tight end. They've cornered
not
themselves.
just an inline,
An impact
They
tight
got to
end.
have a guy who can catch the ball,
Yeah.
and run with it after. And that's, to me, you can devil's advocate. That Dobbins was 5th in the league in rushing when he got hurt. That he was 6th in the league in big play runs when he got hurt. That he's among the league leaders, top 5 back when he got hurt, but he gets hurt, and but you can still devil's advocate receiver because of their usage rates. Running back, you can do that, but tight end, there's no arguing that the status quo is not spectacular.
It's a massive mistake. To me, it's a huge miss by this team. I really think, Jeff, Evan Engram, bring him back. He can be, your pure ball catching tight end. Fine, okay. The part where you didn't think that you could upgrade in terms of a two-way tight end, and go and find either be it Goddard, be it Otten, whomever it was, that there wasn't somebody on the market where there was an upgrade there. Yeah. The part where it's you bring back Adam Trautman. I'm not saying Adam Trautman's a bad football player, but there's better football players available. Lucas Kroll completely could have had an upgrade there.
And I will say, Nate, a lot of the guys they brought back are on 1-year minimum deals. So
they still got to make this team.
You've got 90 roster spots to fill right now.
Yeah.
Only 53 are making the team. A lot of these guys who everyone's going crazy that they brought back They might not even make the team because of what they still do.
But Troutman will.
Troutman will be.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, he didn't
That's
get
a
a
3-year
minimum
deal, right?
He got legit
15
money.
mil.
He got legit money.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, a lot of these returnees we're talking about, the number is enormous. I've never seen a team go 17 for 21 or even that percentage. It'd be like good trivia. Name the 4 they didn't bring back.
PJ Locke.
Yeah, no, it's Franklin Myers.
Locke, PJ Locke.
And get the other 2, and you're a real fan. That's the bottom line. You should give away something for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
No Googling. No Googling allowed, people.
Yeah, we're both trying to think.
I don't know it off the top of my head.
No.
Yeah. Michael Burton.
Oh, really?
Where did he
went
go?
Somewhere.
He's not gone anywhere. He's a free agent.
Okay.
They didn't
He's
bring
also
him back.
hurt.
Yeah, he was on IR. They didn't bring him back. And center Sam Mustipher.
Oh, that's right. Sam Mustipher. I knew about that,
Yeah.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, there's still time.
There's still time.
Camp's not open.
They still can get Franklin Myers and Locker off the table, but they can.
They're done.
They can go 19 of 21 still, ladies and gentlemen.
Why quit now, I suppose?
Well, no, that's if you're going to do it, go big. Go big or go home.
Jeff, what are they?
I will tell you, and this is, again, agree with them, disagree with them, whatever. I always feel like my gig is to sort of tell people what are people in the organization telling you what their thinking is.
Yeah.
So this is their thinking, that from July of 24 training camp in 2024 to now, they have spent roughly $321 million in guaranteed at signing money on free agents. They just happen to be all their own. They re-signed so many guys since then of their own, including Surtain, Benito, Meinertz, Zach Allen. You just do the
Garrett
Jonathan
Bowles.
Cooper, Garrett Bowles.
Cortland Sutton.
But
And they're all good moves. It's good football
But
business.
I'm just saying, that's cash out the door. That's guaranteed at signing. You are paying that figure no matter what. But $321 million for the top 17 of those deals. That's their thinking, that they have been active in free agency, that they have spent more than almost any other team in guaranteed money, but they did it with their own guys. I mean, and in there is 3 $90 million deals and 2 $100 million deals. So they have spent money, but it's not on players. Fans are getting to see them bring in, as new additions. And
in 2 years, if not sooner, there's the Bo Nix question.
That's and they're also prepping for that, whether folks want to believe that or not. But a franchise has to prep to how you're going to be good after you have to sign your quarterback to a 9-figure deal.
What's their cap situation now, Jeff? Because they're still making moves to free up cap space.
Yeah, they transferred some of Jonathan Cooper's money. They had 20-some before that, so they've got enough to do the draft, be ready for the big thing we don't talk about is that IR comes out of the cap. So you've got to be ready. You've got to have that put away at some point, or you're going to end up cutting guys in camp, which they want to avoid. So you want to have your buffer, you want to have your practice squad money, and you want to have your draft class money. So that's what they've done now. They've positioned to be ready for all of those things. And, last year they signed Dobbins in June. I think they'd like to see what's out there after the June 1, some of the June 1 moves.
Well, that's A.J. Brown, obviously.
Obviously.
That's when it's time to trade for A.J. Brown.
And I still wonder how people I just say, do you think he'll be able to read a book on the bench here?
Especially with Sean not calling plays. You'll have time to wander around and see what you're up to on the bench now.
Sean's going to have wandering around time now. So,
well, Sean's reading a book the whole time. It's called his play sheet.
Yeah.
I'm just offering it up. That's all.
What do you think Sean would do If he caught A.J. Brown
in the interest of science,
with the book,
I want
let's see
to see this, what would happen.
Where would that book end up?
Like row 38.
Yeah.
On fire.
Yeah. On fire.
Be like
He
a
would just
meteor.
simply-
Be like a meteor coming down.
Just hold it up to his red face and let it explode into flames.
All right, so Jeff, in this flurry of re-signings, again, we love the word re-signings with the Broncos. Which of this group of players? Because honestly, okay, Jeff, I went on a rant 2 weeks ago, however long ago it was.
2 weeks ago, you're right.
That this team is the way that they view themselves is about internal improvement. And that's what the Broncos, I said, don't get fired up for a big free agency. The Broncos are looking for young players to take steps forward. I fell way short of the mark in that rant of just how much that was going to be true.
You should have done a Barkley gay around,
Seriously, conceptually, I was on the right track. All right? So with all of that then being the foundation of this conversation, who are the guys then they are looking to take the next big step forward? Jeff Legwold is going to tell us that next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the weekend, and usually the weekend is where you go out and have a little fun. Maybe that fun includes a date night. And if you've been experiencing less date nights because, frankly, you're worried about erectile dysfunction, well, it's time to go get that fixed. Don't have any more Saturdays ruined by ED or Fridays or any other part of the weekend. Maybe you're lucky enough that even during the week is a possibility. Look, you've got friends that can help you out. You got folks that can help you out over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got options for you, options at work when the pills and herbals fail that you can give a try. So get on in there and talk to them about your ED and just don't let this be something you're living with anymore. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, some that can have you lasting an hour more, and they've successfully treated men, tens of thousands of men for nearly a decade along the Front Range. So it's time to quit messing around with this. Go have a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. At first visit, real easy. It's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If it's determined that you need a test dose or you can have a test dose, they'll give it to you. And if it's not working in the office, well, then the appointment's free. So nothing to lose there. And if you're like a lot of men, after the appointment, you could be ready to go the next day. 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs, a great new revamped location in Castle Rock. I visit the one in Central Denver. There's also one in North Denver. Call them and get a hold of them today, any of those 5 locations, at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, we're 2 days away from Selection Sunday. The NCAA tournament is here. Tune in for championship games all weekend, and then Westwood One's tournament selection show on Sunday, like I mentioned, starting at 4. The NCAA tournament on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. All right, so the Broncos clearly in their plans, and Jeff Legwald of ESPN joins us this hour. Their plan is that young players, and not all of them are even super young, but just players that were on their team will then theoretically progress, take a step forward, and that will lead to improvement with the team. That will lead to fewer one-score games, ideally for Denver, and maybe a team that is, less in danger of blowing fourth quarters and perhaps taking a step backwards. Okay, so if that's the case, Jeff, then who are those guys? Clearly, they like them all enough to have brought them back. But who are the couple of names that you would highlight and say, all right, these guys really should take a next step in their NFL career?
Well, I think two things with this. I think first you got to point at the receivers, because both George Payton and Sean Payton have said multiple times this offseason, including at the Combine, that they like the receiver room. So they obviously believe Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin are ready to be big jumps. And again, I take it with a grain of salt because I'm in the prove it mode now. But we've heard them both say that, yes, Marvin Mims has to find a way to touch the ball more. And perhaps, that's Davis Webb's, first job one in, as OC is to figure this out. But I think receiver room is really where they point for the young player to get ahead. And, I know they like Caleb Lohner at tight end, the seventh rounder last year. And physically, I thought this should have been a red zone experiment all last season, just because I don't care if he knows two routes. I personally watched that guy warm up courtside. I was courtside when he was at Baylor, and they were in the tournament, and I was covering the games for ESPN.
That was a wood court, by the way.
It was a wood court. It was not a glass court, so perhaps he would not have jumped as high off a glass court. But he was putting on the dunk show that everybody was going bananas for, when they let the fans into the practices. So athletically, that's a player I'm intrigued to see now in camp moving forward, to see if they can find a role for him. But I think it's intriguing to me, and the question you're asking is, Sean Payton's closing in on 20 years as a head coach in the NFL. That's a rare tenure. He's had quarterbacks, Drew Brees just went to the Hall of Fame for what they did on offense in New Orleans. And Sean Payton sat down this offseason to unpack what happened to the Broncos this year. What's the most significant change he made? Not on the roster, not on the depth chart.
Play calling.
He took himself
Yeah.
out of the mix. So he believes their problem was schematic and not personnel. They've obviously shown that. He doesn't think it was a personnel problem. He thinks it's a schematic problem, a game day problem, a play calling problem, because he did the one thing that was bigger than any free agent they could have signed in terms of surprise, and that's he took himself out of that mix, at least for now. He might put himself back in it because that's what he did in New Orleans. But
sure.
But it's intriguing to me that when he looked at it and broke it down, that he has obviously made the decision it wasn't a people problem. It was a schematic, structural, instead of personnel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it goes back to his decision on 4th and 1 against New England. It was not about decision. It was not about, leaving the 3 points on the board. It was about play call. And that's he made that very clear after that game. It was about play call, and that was the part that kept him up at
we'll
night,
see if they're right. We'll see.
Exactly.
I think they're in a tough spot in terms of history, and I know, I get the old, past results don't predict future outcomes and all of that. I understand all that, but history in the NFL has shown the teams that win all these close games. That's not really repeatable.
Tend to step back.
Yeah, you don't get that again. people are working too hard to take those margins away from you, day to day. So that's their difficulty, is trying to decide how much of the 14-3 was you were 14-3 good, or you were 14-3 you won a bunch of close games on plays. You could have very easily been 10-7.
Well,
and looking up at a different scenario in the postseason.
I'm going to repeat this again, though. See, to me, here's what can't get covered up. And look, I have no problem. I like that they got Sternad back. I think he finally developed into what Vic Fangio saw in him years ago when they drafted him.
I really like the defensive moves, Andy.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I'm with you. But again, somehow this team has got to be better. They've got to sustain drives better. They've got to pick up more first downs and not be so bad on third downs. There's a lot of stuff they've got to improve, and it just feels like you need better talent in order to pull some of that off, specifically at the tight end position.
Well, it's a trend officially that they've had 2 years in a row. They've been one of the worst teams in the league in 3-and-outs. They made the playoffs both years, yes. But when you're talking, you're in the playoff field, I mean, we all see the games. Those margins are tiny. One play, one turnover, one drive.
If Buffalo doesn't turn the ball over with what they're doing to start that game, you're not back in that game.
But, I mean, it's just you can't be one of the worst teams in the NFL in 3-and-outs. 2 years. They've been at 2 years in a row. 29th this year, I believe. I mean, you just can't be that a third year in a row and think you're going to take the next step, I don't think.
And
All right.
what have you done with the offensive personnel to try to make that something that's harder
That's
to
what
defend?
I mean. I think they've shown me, at least right now, they don't think that's a people problem.
Okay, so then, all right. So if it's not a people problem,
And it might be
like
a people
personnel,
problem. I'm just saying they've obviously looked at it and said,
all right, so we've all taken a deep dive through the metrics, okay? Bo Nix is still generally, at best, a Tier 3 quarterback in the NFL right now, all right? And so we're talking about Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims and Caleb Lohner. Let's not bury the lead in all of this. How much
the quarterback is.
How much for the Broncos is there a belief that there is a next step for Bo Nix?
Well, they think they found their guy, so that tells
Clearly,
me they think.
and so they have to think he can get better.
And that's, I think, physically there won't be much, difference.
He is what he is.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're not suddenly going to get a stronger arm or be more nimble. If you're not a nimble guy, you're not going to be more nimble down the road. But I think they can do better. And I think this was part of Sean Payton pulling himself out of the play calling. The area where Bo Nix can improve is where the offense can improve. If he has more time at the line of scrimmage, they can be better. I personally think they should put him under center more, but they don't agree with that right now. But I think that's when Sean Payton talks about speeding up the offense. That's where Bo Nix's improvement can come because he has more time to decide what he's looking at. Where am I going to go with the ball? Where are my reads? What are they doing? Here we go. But, so often they were moving 3 and 4 players in and out every play. And when the defenses decided to use that against the Broncos, then, Bo Nix got to the line of scrimmage with 8 seconds, or, he gets in the gun and the umpire finally moves out of the way so they can snap the ball. There's 8 seconds on the play clock and you're stuck with the play at that point. You're not making a change. You're not switching. You're not checking.